Together we can show the world what we can do. You are next to me and I'm next to you. Pushing on through until the battle's won. No one's gonna give nothing to us. Into each other we put our trust. Standing united after the fight. All alone we will never be. The two of us are holding the key. We see today a world we couldn't see. Before I say goodbye to you, one more last fist bump. I know you have been afraid before, but you don't have to be anymore. No more emptiness to feel inside. When we run together, no one can break up our stride. No looking back. You and I were on the attack. Full speed ahead, running to the sunset. Such a different feeling. Both of us believing we can make it better. Together we can show the world what we can do. You are next to me and I'm next to you. Pushing on through until the battle's won. No one's gonna give nothing to us. Into each other we put our trust. Standing united after the fight is done. We can show the world what we can do. You are next to me and I'm next to you. Pushing on through until the battle's won. No one's gonna give nothing to us. Into each other we put our trust. Standing united after the fight. It's a brand new day. We have turned the page. Never knew how much I needed somebody to help me this way. Oh,
the bad times pass me by, and today it's gonna be a brighter day. Hi. So yeah, it's gonna be a chill stream. I felt like screwing around today, so we're gonna mess with Lost Order Forces a bit. So actually, I'm not planning on cracking too much tonight, to be honest. I do want to look into ASM, because Mikester a while ago, paid me a bit to look into, via Super Chat, to look into, ASM and, Swift and, SV Collision, if I remember correctly. So yeah, so SV Collision, to my knowledge, is already cracked, but there's no tool for it. So I should probably work on that. Swift is not cracked yet, but it seems to be still at XNCP, which I've almost got cracked now, so I'm working on Swift indirectly, but working XNCP, so that's a work in progress. I've actually got it to the point where I'm almost ready to have Hedge Canvas loading the Swifts as well, but it's not quite there yet. And ASM is looks fairly simple, but I've been putting it off because it seems like I usually like to do the harder things first. As weird as it might sound, I don't know why. Like, for some reason, thinking, oh good, I got 500 billion things done today, but I still have to do the one thing I hate doing. For some reason, that lingering thought of but the bad thing is still coming is terrible, and it makes me do less. It makes me less productive and less happy throughout the whole thing, right? So I'm much happier usually doing the tough stuff first, and then once that's done, I do all the easy stuff and just fly through it, right? So anyway, but with that said, it makes more sense in this case to do ASM first, because it is a simple format, and XMCP is what they're going to take a while to fully figure out and get tools for and everything. So it makes sense to, get the easy ones done first, and then you have a tool for that, and in the meantime I'll work on the other, but yeah, anyway, so with that said, I am going to look into ASM a little bit tonight, but that's really the only format I intend to crack tonight. I'm open to trying to do whatever, right? This is a very chill stream, obviously. It's called Screwing Around, so you know what what you expect. Yeah, the music's loud as heck, isn't it? Sorry about that. I hope you were able to hear me. That whole thing. Oh, jeez. Professionalism at its finest. Well, hopefully you're able to hear me. If not, let me know. I'll repeat some of that. In summary, I'm not planning on cracking much tonight. The idea here is just to screw around and have some fun. But I am going to look into ASM because... Oh, dang. I got both you and Neil Nitro. He did, actually. Just out of the blue. It was very nice. I appreciate it a ton. Thank you so much, Taz. I need to actually be active on Discord again so I can actually use that. But yeah, Taz, it really meant a lot to me. Thank you. Yeah, you're just in general, you're just an amazing friend. So, you just continue to amaze me with how wonderful you are. Sorry, I don't mean to get corny, but holy frick. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna look at ASM tonight, and beyond that, it's just gonna basically be screwing around. So the main thing I want to do, that I want to just have fun with, is I'm starting to get into code injection, and I want to show you all that, what I'm talking about with all that in a bit, right? But I want to try to get some stuff. I don't know exactly what we're doing, right? I don't have a full plan, but the idea is basically I want to try to learn more about how Lost Order Forces work, and ultimately I want to get. Well, you know what? My plan's gonna sound too ambitious, but ultimately I'd like to actually be able to understand more about how they work to the point where I could do some DLL mods and maybe even change up how the game plays a little bit, right? I'd really love to actually add stuff to forces and maybe mess with, make forces good. But you know what I mean by that. Like, fix up the physics a bit. Maybe this is very ambitious, but add some Wisp. I don't know. So maybe I could use that for Spectrum. That's I'd be lying if I told you that I didn't secretly want to do that for a little while now. But I don't know if that's going to be possible. It's just practical rather. It's very difficult to do that. But anyway, we're just going to mess around and see what we can do. Yeah, with that said, let me jump into this. And let me read the chat because I know you exist. Oh, good. It has posted. This is the fanciest restaurant of all the Pokemon High School City, School City, on Twitch, Mixer, and YouTube. It's the Holy Trinity. It's complete. Thank you. Savige now. Oh, frick. Okay. Can you imagine if people could just stop? It's like, dude, stop being straight. Okay. You think the only way drifting could work is by is a correct path that's activating holding R2 R2? At least simply. You're answering I am 2458. I see. I don't know. See, okay, here's the thing, right? With code injection, anything is possible, and I mean that literally. You can take forces and turn it into a completely different EXE if you want to. You can make forces play like Tetris 99 if you want. Whatever. Anything is technically possible. However, just because it's possible doesn't mean it's practical, right? It's also technically possible, you know, to get a gold medal in the Olympics, right? Obviously, for just about anyone. But does that mean you're going to do it necessarily, right? Probably not, statistically speaking, right? So it's not that you can't do certain things, but you know, sometimes they're difficult. So with that said, I don't know how difficult adding a drift would be. It sounds like it'd be pretty tough to me, honestly. I know it sounds like it wouldn't be that hard. It's like, I just make him turn in, but you have to do a lot of stuff to get that to work. But I would like to try it. I'd like to look into it and see how much is... What I want to do tonight is basically figure out how much code injection we can do. Simply. And I'll explain more about that in a moment. Quickly, I want to look into ASM. And you know what? I actually want to see how long it takes to crack this format. Because I have a feeling this is a really simple format, and maybe I'm gonna make a fool of myself, and it's actually the most complicated format you've ever seen. It's XNCP2, you know, whatever. But I get the feeling actually that it's a really simple format. Also, Windows wants me to update really badly, but I didn't have time before the stream, so yeah, screw that. If you're annoyed by the little update icon on the taskbar, don't worry. I am too. I'll update soon, I swear. Alright, so it's actually been a while since I've actually looked into Lake Force's files, because I've been doing a lot of stuff with FTCP. Here we go. Sonic.asm. I find it really weird that the format is, the extension is ASM. Like, because Visual Studio gets confused, it thinks ASM is assembler source, right? Because usually that's what the ASM extension is used for. It's like assembly, right? But in this case, it's not at all assembly. It's a custom format. It just happens to have the same extension, right? It'd be like if you had like a, you know, an exe file and you renamed it to .png. You know, it's a completely different extension. Well, you know, it's a completely different format. It just happens to have the same extension. It's dumb. Anyway, oh geez. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I want to find a small one of these. And oh, Sonic Spin is 648 bytes. Freaking brilliant. Okay. Great, and I just want to, you know what, I'm going to open it up with Plus. And for some reason I have Office. Did everyone get Office? Like, or is this just me? I just suddenly acquired Office. I don't, it just showed up in my start menu. I'm dead serious. Like, I didn't download it. It just happened. Anyway. I think Microsoft's pushing that out to everyone. I don't think it's the full version. It's a web app, doesn't do anything. Gotcha. That's what I thought it was. It's just really funny to me how apps just show up now. It's like, let me go use my PC. Oh, Office installed itself. Alright. Like, I didn't get an update or anything yet. It's just here now. Hey, Blue Core. Sonic Data Sim is that Sonic 1 source code? Sorry, might as well be. It's funny to think how big data is now compared to how it used to be. Like, Sonic.pack, in Forces, right? If I can freaking... There we go. It's, almost 8 megabytes? That's bigger than an entire Genesis cartridge! And it's just Sonic's, like, model and his textures, right? Well, and animation. There's a bunch of data, right? And by the way, I'm not trying to claim that Forces is inefficient by saying that. I know games, obviously, today are more complicated. I just think it's funny. I'm not trying to knock Forces for it. Anyway. Alright, let's look into this. So, wait. Oh, you're on Mixer. What is this platform? I'm confused. You don't know, honestly? Oh, yeah. You know, honestly, I kind of like Mixer. I know no one uses it. But honestly, it's kind of a shame because I like it so far. Like, what I've used of it is really nice. It's got, like, some of the things I like about YouTube and Twitch. And it's, like, so simple. Alright, that's driving me nuts, I think. I don't know why. Bill's using my laptop, but I guess she must be closing it and opening it again every 30 seconds or something. You probably already had it but didn't notice. Well, it says recently added, so I don't think so, but hey, thanks for the follow. Number 7, I appreciate it. But Theo and I know Forza Deficient don't like. Oh, yeah. Well, right, it is. Okay, it is. But my point was just 8 megabytes is not, you know, necessarily super bloated. I guess it is actually in this case, but I'm just trying to say, like, I'm not. My point here wasn't to knock on Forza this time, right? On that slide this time. It was just to. Because I understand games are more complicated now, obviously. Hedgehog Engine 2 is obviously a lot more, you know, doing a ton more than the Genesis was. I'm just saying I find it very interesting that we used to fit entire games into, like, what, 1 or 2 megabyte cartridges, and now a single file from our game is that size. You know, it's like, whoa, it's just crazy to wrap your head around. Hey, Senior Danny, how you doing? Soon Bonzi Buddy will show up on me, dang it. Hello, I installed myself for your convenience. Want to hear more jokes? That's my Bonzi Buddy impersonation. It's impression, I guess. It's really good. Okay, sorry. Let me actually freaking do something. There's the opposite table. I'm just blind. Okay, offsets. Yay. 44. That's okay. 4 again. Wait, 4 again. Oh. What the frick? Wait, what the frick is this? Wait, I'm already confused, actually. Hang on. Nani? Did I forget how to mod? Dang it, I forgot how to mod. Oh, let's close that. We probably should have that open. I swear, the opposite table, that doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't be at 4 bytes away from that. What the frick? Well, let me go, pull up my thing. Somewhere I have a tool that, yeah, prints offset. Does it work with Force's offset table? I don't think it does. Yeah, I think the old version does, so let me go grab that. Sorry about this, everyone. Let me, So yeah, so firstly we're going to look into ASM tonight, as you can see, and then after that I'm going to do some code injecting. So we're going to try to make this quick and efficient. Frick, I'm sorry. What did I even call the dang tool? It was like... I thought it was hedge offsets? Might have been. You get to see all of my failed projects. Oh boy. Look at all these things Rad started that he never finished. Man, I sure... Well, where the frick is it? Okay. I don't... Oh, it's bin A offsets. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm having a... My mind, like, shut off. Activate mind.exe and stop telling me Graham laptop is no longer available. I know. That's driving me nuts. Okay, here we go. Blech. Close this for a bit. Oh, that's not gonna... Yeah, it does. Okay, good. Alright, so... 50 is the first offset. So why did I think it was 4? Because the offset table says 44, and if I remember correctly, that's this bit, which means the next 6. Yeah, and then 4. Oh, 4 offsets. Right, duh. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. There it is. Yay! All right, good. I leveled up. I'm no longer stupid. Yes. Okay, 60 E8. I genuinely have not looked at a bin A format, with the exception of. Oh no, never mind. I've genuinely not looked at a bin A format in at least 2 months, which is ridiculous. Actually, I can't believe it's been that long. But yeah, bear with me. That's why I'm a little rusty here. All right, 1 AO, 1 DO, and 1 200 looks like the last one, and also 230. All right. So let's see how long this takes to crack. Wait, hang on. Been absence EXE. Yeah. Thanks. I'm sorry. I should have read the chat. Right, closing that's it for work folders. There was some tweet I saw a while ago that was something like, if you have a chair that has a malfunction in it at your workplace, is the chair technically not safe for work? Something like that, and it made me rethink life. What does this format do? So this is an animation list. It's quite literally just they bind these like little animation triggers and such to Havoc animation files. So basically the game, let's say the game wants to play, let's see. Let's say the game wants to play, whatever, the walk loop, right? Whatever. So the game isn't programmed to just play an animation stored in a file called snwalk, loop.amm.hx. Rather, it's programmed to bring up the animation list, which is this. And one of these entry, they all have names. Let's see, one of them, I guess walk is what it would be called. Okay. But yeah, there's like a trigger name that corresponds to the animation. So basically the game's programmed to play, here it is, it's programmed to play walk, and then walk happens to correspond to this animation. So the idea is that it's not, so you might hear that and go, well, that seems pointless and stupid, and yes, it kind of does, because they're hard-coding it anyway. They're just, instead of hard-coding, walk, instead of hard-coding SN stomp loop, they're hard-coding stomp, and then that's just gonna that's the stomp loop. So it seems kind of dumb, right? However, I think they have other information here as well. Like, obviously there's all these bytes, right? It looks like it's more information than just a trigger name. They have information, I'm assuming, on like how the animation is supposed to loop and how long it's supposed to play and what it's supposed to transition into and stuff like that. So I don't know what this all is, but we're gonna try to figure it out. Red is no longer stupid. I leveled up temporarily. A program to use to inject code into the exe? Yeah, I want to get into all that in a bit actually. As soon as I get ASM, I'm gonna explain all that. And you can see I already have a bunch of stuff open. I want to show that all off. Do you see Scythe became? Yes, Scythe has been. I'll look at my replies soon, by the way. Scythe has been. He's putting PBR into generations. He's lost his dang mind. He's become mad with power. This is not forces. This is gens. And so is this. And so is this. Holy frick. So all that he's actually doing is, he's writing custom shaders. He's just writing his own shaders, basically, and trying to make them as, good as he can. And, yeah, it's fun to watch. He's so powerful. Arrest the chair. No, ban the chair from Twitter. You can also make the game, we can also make the game a little bit more for things like cutscenes key to ease. Oh, cool, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, thanks for clarifying that. To be honest, I'm not totally sure what it, like, the extent of what it does. I'm just hearing from what other people have said. Okay, so if I know anything about bin A, this is an array, and so is this. So this right here is always 120, which is fascinating to me. I'm assuming it's actually 2 bytes, maybe 4 bytes in total, but that might just be padding over here. But it looks like 2 bytes. One of them is I don't know what these would be. One of them might be the version number, and the other one might be a boolean of some sort. I don't know what it is. Anyway, then they have a count here, and then the array offset, and they do that twice. So this is the first array offset. So this is actually going to be, it's 110, and then, plus 40, so 150. And there's 2 structs here because of that count. And then you have the second offset, which points here. So because the second offset points here, and bin A writes sequentially, we can automatically assume from that the data starts here, right? And it must end here. See? So this chunk here is the first array that has 2 structs in it. So all we need to do is just take the size of this and divide it by 2, right? So 50 in hex. That's 80, so it means each one's 40 bytes. Great. What is that in hex again? 28. Okay. So each struct is this big. So all right, we're just gonna write out. Okay, let's see. Let Let's say this is C# because then we don't have to write uint64_t every time. We just write u long, like a civilized human being. Let's see. Unknown 1 count. So we're just gonna call everything unknown 1 for now. Ooh, unknown 1, unknown 2, you know, that kind of thing. And then of course, later, if we can figure out what it actually is, we'll change the name. Alright, so, let's say, animation list. I guess we can give it another name later if need be. Alright, so struct UK1. Watch a Skype program shaders on the cell phone. He probably would, knowing him. Wheel drives you nuts if you know what I mean. I do know what you mean, yes. She doesn't, she has doubt, but I know that you're serious. I don't know why I laughed. That was weird. Anyway, watch us get program shaders on a cell phone. I already read that. I'm really out of it today. Sorry about this. Sonic 4.7. Can you imagine if that was like a new version of this? Like, imagine if they made a sequel to Sonic 4. That'd be freaking great. Alright, so here we go. So this first thing in this struct is the name offset. Normal. Okay. What's the second one? 203? Yeah. Yeah, Blicker, I know. It's whack. The title of Sonic 5 sounds weird. It does, doesn't it? When was Skype to make Sonic audio tools available for editing color sounds? I don't know, I'm sorry. I don't know if he already has. I don't actually know anything about, I don't know much about Sonic audio tools. Last I heard he was like rewriting it, but I think that was a long time ago. I don't know. I don't think that's a... I don't know, I'm sorry. You'd have to ask him. Okay, so this is spin normal loop. That's the name of the actual animation, I guess. It was rewritten. Oh, okay. The rewrite already happened. Okay. I figured it probably did, because that was like a long time ago. Okay, so, sorry. Trigger name and, sorry. Havoc. Like, now let's just say, like, file name. I love this song's lyrics when you, like, misinterpret them. It's wonderful. Okay, so these look like floats. I mean, they don't look like floats, they are floats. Yeah, -1, 1, and then this is... Interesting enough, this is the same as this. I have no clue what that is. Let's see. Okay, this one's 2, but there's no 1 at the end. Okay, and then jump and spin jump. So what's the difference between... Okay, so there's spin normal and spin jump. So is the spin normal? I'm assuming that's the one that's used when he goes into a tube and he rolls around like that. And spin jump is what's used when you jump, right? I don't know why there'd be different animations for that. I mean, obviously different models, but all the animation is doing is you've got a sphere and you're gonna spin it, right? So it seems like that should... But I guess different bones, I don't know, I can see why there might be different animations for it. You long, me long, we all long. Deep inside, we all long. Havage, did I misspell havoc at first? That's funny. The spin jump is rolling, obviously. Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. Let me see what this is. So after that we got these two. Are these ints? Well, they're signed if they are. Might be 4 shorts? You know, I don't really know what that is. It might be a mask of some kind. that's... We're gonna have to kind of just screw with that to figure out what that is. Well, actually, we have a secret weapon. But... We'll see. We'll see if we have to pull out the secret weapon. People are like, Rad? Rad, what? Are you okay? What's going on, man? You can talk to us. Wait, there's 3 of these. So... 220... Is this like a string? What is this? It's a string. Okay, null. So all these are strings, I'm assuming. So, okay, and they have all caps names. What the frick is all that? Is that all about? I don't get it. Havoc sounds like a great value brand. Great value brand Havoc. Yeah, it's like the Family Dollar version of Havoc. This is great. It's just as good as the real thing. If I keep telling myself it, maybe I'll believe it. It's a Russian knockoff? Yeah. Oh my gosh. So what the heck does that do? I have no idea. I'm trying to figure this out. We're probably just gonna have to actually screw with the bytes and then just throw it in game to see what it does. That's probably the quickest way to figure it out, right? Just go, what does this do? I don't know. And just to replace it with like cat or something, right? Just the ASCII text cat. Just see what happens. Oh, the game crashes. Who would have guessed? You have achieved comedy. Nice. Mom, we have Havoc at home. The Havoc at home. Nice. It's just as good as the real thing. Okay, this is bootlegged. Now, what's confusing me about this is like, well, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being dumb here. Let's go do some division. Oh boy, everyone. Each one is hex 34 byte. No, that's not right. Okay. Cause yeah, there's 4 offsets here. Oh wait. It ends with this. Okay, so there must be like 2 offsets per thing. But that doesn't make any sense because there's 4. There should be 6 then, right? Why are there 4 offsets if there's 3 of these things? Okay, maybe there's 3 of them, right? And it ends like, I don't know, whatever. So each one of these is hex 30 bytes. So then there's 3 of them. Yeah, and then there's this. Yeah, that's what this is. Okay, and this is just an unrelated thing. Sure. And then wait, 1FO. Oh, 1FO. I didn't see that. That points to this. Okay, yeah, that's what this is. Okay, good. So there's 3 structs here. These are unknown 2. Wait, let me finish unknown 1 first. I think the first one's a float 2, but I don't know, so I'm just gonna say it's a uint. Second one's definitely a float. And it's usually, -1. Third one's a float, it's usually 1. Fourth one is... It looks like 4 boolean or something, because the 1 is turned off here. Maybe 1 is loop or something like that. Like, does loop. I don't frickin' know. No, because they would both loop, in this case. Whatever. We're gonna say... We're just gonna say there's 4 bytes. Alright, and then there's these boys, and I have no freaking clue. Well, notice how, see, it could be 4 shorts, 4 signed shorts, but it looks more like a mask of some kind. Like you would end this with something, or whatever, I don't know. Bitwise and it. So I'm gonna just say flags, mask. I'm gonna do that for both of these. And that seems to be the whole thing. Okay, so that's the unknown 1 struct. Unknown 2 is, starts here. No. Why the heck did I think it started there? It's 1AO. So each one of these is like this. Okay, so the first one is like a string, so hang on, so let me see, so this first one was null, what's the second one? I'm assuming that these are the uppercase ones? Yeah, normal and spin jump! The ones that are like really loud for no reason. Okay. So maybe these are like animation... Okay, maybe it's like sequences, and then the sequences have individual animations within them, right? Or tracks, or whatever you want to call it. So like, what's a good example of that? Okay, in a cutscene, I guess, if the cutscenes use ASMs, which I don't think they do, but just pretend for a moment, right? You'd probably want to... Well, nah, that's a dumb example. Like, there might be some instance where they need to play several animations with one trigger, basically. And in that case, they could do it with this. I can't think of an example right now, but... where else do they use ASMs? Because obviously they use them for, like, the characters, and they use them for, like, the radio stuff. Yeah, Radio Amy, for example. Angry talk, angry... sad, whatever. Oh, look at all this. 502, 504. This is intriguing. What the heck is this? This whole section I don't think was even in the last one. Gosh, I love when my offsets are not marked, and it's like, what am I looking at? Oh, there's another offset here that wasn't there before. Oh no, okay. Well, this format might not be that good. Might have to take it back. Oh, you have glazed in perfect picture? Now it's perfect. Nice, dude. Hi. Template is BB2 and BB3. What? Oh, you're talking about gens. Cool. I can't believe it's not Havoc, you say as a perfect seated chair goes through the floor. Discount Havoc. Toroko. Yeah, Blue Core, I know. So sad. Alright, so we might have to pull out our secret weapon. Alright, so get this. When you compile a program, right, you have C++ code that you write. Here's Hedge, for example. And obviously in your code, you know, you're going to write things out with names, right? Because we're humans and to us names make sense, right? So like you might make a variable, like here I have one I made that's called ext, means extension, right? This is called this is name length, ARL path, you know, etc. And they have like a type, and then you give them a value, and then you can do stuff with the variables and all that, right? And functions also have names, and you know, whatever. Everything has names, right? Well, when you actually run a program on the exe, when you tell the CPU to do something, right? All that you're doing is you're just giving the CPU instructions, right? The CPU doesn't actually need to know the names. The names are irrelevant. The CPU it doesn't even understand what a name is, right? It doesn't have a concept of that. It just has instructions and it does what it's ordered to do, basically, right? So when you compile a program from your code into like an exe or a DLL or whatever, right? The compiler doesn't need to include those names anywhere in the DLL or exe because they're completely unnecessary. It's just extra space that's added to the exe and the DLL, right? There's no need for that to be there, and it can actually become huge if it adds all that stuff, right? So it doesn't have any reason to do it. However, when you're debugging a program, there is a reason to include that in the exe or DLL, and the reason is because, say for example you're running a program like this, right? And say whatever, there's a bug right here at this line of code right here that makes the program crash, right? So when the program hits this line, the program dies because of some glitch, right? If I'm a programmer and I'm writing some code and I'm trying to fix bugs in my code, right? And it crashes right here. What would be really helpful for me is if there'd be some tool or something, right, that would allow me to actually see that this line right here is exactly where the program went wrong, and this is where it crashed, right? And basically, Visual Studio allows you to do that by generating what's called symbols. So when you compile a program in this debug mode here, it adds some information to the exe or the DLL called symbols, and basically they are just names and a bunch of other like random metadata like, describing stuff in your code. And basically it maps your code to the binary, right? So when the program has an error or something goes wrong or whatever, right? You can view all this helpful debugging information in Visual Studio that it pulled using the combination of the symbols in the code, basically, right? So it's supposed to speed up the process. When you compile your final product that you want to give out to the public and you want to release it, right? You don't usually compile in debug mode, right? Instead you compile in release. And this mode will not include symbols, right? Because they're not necessary for a final product. And it'll also optimize the heck out of the code and try to make it as fast as it can to run. Which takes longer to do, so you don't want to do that every time you're debugging, because you don't want to sit there for 5 years to test out your program every time, right? But in the release, you want that. Anyway, my point is, so this is a really basic thing, like every programmer pretty much learns this. You know, use debug for debugging, use release for release, right? It's pretty obvious, because that's, you know, they do what they sound like they do, right? They're both designed for those specific modes. Well, Sonic Team screwed up a couple of times. So, in Sonic Lost World on the Wii U, they accidentally released a debug build. I'm dead serious. They published a debug build. All they needed to do was... and then build that instead. But they misclicked. And they published that. So every copy of Sonic Lost World, whether you got it on a disc or on the eShop or whatever, doesn't matter if you're updated or not, it's all a debug build. So it has symbols. So because of that, there's this helpful program called Ghidra, which is actually developed by the NSA. Yes, that NSA. Specifically for the purpose of reverse engineering things, like such as malware, and basically understanding how it works so that they can hopefully stop the spread of it. And all that, right? Well, anyway, they open sourced it. Anyone can now download Ghidra and use it, and it's free and everything. And yeah, it's very helpful. It's kind of like IDA, except it's actually free, which is nice, because IDA is like $10,000, and I'm not even joking. It's very expensive. So, you know, me being against piracy, I kind of don't have $10,000, so this is nice that this is free. Anyway, this is Sonic Lost World on the Wii U, and as you can see on the right here, the symbol tree here, these are the symbols. Notice how everything has names. All of the names are here because they left them in the game by accident. I'm not complaining about that. That's wonderful that they did that, but man, was that stupid. So look at all these names we have. Oh, so because of this, we can actually go through here and just figure out how the game works. Because we can literally, basically, we can view... Okay, so Gauger is really cool. So what it lets you do is, you can click on these symbols and stuff, right? And it'll take you to the sort of hex view here. This is the ELF, which is kind of like a Wii U EXE, right? Well, okay, the Wii U actually uses something else, but I converted it to ELF. Anyway, this is basically like a bootleg Wii U EXE, right? So it's showing me the actual instructions here. So these are the actual commands that are being sent to the CPU and everything, right? And then on top of this, Ghidra has what's a decompiler, where it can take a hex like this, and it can, based on information that knows about this, so it knows that this is a function called load data, and it's gathered that it takes 3 parameters as input, and it's kind of guessed the types and stuff. So based on the information, it can actually generate C++ for you, or C, I guess, that it tries to make as approximate to the original code as it can. So this is not at all like C# decompilation with C#. You know, your code is open source whether you want it to be or not, because C# always has like symbols and reflection data and everything present inside of the exes of the DLLs, always. And it doesn't compile down to machine code, it compiles down to .NET CLI, which is very similar by design to the C# code that it was based on. So decompiling C# is easy to do, it's effortless, it takes only a few seconds, and usually, and the code that you get from the decompilation is super accurate. It's almost always pretty much perfectly how the original code looked, so yeah, but C++ decompilation is not like that at all. Decompiling C++ is very hard to do, and when you do, it usually looks like a mess. It hardly ever looks just like the original code. So this is very clean decompilation, can I just say. This actually is readable, which is nice, and you can make it more readable by correcting some things. So it knows that this load file function here takes a char pointer as its first input, which I'm assuming is, well, that's the path to the file. And then as a second input, it takes this special struct that they have called file loader param, which I guess tells it it's some parameters on how it should load the file, right? Like how exactly it should go about doing that. So it's gathered here that it's calling that function using the this pointer here, but it's not smart enough to realize that that means that the this pointer, basically game mode Sega logo, actually its first value is a char pointer. That's what this code is. So what they actually wrote here was something like file path, or this, you know, dot file path, or whatever, right? But Skeeter generated this, but it's close enough. You can figure out what it means most of the time, and it's very nice. Anyway, this is very powerful, so we can use this to figure out how Lost World works, and because Forces is based on Lost World, we can also use this to figure out how Forces works, but it gets better. This is not the only time Sega made that mistake. They released another game on the Wii U that uses Hedgehog Engine 2, which is really the basis of Forces. This game is actually the basis of Forces. It's called Rio 2016. Well, Mario and Sonic at the Rio Olympic Games 2016. And they did it again! They released a debug build again by accident. So we have symbols again. So Rio, this is my secret weapon. With this, we should be able to actually go in, and it might take a while sometimes. It's very difficult sometimes to figure out what, even with all the symbols and everything. But we can use this to figure out how the game operates. So we can basically figure out information about some of the formats and stuff from this as well, right? Including Swift, by the way. You know, which it's easier said than done, but you can figure that stuff out like this. So we're gonna, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm actually gonna poke around at this and at Lost World. See, the Lost World symbols are actually cleaner. The Rio ones are a little bit messy, at least from my experience. Well, you know what? Actually, no, never mind. Screw that. These look fine. I'm sorry. For some reason, I decompiled it twice, and the first time I did it, the symbols were awful and they were barely readable, and the second time I did it, they came out great. I don't know why. I don't know what I did differently the first time, but anyway, these are the great symbols, so that's cool. So we're going to try to just figure out, I guess, how this works, and hopefully this will help us figure out the ASM format a little bit, which I'm assuming Rio uses as well. You know, I don't actually know if it does. And hey, Originally Man 23, how you doing? Geedra cured COVID. It sure did. And before the reduced version was broken, so they had to release a debug version. Maybe. That used to be an issue back in the day, actually. On the N64, for example, when they were first developing, when Nintendo was first developing compilers for it, they had some bugs where their compiler optimizations that they would apply in release mode would actually sometimes break code in subtle ways. And they experienced some instances where when they tried to compile games and run them on the in release mode and run them on their N64, they wouldn't actually behave as intended. They would glitch out a little bit. And you know, later on, of course, they fixed the compiler, but it took them a few years to fully get that working. So anyway, when they released Mario 64, they purposely released basically a debug build, but without symbols and stuff. They stripped that away. Because the release build was, I guess, having glitches due to bugs in their compiler. And by the way, because of that decision, the game loses some frames in certain areas. The underwater sections, for example, if I remember correctly, actually lag. And they don't lag at all if you compile them in release mode. But they weren't able to release the release build because of lag. Because of their compiler bugs. So yeah, everyone who's played Super Mario 64 has had to deal with the slowdown due to them not being able to fix the compiler bugs in time to get the optimized version out. I find that kind of funny. Anyway, sorry, that actually used to be a real thing back then. Yeah, there actually did used to be some consoles where some instances where companies would just have to ship a debug build because it's the only one that worked. But these days that doesn't really happen. Especially because basically consoles are like PCs these days anyway, right? Like the Wii U is not really super complicated hardware to develop for or anything, right? So It's not caused solely by lack of optimization. It's also caused by the fact that the ship is dynamic collision, not static. That makes sense. Why is the music dead, by the way? The day the music died? Did it get COVID-19? I'm sorry, bad joke. Let's play Egg Gates. Good. Yes. It's good. I actually like it, but you have something good in the Amaze channel? I can't wait. How do you feel about DirectX 12 and Vulkan adding ray tracing? I think it's awesome. I think ray tracing is going to be really cool. I do genuinely think it's going to be like the future of where games are going to go visually. By the way, Hedgehog Engine 2 doesn't have ray tracing, and it's not built on DX12 or Vulkan. It's built on DX11, and I don't know what other backends they like. I doubt they're using GL. They're probably using, you know, like PS4 specific, you know, a PS4 specific backend, for example, right? But yeah, they're not. Hedgehog Engine 2 really came out at an unfortunate time because they like started work on it right as. Okay, they tried to create basically an engine with PBR and DX11 and all that stuff right as those engines were starting to phase out and people were starting to transition to the next thing. So by the time they finished it, people already got to the next thing, and now we have ray tracing and all that. That's the new thing, and Sega's behind again. So I don't know. Maybe that's what the last 4 years were spent doing. Maybe this next game's gonna have ray tracing, and we're gonna have Hedgehog Engine 3. I honestly wouldn't even be that surprised, but I hope that's not the case, because honestly, they need to make a good game before they make the visuals look good. Like, dang it. Come on, guys. Okay, sorry, let me shut up. Rayo, don't mind this. Right, so somewhat character. Let's get, Shadow, sure. Is this pack format the same as pack V3? Well, apparently, because Hedgehog Pack can extract it, so cool. Alright. I supported a game that I didn't even know I supported. Cool. So actually, I don't know if I see any animation list. Wait, what's this? I don't actually know if Rio uses animation list. I don't know if they do. Lost World does, though, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check it out. Sonic, yeah. It's the same thing. So we're actually gonna look at Lost World symbols for this. Ooh, wow, this is like the same thing, isn't it? Oh, except for that, this is hilarious. So generally they begin their bin A formats. With obviously they have a bin A node, bin A header and a data node. But after all that, at position hex 40, right? They almost always have a 4-byte signature, which is the beginning of the actual data, right? And then after that, they usually have a 4-byte value, which is the version number, and it's usually set to 1, right? So in this case, they screwed up. They accidentally instead saved an offset here, and if you go to that offset, you're like, what is this? What does this point to, right? It's the 4-byte signature that they meant to write there. They meant to put anim here, but they accidentally put an offset to it. And then here they meant to put 102, but instead they accidentally put another offset to a string that says 1.02. So I'm assuming some newbie who didn't really understand how the engine worked, some intern or something who was working on the game, wrote something like, write string. Yeah, that's how you would write that, right? And that's not what it didn't do what he thought it did. Right? So anyway, it's funny. You're not laughing. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to be more funny. How much space does this computer have? A lot, but I'm really awful with using like, I need to clean my hard drive. It's 2 terabytes on this drive, and then this one's tiny. It's a small boy, but it's an SSD, so it's faster. I need to get more, honestly, because I'm like burning my hard drive space. But Hedgehog 3, but who is the third Hedgehog? Classic, Modern, Dreamcast? I'd like that. I don't want them to do another Gens thing, though, where they're like, Classic's back again! It's like, well, no, that was cool in Gens, but you already did it twice! If the correct force is enough, could we add ray tracing? I mean, yeah, okay, technically speaking, yes. It's possible to add that. It's possible to make it render whatever we want at this point, right? The question is whether it's like practical, or, how easy is it, right? I would think adding ray tracing would be pretty tough, but I've never done that before, so I don't know. I know people added it to Minecraft, right? So if you can add it to Minecraft, you can add it to Forces, I would think, but I don't know. I don't know how exactly you even go about doing that. And also, I don't have hardware to test that on myself, so that's because it's putting something you don't know about. Any? The third hedgehog is the Irish hedgehog. Yes, I saw that and I was like, good meme. And then I realized it was posted by the official Sonic page. And I'm like, oh. I shouldn't be surprised at this point, but I am. I still think it was a good meme. What? Wait, what am I looking at? What is this? A, B, A. Okay, so A, B. Wait, isn't A 0? Sorry. Oh. Sorry, it's not A, it's this. @ AB. Okay. You're probably going, Red, what the frick? Can you speak alien language? What is the, it's hard to explain how the offset table works, but when you get it, it's kind of simple. To put it very simply, if it begins with each of these bytes, right, if one of them begins with a 4, then it means that the next number here is the count in offsets, each one being 4 bytes long. Where the next one is relative to, I don't know how to explain it, like, okay, so like 0, 1, 2, right? So that means start here, and then add 0, so you're still here. Add 1, so you're there, and then add 2, and you're there, right? And you just keep proceeding from that point on. How's it going up? I mean, personally, I don't know anyone who has encountered it, which is good. It hasn't really changed my life much because I don't go out too much anyway. I'm normally busy from within confines of this room in which I am currently dwelling. So anyway, Corpid 19 family friendly version. Yeah, we can't get censored by Susan. Anyway, yeah, but yeah, I've heard it's bad. The numbers are going up and people are freaking out. I think we're gonna make it through fine. But yeah, people really are scared. What's the difference between ray tracing and ray marching? I'm not familiar with the term ray marching. I'm sorry. I think this might be a funny. If it is, I'm not getting it. I'm sorry. So I think this is the next offset. Oh, wait. Jeez, I'm sorry. I like some of the rival songs, but a lot of them I just think are too like in your face. I really should just pull one of my plays at this point, but sorry. So let me look at how Lost World does this, and then I'm gonna try to compare it to Forces. And yeah, this format's harder than I thought it would be, so that's fun. Okay, so somewhere they're gonna have something about animations, and I can search here, but by the way, it takes 9 years. I'll try it, but, you know what, wait, res anim. I don't know how much you can see, because I think the chat covers most of it. Yeah, it's a bit covered up, but, this area right over here, that's the progress bar for the search. Like, searching takes time. To be honest, I don't really understand why it takes time. Because, like, you know, I mean, Google just indexed 263,000 results in 0.32 seconds. I guess you could be more impressive than that if you type in something, you know, people actually, that has several million results. But, anyway. As a stay-at-home mom. Oh. Alright. That's gonna be someone's headcanon now. That's... sure. Alright, get Res Anim Skeleton, no, not Res Anim Skeleton, I just want, normal Res Anims. Res Anim Morph, Light Data, Container Data, Keyframe Data. That might be what I'm looking for? I don't actually remember what these, are called. That's probably something I should have looked at before I, oh, just go to, like, Hedgelib as well. No, PackX. I have a list of all the types here. 1, okay. Res Animator. Alright. This is a cool song. I forgot how good the DSOC is. Yeah, it's real good. The castle's theme is... ooh. I like it. Yeah, it takes a long time to search. Geech is a bit slow sometimes, so I apologize for that. It gets slower when you're doing a lot at once. But it is very helpful, so it's worth the wait. 90%. Let's go. Come on. So I want to get more into code injection stuff, and I'm actually going to do that in a moment here, but I just want to... oh. What the frick? Okay, maybe there's no... I'm actually surprised. Why was there no symbol for that? That's weird. Maybe there's a string. It does search the strings a little faster, but it still takes it. See, this I really don't understand. I know there's a lot of strings. Okay, it's searching through 219,000 strings, right? So, like, 219,000 strings, and it takes... that was at least, like, 30 seconds, right? Okay, compare that to Google. Okay, just searched, okay, frick, that was a bad example. 263,000 results in 0.33 seconds, right? So it's searching more in far less time. My point is not... obviously people are going to say, Rad, they're not the same thing, you moron. I know that. But what I'm saying is it's possible for a computer to search a bunch of strings that quickly, right? So Gaugers should probably, you know, search a little faster than this. Doesn't have to be as fast as Google, just not that slow. But anyway, it's written. The Gator's written in Java. All right, so like, it's gonna be slow. I get it. It's fine. Whatever. Does Forces use 3D sound? To my knowledge, yes, but I haven't looked into it. I don't know. Cryware at least supports 3D sound. So if Forces didn't, I would be very surprised because it uses Cryware. The other day I found out that Lost World supports cloth physics and rope physics, and of course never uses them at all. Which is baffling too, but whatever. Res Character Animator, okay. So that's really weird that it didn't find any results for Res Animator. Did I pull the one from... I pulled the one from Forces. Okay. That's why. I'm being a goof! Yeah, ASM was the Forces variant of the format. My bad. ANM is what I was looking for. 11. Okay. Char Anim script. That's what it's called. So let's see if we can find it without searching, because it should be... yeah, right here it is. Yay! So here's Res Char Anim script. This is the name of the class. They have, let's see, a function called getAddress, which I guess just returns... it just returns the address. Okay, good. Does exactly what it sounds like it does. They have another one called let's see, replace, which I guess lets them replace it with another instance of something. Yeah, okay, that's fascinating. What about the loader? That's what I'm interested in. See, I want to see how they load this stuff. Where's the code that, like, grabs this from pack file, right? Okay, let me, whoops, okay. Let me, search the strings for that, because it's gonna have to find a string in the pack file, right? Aren't Java programs almost as easy to recompile as C#? Am I mistaken? To my knowledge, yes. So yeah, you should be able to decompile Ghidra pretty easily. That said, why would you? Because just, you know, it's open source. Just look up Ghidra, and there it is. And yes, National Security Agency. It is, in fact, that NSA. They have a GitHub. Their website is nsa.gov. For some reason, I just find this really like, oh, okay, sure. This is the world that we live in now. It's pretty cool, actually. But they have to put this under a really weird license. So they have just the Apache license, right? But the government, technically, I don't quite get it, but there's some law that says, like, government officials can't release something under a license because they don't own the rights to it. It's in the public domain or something like that. And they weren't sure what to do about that because it was like the GitHub way is not just to say it's public domain. You know, you usually put a license on something to tell people what, you know, the rules. Because without it, people actually don't want to use public domain projects sometimes because they're scared of you know, being sued because the person's gonna go, actually, you know, whatever. Anyway. It just basically isn't as legally viable as dumb as it sounds. So they actually have like a disclaimer somewhere that says, where the frick is it? Is it notice, maybe? Yeah. Portions of this product were created by the US government and therefore are not subject to copyright protection under 17 USC. But then there are many portions that are copyright of their respective authors that have been contributed under the term. So anyway, what they're saying is basically, you know, the parts of this that were made by us don't actually apply under the license, but the other parts that were contributed by people were, I guess. It's like a weird loophole they have to use to make it open source, but it's kind of funny. Anyway, oh dang it, I could have been searching that the whole time. You're gonna be honest, the Sonic Adventure news is getting really annoying. It's getting as bad as Day 6 quote-unquote leaks. Yeah, there really are a lot of, it's kind of annoying me too, to be honest. I just haven't been listening to any of it, to be honest. Like, if YouTube recommends me a video on it, I've just been like, nah, I'm good. I just haven't been watching them. Because I don't actually think, I don't know. I think it could happen. I'd like to see it happen. I do think the next game is going to be based on Sonic Adventure in some way or another. It's either going to be like adventure gameplay, or at least it's going to have some sort of adventure kind of aesthetic or vibe or something to it, because they've been really pushing that a lot lately. And also the Chow, they've been hinting at the Chow a lot. Do you remember the Chow Black Market tweet? You know what happened to Sonic Twitter Chow Black Market? I don't know if I can find it now. Well, here's a Reddit post on it. Okay, cool. Yeah, so 7 months ago, geez, time flies, doesn't it? They posted this tweet. Kindergarten sure has changed, and it's just a, you know, screenshot of their basically Mac, and it has this website, the Chow Black, you know, Market, and in the corners it has Sonic.exe meme storage secrets, and also Dreamcast 4 dev kit, which got people thinking they might actually. Why did I not like this? Sorry. It got people thinking that they might make a Dreamcast 4, which is so funny to me. What the first of all, if you're gonna make a new console, you wouldn't ever call it that. If anything, it would be called Dreamcast 2, because there wasn't a second or third one. Some people actually genuinely thought this was real. Anyway, but what's interesting about this is, notice the URL, not the chowgardenblackmarket.com. So if you actually go there, blackmarket.com, it redirects you to, and the only reason I did another tab was because I didn't remember if the link was still valid. I didn't want to be taken to some, like, GoDaddy, you know, site that's like full of you know, singles in your area or whatever. Anyway, but yeah, if you go to notthechowgardenblackmarket.com and make sure to type it all just like that. If you type, don't misspell it or anything, because I did that once, and you will, you know, end up on other parts of the internet you might not want to be at. But anyway, notthechowgardenblackmarket.com. If you actually go there, it takes you to this page, and it's fteinc.com/blackmarket, and it just tells you don't have access to it. But they actually registered a domain for this. Like, what? Why would you do that just for this joke tweet? Right? Like, it doesn't really make sense. So it kind of seems to me like this is going to be like, they're hinting at something with this, right? They're being like, we might have a Chow Garden app soon, or something like that, right? So I'm kind of intrigued by that. HTML secret code. I figured it did, but I didn't look at it. Let me go back there and see. View page source. I mean, yeah, I don't see anything really too secret in here, to be honest. It's just... sorry, it's blinding, jeez. I mean, it's just, it's code, right? I don't see anything really, secretive in here, right? But, yeah, it's interesting. Anyway, I do wonder. Alright, let me go back to this. So this looks like reflection data. So I assume this is the function that creates one. So it allocates just 4 bytes for some reason. That's odd that they do that. And then it has an offset to... This looks like a V table. Oh, it's an offset to whatever the struct was, I guess, that had this in it. What's this? I don't know what that is. Res anim transcript loader. That's just a string? Okay. So I don't know how the loader works. If I can figure that out, then I can figure out how I can look at the code that actually grabs this from the pack file and does something with it. And if I can do that, that's pretty cool. Because then we can actually see how the front works entirely, and we'll be able to figure out names for stuff and all that. This is just like Sonic Dream Collection. You need SIGINT to connect to the Chow Garden. Only $99.99 an hour. It's super cheap. Alright, I am curious what this is. I'm gonna be cautious about this, but... Sorry. Hey, Beater, 123 sent this. Havage. That's the official pronunciation. Havage. Thank you for that. That's beautiful. You're gonna go watch Netflix with me? Alright, cool. Thank you, Tez, for stopping by and for watching Netflix with me. Oh, you're epic. You're gonna make sure to attempt to type black market on their browsers. Nothing bad can come out of this. Right, that's something I thought about. It was weird. Can you submit a pull request on NC software? What do you guys think? You actually can, but hopefully they wouldn't. Hopefully they would notice if you're trying to add something bad to it. They knew people would go there. Yeah, I considered that. But here's the thing, right? If they thought about that, well, here's the thing that gets me, right? So they figured, they made this tweet and they figured, oh, kids are gonna go to this site. But here's the thing. Why did they make this tweet? Like, just be honest. Like, they could have tweeted any meme in the world. Like, literally anything, right? Why did they have to tweet this? Like, what did this have to do with anything that was going on at the time? This was August of 2019. Right? I can't think of anything. Like, the only thing I can think of is, well, like, there's no particular reason why they should have tweeted anything about the Chow Black Market. And they know Sonic fans. Aaron Weber, right? He knows Sonic fans. He's one himself. He understands that we're insane And if we're given a hint that something might happen, we'll immediately freak out and pretend that it's going to happen, right? Oh, okay, I don't know why that's in my... so if we hear, something even remotely related to Sonic Adventure 3, everyone goes, Sonic Adventure 3 confirmed! You know, people lose their minds. They know that, he knows that, right? So why would you tweet something like this? Unless you wanted people to think, we're gonna do something related to Chow, right? So that's the thing for me, but I don't know, I've been wrong before. But that's just one example. They also had Dreamcast swirls on Orbot's cheeks in a tweet from a few months ago that they made. And they had, there was something else that they hinted at. There's been a lot of things that are adventure related lately. It's kind of weird. You don't trust Sonic Team with Adventure Remake, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know if... That's the thing, right? People freak out about it, like, oh, Adventure Remake, it's gonna be great, but who knows if it would even be good, right? To be honest, I don't know if I can picture them really... I don't know. It's hard for me to picture them making the Adventure Remake. I think the next game is just... I think it's gonna be something new. But I do think it might have adventure gameplay. I kinda hope it does. But we'll see. And maybe also a Chow Garden, but don't count on that. I'm just guessing. I don't think so. I really don't. The only reason I say that now, because people always say that every time. Oh, there's gonna be a Chow Garden, it's gonna be adventure gameplay, and they're always wrong about it. And the only reason I'm saying that now is because, like, it just, I don't know, man. Not only does it seem like they're hinting at it, which they don't usually do like this, but it also just seems like Aaron, for example, has been pushing for wanting to get the Chow Garden to come back for years, right? So it seems like now would be about the time, if they're gonna listen at all, when they would go, oh, maybe we should try that out to see if it'll work or not, see if people would like that, right? I don't know, like, I could actually see them trying that. I don't know. At long last, hey Mexter, how you doing? Yeah, you wonder if the NSA is full of Java programmers. That's pretty humorous. I honestly think it might be, which is humorous, yes. Can you link me to the Chow Black Market? Well, it's just the URL that I showed in that tweet. But, it's not the Chow Garden, the blackmarket.com. It's all one word. Social media team did a poll asking which feature they want to return Chow Garden won by a landslide. Yeah, see, that makes sense to me. Like first of all, that's what would win. But second of all, that they would like, after hearing that, you know, and then after making forces and it not doing as well as they had hoped, I will just say that. And now they're trying to figure out how to reinvent the wheel and how to make, you know, what are we gonna do with Modern Sonic? How are we gonna make Modern Sonic good again, right? Like, that would be a prime. It'd be like, well, okay, let's try to understand our fan base again, see if we can figure out why they didn't like this one and why they like other games, right? And when they hear something like that, hey, we all want the Chow Garden to come back, they might go, okay, let's try that. You know what I mean? Like, I can see them, this would be if they're gonna do it at all, this would be a time when they would do it, I would think, right? I kind of feel like there might be an app, like a mobile app. It'll be like a Chow Garden mobile app, and it'll be like to tie us over until the next game comes out, right? But I don't know. I'm purely speculating. Let me. Oh wait, you want to do an adventure remake just to expose the cracks in the formula? In the adventure formula, you mean? Because honestly, I don't really know what cracks you're referring to. I'm not gonna act like it's perfect. It certainly isn't, but really the only issue with the adventure games that I have is that they require you to play as all these different characters, which all have their own playstyles that are like unique enough to basically be their own game, but not unique enough to where you wouldn't. I don't know how to put it. Like, okay, like for example, I'm sorry, you know, this is the example everyone goes to, but like Big. You know, did you really need fishing in a Sonic game? You know, no, we didn't, right? I know it was to test out an engine that they used in a later game and all that. I know the story behind it, I get it. But it's like, you know, that shouldn't have been in the game, right? I don't think treasure hunting needs to be in the games either. I'm sorry. I know there are people who love the treasure hunting levels, and I get it. I do get why. I can enjoy them sometimes myself. They certainly grew on me more in the SE2 playthrough, actually. I thought I would... Well, I went into them actually hating Knuckles treasure hunting stages, but believe it or not, the more I played them, the more I realized I actually didn't hate them as much as I thought. I was like, hey, these are fine. You just have to come to them with a chill mindset, right? Like, okay, we're gonna treasure hunt today, right? But they don't. I think they should have been in their own game. They shouldn't be in with the Sonic gameplay, because when you pick up a Sonic game, you're not there to go treasure hunting, right? That's what you pick up like Banjo-Kazooie for or whatever, right? You don't pick up Sonic for that. So it's like, you know, put that in and make a new game, right? Knuckles searches for the Master Emerald's pieces that he scattered around like a moron, you know, whatever. Call it that. I guess the idea is that it wouldn't sell. But so alright, so if it's not gonna, if you know, if it doesn't fit in with the main gameplay and it's not gonna sell as its own thing, I'm sorry, but like from a financial perspective, it doesn't make sense to do it. Like, just don't do it, right? So that's been their approach recently. Just don't do it. Just have Sonic beat the gameplay, right? But now that's not working out for them because the Sonic gameplay isn't good either. So they, you know, they're having trouble. But anyway, I think just the core Sonic gameplay in Sonic Adventure, just Sonic running around, spin dashing, jumping, holding tag, I think it's great. I don't really think there's any cracks in it, any major cracks anyway. It's fine. I think it's actually more solid than the boost formula, and I love the boost formula. But the boost formula has some cracks. The big one being that when you're running that fast, it's really hard to react to stuff in time for most people, even people with good reaction times. And the controls have to be basically perfect, as does the level design, because if the two aren't... Basically, it's much more reliant upon... How do I put this? Like, the level design has to be designed around the fact that you're going to be running at a super high speed. If it isn't, then it feels awkward to play, right? And it's really hard to get it just right. Sorry, the easy thing to do is to make a boost to win level. Because those are hard to mess up. Well, let me rephrase that. Those are, I keep closing these packs in the keystrip. My goodness. Those are the easiest thing that comes to mind when you're thinking about something that would actually work with the gameplay, right? But it gets boring real fast, because you just hold X. To make it fun and exciting, you have to have level design that works around the idea of running super fast in a straight line, basically, but also makes you do more than just running in a straight line, but not too much to the point where it then becomes difficult to play or awkward or something. And it's like this really kind of crazy balancing act where you have to do everything just perfectly. You have to have just enough platforming, just enough speed, just enough, you know, whatever. It has to all be just right, and if it isn't, it's not good, right? And you can do it just right, and Sonic Team has proven that multiple times, 3 times in a row, that they can do it just right. But it's really hard to do it just right. The adventure formula, I think, is harder to screw up. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I don't think it's that difficult. You just have to basically make Mario stages that have cool moments in them. And are more based around slopes and loops and momentum and that kind of stuff, right? That's basically all you have to do. If the level design isn't, you know, isn't that exciting, and you have a boring stage, right? But you don't have to, like, I don't know how to put this, like, you don't have to deal with the same sort of formula limitations that make it tricky to make the level design good, right? So it becomes easier to just make good stages. I don't know. That's my take on it. This cracks into collision. That's true. Okay, yes. Would I consider Adventure to be a mixed bag? I guess. I don't know. It definitely does feel inconsistent. It definitely feels like it's several little games sewn together into one big game, which is weird. Yeah. But I think some of the little games are. I think most of them are fun. There's only a few of them that I think are not fun. Sonic's gameplay is great, of course. Tails is pretty good. I think the racing idea makes perfect sense for Sonic, and the fact you can fly is really fun, and it's good. I like it. I think Knuckles in SA1 is actually fine. It's kind of dumb that you have to treasure hunt, but I think it's okay because of the fact that they have Tikal and the three. There's a radar going for all 3 emeralds at every given time. That's all good. The only issue I have is sorry. I also like Gamma. I think Gamma's fun to play as. Big is, why is he in the game, right? Like, I don't even hate Big. If you know what you're doing, you can actually beat all of Big's story in like 15 minutes without even really having to speedrun it that much. It's not that, like, even if you hate him, as long as you know what you're doing enough to do it like that, how can you be mad about something that only lasts about 15 minutes and then you never have to do it again? You know what I mean? Like, it's not a big deal, right? But it's just so... Why is he in the game? It doesn't make any sense, right? Like, I don't think he should have... The gameplay should have been in the game. Amy, I'm mixed on because I like the hammer attack, and I do get what they were going for, where they wanted a more slower platforming experience as well, but I just don't think it's that fun. I'm sorry, the robot chasing you throughout the whole thing is super annoying, because the robot's like a lot faster than you are, so you have to constantly, like, if you're not moving always, then you're gonna get... The robot's gonna catch up and attack you, and then you have to get all your rings back and then get some speed again, and then the robot gets you again, and it just keeps repeating, right? And you're like, just leave me alone. I'm trying to play the game. Just get out of here. Because he's not gonna kill you. You just all you need to do is keep on hold of one ring, and you're fine. But he just is constantly in your way, so it's like, get out, stop it. I see what they were going for, but it was just annoying, frustrating for me to play the Amy levels. But yeah. But Amy and Big aside, I like the rest of Adventure 1. I think it's really fun. So that's the majority of the game. I do think it's weirdly designed, though, yeah. SA2, on the other hand, I think is more tightly designed in that it only has 2 stories to pick from, and both of them have the same 3 gameplay styles, speed, flight, and treasure hunting, basically, right? Well, not flight, I guess, okay, sorry, speed levels, mech levels, and treasure hunting levels, right? That makes more sense. From a game design perspective, that's better. However, I don't find, the changes they made to the treasure hunting stages to make them a lot slower, make the radar only work one at a time, and get rid of Tikal, where you no longer have hints like that, makes it take way longer, and they make some of the levels giant, where it's impossible to find all the emerald pieces in an efficient manner, and it's all RNG now, and, I mean, it was before too, but it's, like, worse. And sometimes they're, they're frustrating. But I've grown to appreciate them more over the years. I don't hate them anymore. I just think you have to go into those treasure stages with a different mindset than you go into a traditional Sonic level. You have to think to yourself, this is gonna take a while. We're just gonna chill and just gonna have some fun, run around looking for pieces. And if you play it like that, it's fine. But I don't think it should have been the Sonic game. No, it should have been its own separate title. So that's bad. And then the mech stages, actually, I never used to think... I was always like, these are fine. And after 100% SA2, I've decided that I kind of hate them. They're just not that fun. You just kind of run forward, you hold X to blow a bunch of things, and you just keep repeating that over and over again. And you're in this big, clunky mech that controls okay, but not that great. It could be better, right? And then the speed stages are fun, but then I think that they made them more linear in SA2 than they were in SA1. Which is fine. They're still very fun, but I do think that was a little bit of a downgrade, if I'm being honest. Like if I were to make like an adventure game, I would have went the opposite direction with that, right? So all that combined, that means that I feel like SA2 is more like basically 1/3 of it is good. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, that's not good. That's So but then I feel like on an objective level, it makes more logical sense the way they streamline stuff in SA2, and it's like I see what they were thinking, and a lot of it is more polished and everything, and it feels like it's better made. So I'm very mixed on SA2. I don't know if I hate it or love it. It's kind of one of those games that I'm like, well, that's good. I think, I don't know. I feel like it's a good game, but then I never actually want to play it. It's, you know what I mean? It's like, huh. So anyway, but my point is, if that's what you're referring to with the cracks in the adventure formula, then I get it. But I don't think I don't know if that's really the adventure formula. When I'm talking about the adventure formula, I don't mean how the game is structured, where you have all these different characters, different playstyles, and different routes in the story. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Sonic's gameplay style, right? I think just Sonic's gameplay style is very tight in SA1, and in SA2, it's very good as well. I do think they made it a little more linear, but that's really the only thing they did, and it's not that big of a downgrade. It's still very fun. Like, heck yeah, I mean, like Cityscape, Meadow Harbor, Greenfort, they're freaking great levels. When people think of SA2, that's what they think of, and for good reason. Those are excellent. Like, if we're just talking about that part of SA2, it's a phenomenal game, right? Beautifully done. It's just the other stuff that's kind of like, oh boy. But, yeah, anyway, I think that would be the way for Sonic. That really is what they need to be doing here. Just take that adventure formula, right? And then if you want to, just have it be Sonic for now, all right? I know people are gonna get upset at that. And look, I love the other characters. Don't get me wrong. I love them. Seriously, I think they're all great. I want to see them come back. I want to play as them again. But I don't. For one thing, I don't think they should have their own playstyles that are that radically different. I think they should be like Sonic 3 Knuckles, where it's basically Sonic but with different abilities. Tails can fly, Knuckles can glide and punch, that kind of stuff, right? But beyond that, I just think right now Sonic Team is not going to be able to do that correctly. It's already a super big jump for them just to ask for them to make one gameplay style good, right? For a gameplay style that they haven't touched in, what, like 15 years or something crazy like that? I don't know. When was the last time they released? I guess 06. So, yeah, it's been a while. Dang. You know, asking them to return to that is already a super major undertaking, so I don't think they should have to do anything more than that right now. I think this next game, if I were to make it personally, I would say, okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take the adventure formula, the Sonic formula, right? You know, spin dashing, jumping, homing, attacking, that stuff. And we're gonna do that. We're gonna make a new engine. We're gonna really focus on getting the physics to feel good. We want it to be fluid and fun, right? We want it to play like Sonic Project Hero, basically. Like, that's basically what the aim is. And then we make a bunch of stages that are actually well designed. And that's all that we're focusing on here. The story doesn't have to be great this time. Of course, I would want it to be great, but my standards right now, that's all I'm asking for. I just want some good gameplay, good level design. That's all I'm asking, right? I think that's enough for them to do right now. In the future, they can then try to tackle the story and the other characters and stuff again. But yeah, anyway, I got on a rant, so shut up. Let me shut up now. Sorry. You got all the different UI elements for all of Yoshi's colors done. Now you gotta get them to pack and PR. Okay, nice. Are you making a Yoshi mod for SA2? That's cool. Hey, Sonic fan, that's what I'm doing. We're gonna update the modeler patch to make Sonic. What? Hi. I actually haven't worked on the mod loader in a very long time. What I would recommend using actually instead is Hedgemon Manager. This is a tool that was made by Supersonic's team in Sajid, mainly, and they basically took the design of Lost World mod loader with permission, I guess, for me, and they built a new tool out of it that supports more than just Lost World, but also supports Force Systems, generations, and all that, right? And this is being actively updated. They're updating this daily, pretty much. Well, not daily, but it's not annoying. Don't worry. But what I mean is they're working on it constantly. They're always making it better, and it's very good. So I would recommend using this. If you're having issues with Sonic Lost World mod loader, I apologize for that. But yeah, I don't know what's going on there. I haven't looked at that since I think 2016. So yeah. Game is fast. Mode change. Oh yeah, yeah. I actually enjoyed playing this game. It was fun. Tess. While watching the Jimmy Neutron. Oh boy. If you want to, go ahead. You know what? Sorry, I'm sounding like I'm saying this is a bad idea, but actually I don't think it is. But it's just funny. I just can't think right now because I'm tired. Sorry. Spoiler location zone. Yes. This is all a big. This stream is a spoiler. Let's see. Speed amazing. Mech alright. Gamma was better. Treasure hunting. You hate the life. Yeah, I kind of feel that. I don't know. I always used to feel that way. That's always how I felt about SA2. But after 100%ing it, my opinion changed, and instead, I feel like speed is great. Not amazing, but great. It's like it went down like 0.1%, right? Because I noticed how linear it was. Mech. Sorry, the treasure hunting actually went up a little bit. I appreciated it more. I still don't think it's good. I still don't think it should be in the game, but it's fine. I can enjoy treasure hunting stage every now and then. I used to hate them, but now I don't. Mech stages, I've grown to hate them. I don't want to play them. I just don't want to touch one. And like every time I see a mech stage, I'm like, I'd rather do anything else with it. I'd rather file my taxes. It'd be more exciting, is what I'm saying. Keep the girl mine. Radfordhound 2020. Oh yeah, I definitely said that. Yeah. Well, I don't know if the Jimmy Neutron movie is the best place or not, but honest, if the person we're talking about is Neil, then she wouldn't care when when someone would say that. It would be maybe even better when you're having a fun time watching a cringe movie, because she enjoys that stuff. So if you feel like something like that, go for something like that. That's all I can say. Making the recolor textures is finally done. Just putting them into the game now. Nice. Good luck with that. Alright, so sorry, I got really super sidetracked there. Apologize for this. Let me try to get back to what I was doing. Remember when this was a stream? Where I was doing something other than ranting? Sorry. But yeah, so somewhere this is really fascinating how they're doing this. So they have a, well, I don't know why it, there we go. They have this string, right? Right here, res char and script. This is the string. And obviously the pack file is going to be checking, for this string. Interesting enough, they only have one reference to it, which is this function here. It's the type info, and I'm a little confused about this if I'm being honest. Oh, I guess this is the pointer to it. Okay, when do they... That's weird that they do it like that, whatever. Do they have a point... yes, okay, here we go. So here's references to that address, so let's go find this. Sure, okay. This is a mess. Res random script pack file. Cool. So what is this? That's a pointer to the actual pack file, like the .pack. This is a name, I guess. I guess it's the name of the file, and that's a pointer to an int. I don't know. It's probably not actually a uint. It's just probably something that's 4 bytes. Because Ghidra has to guess the type names. It doesn't know the type names of the parameter. Oh, sorry. It doesn't know the names of the parameters, and it has to guess. So it sometimes gets it wrong. But you can correct it by going in and editing the function signature over here. Rad loves robot girls. This is a CNN exclusive. What? I'm just trying to. Oh, is this because I mentioned that I liked the show My Life as a Teenage Robot? Oh, yo, holy frick, Tez. Yeah, and the results, like, she hates me now. I'm so happy. I'm assuming it was good. I'm hoping it was good. You want them to bring back multiple playable characters, but make them all play similarly. Just 1 or 2 things of their own. That way, nothing feels as different. It doesn't fit in the game. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay. I think ultimately they should bring I think ultimately they should bring back the multiplayer characters thing, but they should do it like Sonic 3 and Knuckles did. And also like Project Hero is doing, right? Make it so you have, Tails and Knuckles play pretty much like Sonic, right? They have the same gameplay, they just run to the end of the level, get to the goal, that's all they're doing, right? Nothing fancy, there's no treasure hunting, right? There's no racing. Honestly, I thought the racing was fun. It fit with Sonic gameplay, it was fun, but ideally, you wouldn't even be doing that, really, unless it's an optional mission or something, right? The main gameplay, in my opinion, should just be always get to the end of the level, right? That's the fun part of Sonic, in my opinion. Just run to the end as fast as you can. That's the point. So do that with Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and whoever else you want to add in there, right? But give them all their own special abilities. So of course Tails can fly, Knuckles can glide and climb, whatever. And also give them new things, right? Like Pouch of Hero, if I remember correctly, added like bombs or something. Just cool. Smiley face. Hey, wait. This calls for like something. Hang on. Celebration GIF. Wait, I'm sorry. Celebration GIF funny. We gotta get a really, a funny one, Oh, good. It's even better than what I imagined. Yeah, yes. Put that on the screen. Yes. We're gonna need that one. Yes, we're gonna need that. We're gonna need that one. Put that in the corner. I'm too lazy to put it on the actual OBS stream. We're just gonna put it here. That's not a GIF, but okay. Yes, what the frick is this? Okay, we're gonna do that. It's perfect. We're gonna get... I'm dedicating RAM to this. Chuck E. Cheese. It's Chunky Cheese. I agree. A funny one. Funny with an I. That's how you know it's funny. Sorry. So let me, seriously, that's freaking awesome. I'm glad to hear this. Let me look into this. Start unsigned. Okay, cool. So this is get resource, and this gets a thing from a pack file. Cool. So, oh, look at this. They checked the major version number. I knew it was a version number, you hacks. Sorry. I don't even think there was a single person on the face of the earth who disagreed with me that it was a version number, but I still feel like I'm valid. I'm like, ha! I showed you! It's like, rad. Yeah. Man, you sure did. Wow. Anyway, alright, so that's the, So once they get a pointer to the data, they call a constructor on this. Res, char, anim, script, data. Okay, so they just add data to the end of the name. And then this is their class for this. And basically this is a pointer to the res, char, data, whatever, right? And actually this is confusing to me right here. Okay, they just build one of them, and it's literally just a pointer. So they don't parse it yet. What they parse is what comes from this. Okay, so where is this called at? Here we go. Okay, get energy script. Okay, good. Oh. Okay. So local 28. This is all Zavix stuff right here. Okay, let me find another function. We need a Sonic on screen? Oh, wait, hang on. Sorry, it's taking... It's worth it, trust me. What have I done? Oh gosh, why have I done that? Why? It's worse than I thought it would be! Dang it! Why? Why? That's not even the worst one. It's worse. What would you do if a loved one was at a higher risk? I don't know, but they're gonna be after watching this. I'm at a higher risk of losing my mind. What the frick is... Alright. Can we send you a Sonic Macarena GIF if you so desire? Yes. All right, let me check this out here. This music is fitting. Oh, is it? That's cool. Okay, so wait, so what's confusing me is, look at this, every time they get like a variable from this, right? And then they don't do anything with the dang variable? Oh. I guess they're storing it. I guess, oh, I don't know. Let me look at the assembly for this. So here's local 18. So they're storing, so that's register 1. So oh no, they're storing it into this pointer. Okay, now why Geedra isn't showing me that in the compilation, I will never understand. But okay, they're storing that in this pointer. Great. So then later on, they're gonna use it. This is Yoshi jump board info. Okay. All right, thanks Yoshi. So we're gonna find things that use Yoshi jump board info. Sorry. Still perplexed how both of Rad's sisters can eliminate easily, yet Rad, the Chad, the maddest of lads, is rocking it solo, unless... Nah, sadly. Sadly, the rumors are true. But, maybe someday. Let's see. So when do they, use this? They use it somewhere, but... Yoshi. I don't see anything... It's actually, like... They have an initialize function, and that's all that they really use. Oh, this is info. Okay. Well, this was probably the worst one I could have possibly found. Let's find one that isn't Yoshi. Screw Yoshi. Okay, Omo Chow. That's not much better, actually. That's actually worse. But okay, whatever. So they're saving it in at the first field within the this pointer. Great. So. I guess. Wait, no. They're storing that here? Oh, this is impossible to read. I can figure out if I really tried, but, By Legion 21, the entire stream chat, we will all go to a bar together and find... Thank you, but, you know... I don't know if that part would be that hard to find. I mean, they generally have these in a bar. Not always. Sorry. Hang on, what's this? Oh, he made a sequel. Black Havage. It's beautiful. Thank you. That's modern art. So it's postmodern art. I keep forgetting it's called that. Well, all right. I can't. Okay, so I'm wasting time. Sorry. So I'm gonna look more into ASM in a bit. What I've gathered so far, and I obviously haven't done much because I've been blabbing a lot. Sorry. What I've gotten so far from this, is basically there's two main arrays here, and the first one seems to be like a group of animations, and the second one seems to be like a list of tracks that are present within that group, within those groups, basically. And the tracks have information that basically explains how the game is supposed to sequence them up. It's all speculation, but that's what it seems to be to me, anyway. Because notice how they have like normal, and then they also have like the animation name, and then they also have like this looks like a track name or something to me, right? It's really peculiar to me that they have both. But whatever. It's very fascinating. But yeah, so each one of these structs is like, see, this is what's really weird to me. I don't entirely get what this is. They're all this long, hex 30 bytes. And, it kind of seems to me like, it just looks like random values, if I'm being honest. Like, what the frick is this? Like, notice, okay, here in this first one it's like FF000, and then this one it's 00100. Like, what the frick is that? And then here it's 0 all the way. So, these are like flags of some sort, I guess, right? But what is this 1 over here? What the frick is that, right? I guess maybe this could be a 2-byte value. It could be, I mean, it's a little endian, so it could be like 100, right? Just, which would be 1. This could be a short, right? In which case this would be -1. So if that's the case, then this would be like an index to something, right? But what is an index to? I don't frickin' know. Yeah, and then anyway, if it's at a -1, then it means it doesn't use that thing, right? So it's like either there's an index to something or it's -1, and that means it's not used, right? I don't know, maybe. That's what it looks like to me. It also looks like they're doing that up here. So we got a little bit of that figured out, but I don't know the, I don't know the whole thing yet. So I'm gonna look more into that later. I'm not giving up on that. But yeah, I feel like this is one of those things I'm gonna be able to do better, off camera actually. As weird as it sounds. Because I can focus a little better on it, right? But yeah, for now I'm gonna screw around a bit. So as the name implies, so I'm gonna try to do some code injection stuff. So this is what I said I was gonna do earlier today. So I want to show off a little bit how this works. So I've mentioned code injection before, and I think people are interested in doing it. Because here's the thing about code injection. It's very, very powerful, right? With it, you can, as I said earlier in the stream, you can effectively do anything with the game, right? And I'm not even really exaggerating when I say that. You can literally replace code in the game with your own code, right? So you can, anything that you can write code for, you can make it do, right? Which is basically anything, so it's great, right? It's very powerful. However, right, just because you theoretically, and I said this before too, but just because you theoretically can do something doesn't mean that doing that is easy or practical to do, right? So the question is what is not whether or not it's possible, right? Don't ask that, because it is possible. It's all of it is possible, right? In this case, it actually is. The question is whether or not it's practical, right? Whether or not it's actually something that's achievable that we can realistically do. We're probably not going to be able to, for example, take forces and add in like a bunch of new crazy elements to it that weren't there to begin with, like all these new objects, all of these new features, all this, you know. We can add some of those things, but when people hear code injection, I think some people immediately think of the extreme. Some people I think of stuff like, you know, dude, you're gonna port over the Wisp and you're gonna add in a drift, and you're gonna do better physics, and you're gonna have like, you know, you're gonna make it have ray tracing, and you're gonna have 8K support. You're gonna add that in, and actually that might not be that hard. That one would just be a tweak of the resolution, I guess. But anyway, you know, and you're gonna add in, you know, you're gonna port Unleash shader, you know, whatever. You can do those things. Those are possible things to do. All of those are possible. But they're not easy. They're not practical things necessarily. So I'm not gonna say those things won't happen. They very well could. But don't count on certain things, right? Don't overhype yourself is what I'm saying. Because this stuff is very, very difficult to do. So any sort of code injection that can be done is essentially like a little mini miracle, right? It's kind of like, holy frick! Code injection, you know. So even if there's not really much, to actually get something visually happening that's stable and works well and is, you know, like a big improvement is hyper impressive. So what Skype and CD have been doing is amazing stuff, and I'm very much impressed by what they've been doing. What I'm saying is just don't overhype yourself. With that said, however, I've been looking into code injection because it's something that I've always been interested in personally, but it's something that I've always kind of thought of as being like, oh, but I can't do that though. That's not for me, right? I've always thought of it like, that's a dream that I'd like to be able to do one day, but that's outside of my skill set. I don't think I really know how to do all that. I tried it before years ago. I tried using Cheat Engine and doing stuff, and I could never understand it. I was always really confused. I didn't know what the heck I was doing, and none of it was making sense really, and I didn't get anywhere with it. I'm happy to say that now I have, you know, since time has passed, you know, I have more experience with stuff now. I decided I wanted to try it again, and I'm actually I'm getting it now. I'm actually being able to do stuff, but I'm still very new to this. So there's still a lot that I have to learn, and I'm still probably, you know, I can't do too much yet. But I want to show you what I've got so far. So here's the idea behind code injection, basically. So first of all, let me explain how this even works. So essentially, I've said this earlier, but when you have code like this, right? You know, you write code in a programming language, something like, in this case, C++, right? Why the heck is that there? Okay. Anyway, so you write code in a language, generally like something like C++ or C# or whatever language, right? And then you compile it, and basically the resulting binary is very different from the code that you actually wrote, right? Programmers don't usually write binary by hand. They write code and then they generate binary through that code, right? So with that said, so Sega obviously does that too. They wrote these games in C++, and they compile them with generally just the Microsoft compiler on Windows and whatever else they use on other consoles. And so anyway, they you know, they get an exe and then they release that on the Steam and all that, right? So the thing here is basically, so frick, I gotta sneeze. It's like lingering, but it's not quite on here yet. I'm getting COVID-19. No, I'm kidding. Hang on. Oh, jeez. Okay, sorry. Professionalism. Anyway. So in an exe, the one that's generated by a compiler, right? It's literally just a bunch of bytes. It's a bunch of code that's represented as a bunch of bytes one after another. So for example, they have a function here that was originally called add game object, which adds a game object to their list of, well, game objects, right? That's currently in the scene. So they could add Sonic to this, they could add rings, they could add boxes and enemies and whatever else. You know, they call this function to do that. So they were at C++, and what was generated was this. So notice these yellow numbers on the left here. These are the bytes that's actually in the exe, right? And these are all CPU instructions. So the way they work is it's a bit complicated, but if you look up x86 opcodes, you can learn about it like that. It's basically each one of these bytes it corresponds to a thing that the CPU can do. So 55 in this case is just so happens to be the push instruction. So that means push something onto the stack, which is kind of hard to explain to, I guess. But basically it puts a number somewhere, right? That's what push does. And this, you know, whatever. There's all these different opcodes for all these different things. And these are all generated by a compiler, right? So the idea here is basically what you can do is if you can take a see, I'm explaining things poorly here, but when you start up a program, right, Windows takes the entire exe and it loads it all up into your memory, essentially, right? Well, it doesn't really do that, but it basically does that, right? And once it's in memory, it'll fix some stuff up, and then it'll basically tell the CPU, okay, start at this entry point here, whatever. It has some specific spot in the exe that it tells it to start running code at, and then it'll just start running code there, right? And then from that, and then that code can jump around to other bits of code, and it just continues to go, you know, run these instructions until you close the program, right? So if you were to, while the program was running, right, take one of these bytes and say, you know what, I don't want this to be a push. I'm going to change this byte to something else and make it another instruction instead, right? You can do that. That's valid, right? As long as the edit that you make results in code that is still valid, the CPU doesn't know the difference. It doesn't know that you edited anything, right? So you've just edited the code. And now when you run that part of the code, it's going to do a different thing, right? Because you told it to do everything now. So what's powerful about this is you can actually put in there's a special command, well there's several commands that do this, but one of them is called jump, there's another one called branch, and anyway, there's instructions you can use that tell the CPU, hey, jump to this spot in memory, and I want you to run code here now. So you could, for example, replace this push command here with a jump command that says, no. Don't run this function here. No, you want to run my function at position whatever, right? And then you can just run your own function, right? And you can basically have your own code like that, right? And doing that is called hooking a function. It's when you take something that's already there and you replace it basically with your own version of it. And it's complicated to do by yourself, but there's a lot of libraries that exist that are open source that can do it for you. One of them is actually made by Microsoft. It's called Detours, and it's very popular, and it's what I'm using. It's very simple to use. This code right here is actually the entirety of what I'm using from the Detours library. Like, this is the only thing out of my code here that is based on Detours. So that's how simple it is to use. You're just basically telling it, hey, we're gonna do a thing now. We're gonna, on this thread, we're going to take a certain function, and we're going to attach my hook to it instead, basically, right? And then, alright, I'm done now, right? And that's all that this does. So it just hooks a function, basically, right? Anyway, so with that said, I'm sorry, I'm doing a really bad job explaining this. I don't have, like, obviously this isn't scripted. I don't know how to explain this so well. I want to I want to word this in a way that makes sense to most people, even people who don't really understand programming that well. And I feel like I'm doing a poor job of that, but I'm trying to explain it my best. So, anyway, the idea is that you're basically taking these instructions in memory and you're editing them just to your own instructions. So the way that this actually works under the hood is kind of complicated too. Beyond just what Detours does, which is just hooking the function, there's also the issue of how do you actually do that? Because here's the thing, the game is a file that's being run from the exe. Yeah, okay, like you've got the exe and you run that, and that's where all the code is, right? The game is not programmed to do anything other than what's inside that exe. So how do you make the game do something other than what's in the exe without editing the exe, right? Obviously, you could edit the exe, but that's not ideal for a lot of reasons, because then you have to actually... How do you release a mod that people can enable in their mod loader like this? That's an exe edit. How would you do that? Right? Would you have to make the mod loader patch the exe all the time? What if it messes up and accidentally corrupts your exe, right? Like, there's a lot that can go wrong, and it's just not ideal. You don't want to do it like that if possible. So what's a good way you could do it, right? So basically, the way that the mod loader does it, and I just want to explain this because I think it's interesting. It's very fascinating to me. So I think a better example would be Forces, because I understand how it works with Forces better. So the way it works in Forces anyway is you have Forces.exe, right? And Forces.exe just by default loads a DLL called d3d11.dll. At least, well, I can't. I guess I deinstalled it, right? Okay, anyway, it loads a DLL called d3d11.dll basically, and that DLL has a bunch of code in it that Forces calls upon to handle rendering. It's DirectX 11 stuff, basically, right? So what, basically, in a nutshell, what the Forces mod loader does is it replaces that D311 DLL with a custom DLL that basically acts exactly the same as the normal one, has all the same code from the normal one, but then also has a new function of its own. No, it also has a new code of its own that gets run when Forces tries to run this. And the new code is what kicks in and basically then hooks the cryware functions to tell it to load your mod files instead of the CPK data. So that's kind of how that works in a nutshell. So what's cool about this is that mod loader, once that's running, can then do anything at once. So they've also, Sajid and Skythe and everyone behind the mod loaders have also programmed in the ability to where the mod loader can then go and load its own DLLs and then run code from them as well, and it can continue to do that. So you can make mods that have DLLs, that ship with DLLs basically, right? And then when you start the game with that mod enabled, your code will run, which is really powerful and awesome. So that's what we're talking about here. Okay, with that said, oh yo, hey David. Oh dang, sorry about that. I don't. Well, I guess I don't know why I'm apologizing. It's not my fault, but that's dumb that YouTube did that. Thanks for letting me know about it. Anyway, sorry. But yeah, you always forget people actually use just to make games. It's so cool. Sounds hard though. Yeah, I mean it is, but it's not. It's not once you get an engine going, it's not really that hard because you have like functions that you can call upon. Like you could just basically say like, oh, I want to draw a sprite. I'm gonna call my draw sprite function. You know. oh, I want to get input. Oh, I can just call my get input function, you know, whatever. And so it's not usually that hard to actually to program the game logic. The hard part is the engine, right? It's like, how do I get it to draw on the screen, you know? But anyway, sorry. Back on top of here. So I think I explained that horribly. Sorry about that. But that's basically how this works. So you've got a clever hack that's being done by the mod loader, which is basically taking advantage of something that the game does. So it's taking one of the DLLs that the game loads normally, and it's basically replicating it and telling it to do something else in addition to the normal stuff that it's supposed to do. So what's cool about that is, here's the thing. Normally on Windows, processes are protected, where like if you run Santa Claus World, for example, Santa Claus World gets assigned its own virtual memory space. It's like its own pretend area in your computer's RAM that only Lost World is allowed to access. No other programs are really allowed to touch that data because it's Lost World's memory, right? But here's the thing. When Lost World loads a DLL, that DLL is now considered part of Lost World. It's now part of Lost World's code, essentially, right? So the DLL is allowed to access the memory that Lost World is allowed to access. If it wasn't, DLLs wouldn't really work that well, because say you want to call a function from a DLL and you want to pass it a pointer, and the pointer is pointing to memory that's used by Lost World. If the DLL wasn't allowed to access Lost World's memory, then it would just crash trying to do anything with that pointer, right? So DLLs would be very unhelpful if they weren't able to do this. Anyway, yeah, when you load a DLL, it gets access to all of the game's memory. So because of that, because they're spoofing a DLL the game is supposed to load, when the mod loader DLL gets loaded, the mod loader now has access to everything that Lost World's memory, and same with forces and gens and all that, right? So it's allowed to edit whatever it wants, and your mods, by extension, are allowed to do the same thing. So it's pretty cool. Anyway, with that said, so there's really little documentation on the internet on how to do this. By really little, I mean there's basically none. The closest thing you have to documentation on how to make a DLL mod on the internet, the closest thing I've found is there's two repositories. There's Skyte's DLL mods repository, which is a GitHub repo that just has a bunch of it's just code he released for a bunch of his mods. So here's the Lost World Quick Boot mod that he made. Here's the code behind that, so you can see how the Quick Boot mod works. And there's also Sajid's. If you Sajid also has a DLL mod repository, which currently only has, I think, the double jump mod. Yeah, it has the his double jump mod for Generations. And so you can see how that works. Here's the code for that. So these two repositories are great because you can look at them to see how a DLL mod would work, and then you can just replicate that and do that yourself, right? And you can use that as basic documentation to figure out how to make a DLL mod. So that's very helpful, but it's not true documentation, right? It's just kind of they're both helpful examples, right? But that's there's no real documentation of this on the internet, which is kind of whack. There probably should be. No one's bothered to write any yet. And to be honest, I don't know how this all works myself. I've had to guess based on this code and based on what I've been told from Skype and Sajid and Super 17 and other people who have worked more closely on the mod loader and stuff. I have yet to ask them more about specifics. In fact, I just found out stuff today that I never knew about it, because no one told me. So it's kind of secretive. It probably would be better if there was documentation for this. So I guess what I'm going at with all of this is I'd like to try to explain what I've learned about this and how some of this works. So I have some kind of actually disastrous mess, right, of code here. Let me get rid of this whole comment section because we don't need this anymore. I've made a very simple DLL mod for Lost World. It's nothing fancy, but well, it kind of is. It's kind of cool. I want to show you what it does. It's not anything that's like groundbreaking or useful or funny or anything like that. It's just kind of fascinating. So what it does is, let me show you here. I'm just gonna start the game normally. All right. So and also let me see if yeah, the game's muted. Hang on. You know what? I'll keep it muted, because then I don't have to keep on pausing the music every time. That's more convenient. Okay, so what it does is literally, it's very simple. So every second as the game is running, the DLL is currently injected, and it's checking to see if I'm pressing the F1 key every second. And if I do press the F1 key, it's going to run some code. So let me press the F1 key. Now don't worry, it won't actually delete the data. I just picked that as an example, but yeah, it just brings up a text dialog, right? And if you bring up several of them, by the way, the game doesn't know how to handle that. And as soon as you try to... Yeah, it crashes. So yeah, not exactly revolutionary code by any means, but it shows an example of how you can do code injection. And it's something that I wrote, which I'm happy about because I've never actually successfully done this before until now, so this is cool. So the way that this works, there's a few things you need to know about DLL modding. So first of all, you need to know how to program in C++, at least have a basic understanding of the basics of programming. You need to understand like functions, if statements, variables and variable types, preferably also pointers and some concepts like the stack. Before you're really going to be able to understand some of this. So I'm kind of going to assume you know that when I explain this stuff, because trying to explain all that right now would make this stream like a lot longer than it needs to be. But anyway, because there's tons of resources on the internet for that stuff, right? And it's not as hard to learn as it might sound like it is. But anyway, so with that said, DLLs, as I think a lot of programmers are pretty much already know this. Not everyone does, I guess. DLLs are essentially, they're just blobs of code that can be called upon basically by other blobs of code, or in this case, generally programs, right? So in this case, we have the Lost World code loader, or Lost Code Loader as it's called, which is being run by Sonic Lost World because it's been injected into the game, right? And it's calling. It actually goes to call several functions in all of the DLL mods that are currently enabled. So one of them that it calls is called init. When the game first starts up, the Lost Code Loader will call a function in any mod that's currently enabled called init. So this one right here will run when the game is first started. So if I actually start up the game again, and I'll tab over to the console that popped up here from Lost Code Loader, you can see if you scroll up. See where it says mod initialized over here? Oh, well, sorry. See what it says mod initialized right here? Yeah, so my mod is programmed, as you can see right over here, to when this init function is called, it's going to print mod initialized to the console. So that's what it did, right? There it is. So the init function was called right then. So it's literally called as soon as the game begins. It's actually, I think, before the game window even shows up. So this is genuinely like an init function, if I can speak. This is genuinely like you would use this to set up your mod, right? So then there's also this onFrame function. I didn't know this existed until today. Sky told me today, and I was like, what? How long has that been a thing? He's like, forever. I'm like, what? No one told me. There's a function called onFrame that Lost Code Loader is programmed to call every frame. So every frame that the game is updating or drawing or whatever, Lost Code Loader is at the end of the frame or beginning, I don't know when, some point during the frame, it's going to call this function. So you can put your update loop stuff here. So here I have some code that just very simply checks to see if you're hitting the F1 key. And if you are, I'm calling a function, which is going to pop up a message box, which is the one that I showed you, the one that asks if you want to delete your save data, basically. So that's all that there is to that, really. The tricky part about it is, so how did I call this function? Where did I get this function from, right? So this is where Geeger and everything comes in. So here's the deal. Remember, Lost World is a big blob of code, just like any program is pretty much. So if we can find the position of of some code that we want to run, we can call it. And C++ is very powerful. Here's the deal, right? Let me try to explain this. C++ is a concept of pointers, which if you don't know, I recommend looking that up. Very briefly, a pointer is essentially a number that represents the position of something, generally in memory, right? So it points to that something, you could say, right? That's why it's called a pointer. you can have pointers to pretty much anything you can imagine, to data, you know, and also to functions, whatever else you want, right? Pointers that point to functions are generally called function pointers. I know, brilliant. No one ever. How did they come to that name? Yeah, anyway, you can use them here. So basically, the idea is, say you want to call this function right here, right? Add game object. This one, which has all this code here. Then it adds a game object, right? Say we want to add a game object to Lost Worlds list. So we want to call this function ourselves. What we can do is we can find the position of the function, which we can see here is this hex address, 90B3CO, right? We can copy that, and we can go over here, and basically we can do some trickery where we run it. So let me show you a really simple way to do it first, and then I'll explain more what I'm doing here. So in SHAMELESS you can have function pointers, and the way they work is you say, well, there's several ways to do it. An easy one would probably be more like this. You know, I actually always forget the syntax, but basically it's like my function pointer equals, and then you say, so you're going to say the return type, calling convention, and then pointer, and then you're going to have the parameters. So this function takes a game document called this, and then it also takes a game object. So because I don't actually have classes for this yet, I'm just going to say that they're void game document and game object, right? Okay, there you go. So now we have a function pointer that can be used to call a function that has it's set up like this. So it returns a void and it takes 2 arguments and it's at this call, right? Actually, I'm gonna call this. I'm sorry. So we need to make an instance of it, and what we can do is we can say this, basically. And just like that, what we've done here is we've said, hey, there's a function that looks like this, right? And we made an instance, we made a variable that can point to a function like that, and then we've set the value of that variable to this, which happens to be the position of this function here, right? So then what we can do is we can call it. So we can say pass in whatever, null for this, and for my game object, pass in whatever, foo, right? Foo doesn't exist, but pretend it does, right? And just like this, we can call a function from the game, right? Which is great. So that's how you do that in SHAMELESS. It's very powerful, and you can do anything with it pretty much, right? You can tell it to call any function from the game with any arguments or whatever you want, and as long as you do so in a way that's going to line up properly in the resulting binary with what the game has, it will work, which is cool. With that said, though, that's kind of a pain to do that every time, isn't it? So, and it's actually a little more complicated than that too. For one thing, this address isn't actually going to be where it's at in memory. It's going to be somewhere else because of memory complications and stuff. And this call thing makes this really complicated. That's a whole other thing. It's hard to get into, but. Anyway, so it's a little more complicated than that, and that's a bit tedious right about like that. So what I've done is I've written a very simple header where I have a bunch of macros in it, and what the macros do is they just allow me to basically write all that code for me. So instead of me having to actually go out and write that code every time, I can write some simple macro calls, and then it'll write the rest for me based on the information I pass to the macros. So here I have a header called lostworldbindings.h, which takes that header over here that I wrote, and it uses it to basically build a code for me. So you can see here I have a bunch of class definitions, and I have function pointers, which I'm defining using this thing here. So the way that this macro works is you give it the address. So let's say this is my address. And because of Lost World Trickery, we're going to have to use a thing called ASLR, but just don't question that. That just fixes the address for Lost World. Anyway, so then we have the calling convention. For this function, it's, well, this is a bad example. Let me get a better one here. Frick. Sorry, hang on. I'm a bit lost. It should be up above this. There's so many functions, I'm sorry. I know I can search, but again, it takes a long time. Here we go. HUD, and then it's down here. Okay. Open general window. So this is a simple one. So I already have a function definition for this, but, well, here, let me just show you what it does. here's my function definition for it. So this function is at, if you go over here, you can see it's at position, it's at hex 50A7DO. So that's the address, 50A7DO. So it's a C declaration. The calling convention is a really confusing thing that's hard to explain, but it's basically the way that the function works in terms of binary. There's like different ones to pick from. Really, the important ones that you're going to want to use most of the time are C declaration, which is the normal one. That's like the default one that's supposed to be used always, but sometimes the compiler decides to do other ones. Especially Microsoft's compilers, they love to do other ones. Then there's also fast call, which is like an optimized version of C declaration. And that one is used sometimes when the compiler finds a way, thinks that it can optimize it better by using this. And there's also this call, which is used by every function that is a part of a class. So every function that has a this pointer associated with it. Yeah, those are the three ones you really need to care about. You don't usually ever need to... The others aren't usually that frequently used from my experience, but anyway. So you figure out the calling convention and then you put it here, so C declaration. It returns void, so I put that here. It's called up in general window, I put that here, and then afterwards I have all the arguments. So this one takes 3. The user doesn't know the names of them, but I figured out what they are. So the first one's a char pointer, it's the group key, so I called it group key. The second one's a char pointer as well, I called it the cell key, so I called it that. And the third one is actually an enum, called window type, and the window type can be basically allows. This is what I figured out of the window type so far. It determines what type of window is going to pop up. You can have a window with an OK button, a yes or no button, or a time button, or whatever else, right? And you just what this function does, as the name might imply, is it opens a window, right? So what it'll do is it'll pop up a window, like a little dialog, right? With the parameters that you give to it. So it'll put some text on it based on this. I'll get to that in a second. And then it'll set up the buttons using this, right? So yeah, so when I write out this macro, when I hover over here, you can see the code that was auto-generated for me based on the macro. Look at all that code. I didn't have to write all of that code, right? All I had to write was the macro and then this, right? Which wasn't that hard to write. I basically just kind of copy-pasted what was in Geecher and then edited it a bit, right? And yeah, it generates the rest for me. So now, if I want to hook that, I have another macro called hbhook. So the way this works is you just copy paste one of these that you want to hook, right? You replace this part with hbhook, and then you get rid of the address part. And now you put your code here. So that's what I did down here, as you can see. So my code here just it prints this to the console because I wanted to. Also, let me add an end line to that. And then it calls the original function, which is being hooked. So I want my so this is a bad example because this one doesn't actually change anything about the function being called, but basically in your hook you can make it do your own custom code, right? And then after your custom code you can call the original one still, right? Or before, or whenever you want to do it, right? It also doesn't need to return until it gets void. Anyway, sorry. So this is just going to call the original function that hasn't been hooked yet. It's going to call the one from the game, right? And then it'll continue on from there. So then all you need to do to make that hook take effect is you need to somewhere in your code put a thing that says install hook, and then you say the name of the function. So here, open general window, right? And that'll make detours install the hook in for you and everything. So I just call this function here inside of my init function right here. See? And yeah, it's I probably made it sound super complicated and convoluted. I'm sure it was a nightmare. People were like, "What the frick, Rat?" But it's not really that complicated actually once you start getting into it. So yeah, so from this point on, writing code to hook stuff is really easy now that I have these macros and stuff. So I'm trying to basically figure out as much as I can about the exe and add all that information to this header, but obviously it's very ambitious and I don't think I'm going to get through the whole game. To club something scary, GameMaker uses it for... Yeah, it is frightening. It's not fun. Now actually, something really fast on that. Lost World is 32-bit. And 32-bit programs, the calling convention is very important on 32-bit programs. On 64-bit, basically, when people made x86 64, they thought about how they were going to design it, and they thought about x86 and what they could have done better with x86, and they went, you know what was awful about 32-bit x86 programs? You know what was freaking awful and everyone hated it? Calling conventions, like this call, fast call, all that. It was freaking awful. It was a nightmare, so they decided to get rid of that. So on x64, there's actually one official calling convention. It's just called fast call, and that's it. That's the only one that exists, to my knowledge. So if you're dealing with if you're trying to code inject a 64-bit program, it's actually a heck of a lot easier, because you don't need to worry about that at all. You can literally just do that basically. The calling convention does not matter. It's always going to be fast call. But on 32-bit programs, it does matter. So you have to make sure you get that right. Anyway, sorry. Let me shut up now. So with that said, let me show you what's cool about this. You can do pretty much anything you want with this. So. I said I would explain the group in Selkie. Let me do that real fast. Do you remember in Forces, how you had, let me show you real fast. Anyone who's ever modded Forces, should be familiar with this if you've done text editing stuff. So I have a program called Hedge the Envars Editor that I made a long time ago. With the help of CG. He actually did most of it. Well, I wrote the code that read and would read and write the CNVAR's text files, and Sajid wrote the QE. Anyway, you have these sheets, right? And then they have groups, and then the groups have cells. So they have a common group here, and then the common group has all these cells, and the cells all have their own individual text. So like, whatever, W1A01, that's A gate, and so here it is, A gate, right? Xbox Live Internet time. Oh, it says connection timed out. Okay, whatever. They just have all. It's just text, right? You reach the maximum number of avatars. No new one's gonna be whatever. So the game does it like this because this way they can translate it easily. So they can just program the game to say, "Hey, get me the cell called." Well, actually, I just lost it, but okay, give me the cell called common info autosave within the common group. And then give me the text that corresponds to that, right? And the text itself can be in any language. It doesn't matter, as long as the names are the same, right? So that's cool. So they can translate it very easily just by making different files. Anyway, the Lost World does the same thing. I don't have a proper editor for Lost World, but it also has this group cell layout. And if you open up a file from Lost World, go pull one up here. Sorry if I'm boring the crap out of you guys, by the way. I feel like I am. Here we go. So Lost World also does this, and it also has these cells and everything. And the cells correspond to text. So obviously we don't have a tool to edit these yet, because I haven't gotten to that yet, but we can just look at the binary. So if I want to find like some text in here, what's some good text? Okay, what's this, bomb? Let me see if I can find the start of some text that's cool that I might want to use. Well, anyway, okay, let me just show you what it does first. So there's a group called title. In this, pretend that the group is like here, right? They have a group called title, and then they have this cell called new game, and then the text that corresponds to that says basically, do you want to delete, you want to make a new game, all of your save data will be deleted, and then yes, so that's what I'm doing here. So you can also change this to something else. Here's another one I remember seeing. And you can run this, and that'll make it the window that pops up when you hit F1 say the release warning text instead, which is what is it actually? Hang on. Gonna do some freaking ridiculous reverse engineering just to figure out. It's this text. When you wisp away an item via Miiverse, oh geez, your Mii nickname and message will also be sent to other players. By the way, this is in the PC version. They left in the Miiverse text. I find that kind of funny. Anyway, okay, yeah, let's have it say that instead. So, compile that. Actually, I set up Visual Studio so that I set up this project so that if I just hit F5 or click here, it'll build a DLL, and then when the DLL is done building, it'll run Lost World for me automatically. So I don't actually have to copy it over and everything every time. It'll automatically copy the DLL to the right place and then start up the game for me, which is very helpful and it saves all the time. What's also cool is when it starts up the game, it starts the game through the Visual Studio debugger, which is beautiful. I can hit pause at any time, and then I can look at the current memory state of Lost World up here. I can see the memory of Lost World, right? And I can see a disassembly of the instructions and everything, which is super helpful, as you might imagine, right? Also, I can put breakpoints on parts of my code. So I can put a breakpoint right here, right? And then whenever the code hits, whenever the code tries to run this, whenever this part tries to run, and that breakpoint is then hit, right? It'll pause the game basically, and it'll go over to Visual Studio and show me the current state of everything. So I can show you that right now. So if I hit F1, it's gonna break. Yeah, and here we go. So it hit the breakpoint. So now I can see the current status of everything. So I can see that it did in fact run the onFrame function. It checked this, and it determined it was in fact true, and now I can see this, right? So I can get rid of that breakpoint, and I can, oh, I didn't hook it this time, okay. But I can go in and edit this in real time, which is really cool. So, let me just run this normally first off. When you whisper an item via Miiverse, your me nickname and the message will also, yeah, it's this whole text. So this will now run every time I hit F1, which is kind of funny. Anyway, in addition to that, I can also, let me put a breakpoint there just so it'll pause the game real fast. What's really awesome about Visual Studio, look at this, ready? So when the program is paused, like it is right now, it's in a pause state, right? Because it hit that breakpoint, and so it's asking me if I want to continue, right? When it's paused, get this, you can edit the code and then hit continue. Let me show you real fast. So I'm gonna make it, instead of yes or no, I'm gonna make it a okay box. So it's just gonna have okay as the option, right? You can edit the code and then continue, and what it'll do is it'll recompile your code for you and then re-inject the compilation of the code back into the exe in real time. And I didn't even have to tell it to do that. Like, I didn't have to like tell Visual Studio how to do all that. It just knows how to do it. It's so good. So now when I hit F1, see, it's now got an OK button instead of yes or no. So I didn't actually have to restart the game to test that. I can test code changes in real time. So like right now I can be like, you know, okay, F1, and then you know what? I want this to instead say, oh, let's see, what's another one from the world map that we could use? all can hear me now. Because OBS is actually working now, maybe. Let me know if you can. Hi, so this is super unprofessional. I apologize for this. So I don't know what the frick happened. I actually don't know what happened. It's like for some reason my screen, I'm not even joking, both of my screens just went black. Hey, you can hear me, wonderful, awesome. Okay, both of my screens went black for like 5 seconds or so, and then came back on. Well, no, then the first one came back on. The second one is still off. It's not turning back on, but it has a power icon on it. Like, it's when I hit the power button, it lights up, so I can see that the monitor is in fact getting power, but the screen is not showing anything on it. And yeah, if I press like the if I press like the menu options on it, I can see stuff on the screen. So the screen isn't broken, it's working, but I can't. There's no display, and I don't know why that happened. And so my PC also is not detecting that I have a second monitor, hence why OBS is here, and you can see it, and it's unprofessional as heck. It's not letting me drag Windows over there. It doesn't know that a second monitor is plugged in. Also, Chrome and OBS both crashed. And apparently it also crashed my microphone driver, which is why there was no audio when I was talking. So I had to unplug my mic and plug that back in and restart OBS again to get that to work. I really should restart my PC. But we're going to try this out here. Let me see if I can get my second monitor to work real fast. I think if I can plug this in, it'll work. I think like maybe the cable is loose or something. Hang on. This is super unprofessional. I apologize. Give me a second to do this. Okay, it's working. Explorer.exe died, though. Oh, gosh. Alright, well, anyway, it's working now, I think. So let's, Ooh, this doesn't look good. What the frick is going on? The NSA is trying to shut me down. They caught my injecting. That's the only valid explanation for this, yeah. The freaking NSA is like, you cannot hack Sonic Forces. That is not okay. When we made Ghidra, we did not anticipate you freaking hackers using it for your nefarious modding purposes. You're gonna make Sonic orange? What is this? What level of crime even is that? Oh, that looks really good. Look at that. Oh man, that looks... Alright, so we're gonna let me show you a programming trick. Well, not a programming trick, just a nerd trick. I'm such a nerd. Alright, if ever oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. All right, okay. Yeah, does it work though? Okay. Why is it lagging? It's freaking CMD. What is going on? Okay, kill Explorer and then open it again. And that fixes a lot of issues. But will it fix run? It looks like it actually might have. But no, the driver is still borked. Okay, so what I'm assuming happened is I think my graphics card driver just freaking died. And Windows is in a state right now where it's like, ah! It's on life support, right? Let's look at some programs. Oh, yeah, that looks good. Yeah, that looks like it's supposed to look. Yeah, Okay, What's up with the furry dragon? That's Ghidra, but for some reason it became a furry dragon. It's not supposed to be a furry dragon. It's supposed to be like a cool falcon or something, but it became a furry dragon. So, we're gonna restart Windows. And it's also wanting to install a dang update. So that's probably gonna take some time. So I apologize for how unprofessional this is. We're gonna restart Windows and we're gonna hope it works. And I'll be back in give me like 5 minutes. Because it might take forever to install the update. I don't know. Let me save this first. If it'll let me. Oh geez. Isn't Windows 10 so stable? My goodness. I don't know what happened. I think my graphics card driver died. I think that's what happened. But there's no reason that it should have died. Like, I wasn't doing anything that fancy. Well, okay, I was shutting off the code injection, but I've done that a billion times and never had any issue. Like, I don't know why it died. Why are there furries on my computer? I'm sorry, they're supposed to only be on your computer. I'm sorry. Well, alright. I like that typing is really lagging now, too. Like it's freaking keylogging it or something. Maybe it is, I don't know. Maybe the NSA is keylogging me. Maybe that's what this is about. Alright, well, if I can save this text file... Oh, jeez. Okay, it's so slow! Alright, hang on. This was actually meant to be a Forces thing, but whatever. Just save it and we'll move it later. Come on, let me type. Yeah, that's fine. You're keylogging me? Oh, I knew it. I knew it! Taz wanted to know what I was looking up. Dang it. You could've just asked, dude. I would've told you. Okay, and we're gonna close this. Yes, I do wanna, Talk on it. Okay, oh, you could still click on things, it just doesn't... You just can't see it. Okay, you have to rely on muscle memory. It's all an illusion caused by the Phantom Ruby. Sorry, I know this is unprofessional. It's like I'm just having fun with this. Oh, look at this. It's what the freak? Don't mind this. That's just art right there. Okay, we're gonna restart now. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I apologize. Windows is freaking. Oops, I didn't mean to open that. Windows is having a moment, as you can see. It's not letting me do anything. Which one would you like to save to your toolchest? None. That's my only option. I'm not allowed to save, I guess. Oh. Well, actually, none. I don't need to save any changes right now. I already saved. Uh-oh, no. Oh. Oh no. Okay, I'll be gonna restart real fast. I'll be right back. Right through gravity. Oh. Oh, that's good. I like when it does that to me. Yeah. Okay. Right through gravity. Just right through what Earth planned. Wait, I have a certain order that I always open the chat in. This is a very professional stream. Alright, let's go do that. And then... Mixer. Yes, I know. Thank you. Pop it out. And then we pop that out. A high mule. Did like the power go out or something? Cause like I'm having some technical difficulties tonight. Holy frick. Anyway, sorry. How you doing? Let me read the chat in a second. Pull this over here. And we'll get YouTube going. I think my computer got COVID-19. No, it's just the NSA wants to shut me down because I've been modding. Anyway. Hi. Alright, we're back, I guess. Who wants to go Rama? What? Probably don't do that. Rat is dead. Hey, I'm joking, of course. Let's get a good song. There we go. That's better. Alright, now we're going. Hey! Rad! Hi, I'm back. I lived. Azuka tried to shoot me down. But I lived. I'm sorry, I'm gonna actually scare my family. Alright, so let's get back to what we're doing then, shall we? Which of course was world domination. No, it was just messing with Sonic Lost World, jeez! Also, did that say it was demonetized? Let me look at that actually real fast. What the frick did that say? No, not that YouTube studio, the other YouTube studio. Yeah, limited. This video is not Okay, this video is running limited or no ads due to content identified as not suitable for most advertisers. What? It doesn't even tell me why. It's just not suitable. Alright, is it because I mentioned COVID-19? Or is it because it has cracking in the title? Or is it because Sonic is offensive? Whatever. Alright, I'm sorry about that. That was super unprofessional. How you doing? We're back. We lived. So now that my PC is working correctly and we've got the new Windows 10 update that changed so much. I think it was just a security patch. But anyway. Let's get back to what I was doing. So anyway, it's like nothing ever happened. So yeah, you could code injection. It's fun. Let me go back to what I was doing here. How's ASM's been going? It's been going fine. I have a spec that I wrote up for that. I tried to save it. I don't know if I was able to because my computer was acting up, like I've never seen it do before. It did save it, but I made a typo because I had to type it blind, because it wasn't showing me the contents of the text box that I was typing into. But okay, and I also saved it in here, and I meant to put it into the Forces directory. And also, I meant ASM. Anyway, but it did work. So yeah, so I didn't. There's not much contents of the spec, but I have enough of it figured out now to where it shouldn't take too long before we can actually edit them. Anyway, code injection. So what I was trying to say before I got cut off so abruptly. Hang on, let me read the chat first. Hey, Rakila, how you doing? I don't know read this. Whoa, it's a fancy hi. You could have said 20 did you buy a commission, you think? You know what I'm saying that here, but hi, just kidding. I'm glad it's fun friends, smiley face. I'm sorry, but yeah, if you wanna, I mean, you know, you don't have to spend it on us. I appreciate that. That was very nice. Thank you so much. You buy commission the moment you can to make Radfordhound into a furry dragon. Oh, that's gonna be hot. Can't wait to see that. The only way on the internet to have someone not call you a furry is to just outright basically act as though you're a furry. And then for some reason, that does the opposite. The internet is very, very intelligent sometimes. Alright, so, anyway, so what I was saying before was I have it set up, I'm doing code injection, right? So I have it set up so that, you can run, whatever, you can take Lost World of Forces or whatever game basically, right? And while you're running it, you can run it through VS and the VS debugger and all that, right? And when you can set breakpoints. So when it hits a breakpoint, you can actually see the contents of memory of Lost World. You can see the registers. You can see the disassembly of the game in memory. You can see all that good stuff. And you can even, and this is the cool part, you can even go in here and actually edit the code of what you wrote in real time. So you can make this a yes/no box instead of an OK box, and then hit OK. And Visual Studio will recompile the DLL in real time and inject that back into the exe as though nothing even happened. And then it'll just continue leaving off from where it was going to be. So what I've done here is I've made a dead simple, a very basic DLL mod. That just every frame while the game is running, every second, it runs a function called onFrame, which is called by Lost Code Loader, which is the mod loader, right? And basically that onFrame function, as you can see here, just checks to see if I'm hitting F1, and if I do hit F1, it calls a function from the game called Open General Window, which will do this. Oh, hang on, let me get rid of the breakpoint, sir. It'll do this. When you wish away an item via Miiverse, your Mii nickname and message will also be sent to other players. Wish away items may come back changed into better item, whatever. And yeah, you can just you can do that anywhere. You can even do it in levels. It's kind of fun. Like I can be running through Tropical Coast 1 and then hit F1 and There it is. As I'm playing the game, which is kind of fun. If you actually jump, by the way, it'll act as though you hit yes, which I find kind of hilarious for some reason. Like, obviously that makes sense, but it's kind of fun. It does break though. If you hit F1 multiple times, the game is now in a borked state just by doing that, because it doesn't understand the idea of there being more than one message box at a time. So when you do 2 of them at once, it will start to freak out. So when you close the first one, it now doesn't know what to do anymore, and it's now in a glitched state, and anything can happen at this point. It often crashes. I'm actually surprised it's not crashing yet. Can I? Oh no. Okay, well somehow it seems like it's fixed itself. Okay, well that's good. But usually it crashes when you do that, so don't hit it multiple times. But anyway, yeah. So that's code injection. It's really cool, and you can make it. You could basically do anything you want with it. That was a really simple example, but you could theoretically change the game in any way you want. But of course, it's a question of whether or not it's practical to do it. Anything is possible here. So the argument of, don't ask, is it possible? Because the answer is yes, it is. It's all possible. You could do anything here. It's all possible. The question is it practical? Can I realistically do this? Right? A lot of things are hard to do. Just getting that text box to show up was really freaking hard. It took me a long time to get that to work. Well, no, actually, no, it didn't. It took me about 2 or 3 days, maybe. But it wasn't the whole day. It was like, a few hours each day. And it only took that long because I've never done this in my life before. I've never done code injection. Well, I've tried, and that's not true. I tried it in the past, but I was never successful at it. I was never able to actually get it to work. This is the first time in my life that I've ever actually succeeded at it. So, that's why it took me 2 days. Normally, it would take a more experienced, programmer and code injector and all that. Probably only a couple of hours to get that to work. But anyway, so this is Ghidra. I've mentioned it earlier in this. I don't know how many people here who are watching who were here before. Yeah, it seems like there's some people here who joined after I restarted my PC, because apparently what happened when I was streaming, YouTube apparently decided that it didn't want to notify anyone that I was streaming, as David told me. So I don't think a lot of people even got the notification, but I think when I restarted the computer, because of everything crashing and freaking out like I've never seen before, it seems like when I restarted the stream like that, it sent out the notification because there's more people now, which is cool. Hi, everyone. But yeah, if you're just now joining in, you're probably confused. Sorry. You're surprised somebody tried putting criticism on the last word? I did, actually, a long time ago. And it worked out okay, but, it wasn't great. I can show you, what it looked like while I'm, reading the rest of the chat. Miiverse, best social media. I agree. Who doesn't like Miiverse? I actually liked Miiverse. We get quick boot going too. So here's the mod that I made a while ago. I never finished it, but this was like Spectrum V1. This is before it became a Forces mod. It used to be a Lost World mod. I've showed this on stream before, and I've mentioned this several times, but not everyone knows it. I kind of liked how I did this. There were like little parkourable moments. It actually, like you would think it would play horribly. It doesn't play that badly. Like, it actually works pretty well, which kind of surprised me actually when I made this. I was like, I don't know if the gameplay's gonna work, but it's all right. But obviously it could be, better. The Lost World gameplay doesn't really, mix well with the boost stages. You have to basically spin dash constantly, and there's this, which doesn't work as intended. It did at one point. I don't remember what I did that broke it. I changed something to try to make it work better, and I accidentally made it work worse, and then I tried to undo that change, and somehow wasn't able to, and I guess I didn't back it up, so whoops. That was years ago. I was obviously less experienced, but yeah, this is a project I was doing at one point. And as you can see, I had the whole Tropical Resort 1, and I also had the second act. I'll just beat the stage first. By the way, I can pull up this while I'm playing it. Because I have both mods enabled at once. That's kind of funny. Spectrum, but with the test bed. The first road streamer watched. Nice. Oh, I also made it so you could skip the springs and jump at just the right spot to get a 1-up, which was kind of fun, but I don't know, it's not... That does feel a little weird to do correctly. Does this work? I think it works! Yeah, there's a Knight's Dash hoop there, but the model is not present in the object pack, so it's invisible. So I didn't remember if it was there or not. There's one right grandma that most of them are not present, so I was scared I was going to fall in it. But anyway, there's also Act 2, but it was never finished. You know, this is really a work in progress. You can beat it, but it's not good. As you can see. Not that Act 1 was finished either, but this one's really unfinished. You do have the breakable platforms, but they don't look right in them. This part's 3D. It's actually 2D. Like, you can't move left and right here. It's only forward and back. It is on a 2D spline, but the camera is bugged. And, for some reason, it doesn't want to show me it as though it's 2D. It fixes itself here, but then you go into 3D anyway, so... Yeah, I never did fix it. Again, this is an unfinished project, but, this part was kind of fun. With a proper camera, that would actually look good. Obviously, this doesn't have one. And there's no spline here, I don't believe. Oh, no, there is. Never mind. There isn't here, I think. Oh, there is. Wait, when did I add a 2D spline to this? I don't remember there being a working 2D spline here. What? Well, okay, I guess I made a 2D spline. Oh, but you can't go back to 3D once you get on the 2D spline. Right, so I'm stuck in 2D forever now. And also in 2D, people, not everyone knows this, but there's some weird visual illusion where when you we see something from the side, it looks as though it's a lot fast. Something moving from left to right looks as though it's moving a lot faster than something moving from back to front. It's really weird. I don't know why, but that's like a bug with the human eyes essentially. So because of that, Sonic Team made it so in these games in the 2D sections, when you oh, I can't get that because I'm not in 3D and I can't move to the right. Anyway, you move slower in the 2D sections. Because if you didn't, then it would look weird, essentially. It would look like you're moving too fast. So Sonic actually gets slowed down when you go into 2D in all of these games. You don't normally notice it because of that eye thing. But you do notice it when the camera perspective is 3D. And he's freaking slow. Anyway. Oh. That's not what I expected it to do. Oh, I have, quick boot turned on. Sorry. Anyway. So yeah, there's something cursed about Sonic Color stages on day. Yeah, it is a bit cursed, to be honest. Obviously, I never finished that, but it's kind of fun. Anyway. We're just gonna screw around for a bit longer here. So let's actually do something, shall we? So the idea is I want to do some more code injections. So I want to actually do something kind of maybe fun or useful or whatever. So for one thing I want to do first of all is there's multiple versions of this open general window function. So let me show you what I mean. So if you go to app HUD. I'll find it. Yeah, I like colors a lot too. Sorry. So I'm being stupid. It's down here. And then there it is. Okay. There's this version of the function which takes which is the one I'm overloading, which has just two sharp pointers and a window type. And it's a group PSL key, and then this. If I recall correctly, there's also a variant of this one that is a variant of the appear function. Or something like that. There's some... No, it's open general window. There's one version that takes a WHRT, and it's you can just pass it text directly. So instead of saying, hey, get me the text from the world map sheet at the release warning cell, you can instead just be like, make a text box that says Fortnite funnies lol XD, and then that'll display on the screen. And I would like to have that, because somebody could put any text on there, and that'd be kind of fun. This stream is cool as hell. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Resume the Spectrum and abandon the new one. I don't know. It's because we have Lost World symbols. I wonder how much we could do with Lost World, because here's the thing. Oh yeah, sorry, I wanted to get into that today too. I'm so sorry. I'm forgetting what I'm even doing. We're like 3 hours into this stream, and I'm like, oh yeah, I was gonna do something else. So, you can do this with any game, right? It's not just, games that have symbols. It's just that games that have symbols make it way easier. So, Forces has no symbols, because I actually remembered to click this. I know, it's so hard to do, correct, but Someone at Sonic Team did their job correctly when they released Forces. And Forces doesn't have symbols attached to it, and it's optimized. Which, for them anyway, is good, and for the consumer is good. For us modders, it's not good, but anyway. Sadly, they messed up the rest of the game, but anyway, there's no symbols, but we can still mod Forces. The issue with Forces, though, is that they added de novo DRM to Forces, and de novo DRM, I've said this a billion times already, but let me say it again. It doesn't actually stop anyone from doing anything, right? People have this idea that it's this unstoppable, almighty, powerful DRM that cannot be defeated, you know, and it stops people from pirating games. It doesn't. It's not possible to even do that, really. If you have an exe that the user can download to their machine, even if it's through Steam or something like that, right? If it's on their computer at all, somewhere on their hard drive, you've already lost. There is no way that you can prevent someone from pirating it. It's always going to be possible, because if they have the exe on their computer, they have the dang exe. They have the code, you know, compiled into an exe, but it's there, right? If you add, you know, it doesn't matter. Like, you can add all the checks you want to your exe, right? You can make it so, that we're gonna stop them this time. We're gonna make it so that when you start up the game, it's gonna connect to the internet. It's gonna be required to be online, right? And if you're not connected to the internet, then it's not going to let you boot up the game, because it's not even going to let you know, and when you are connected, it's going to check our server, and it's going to see if you bought a copy of the game or not, and only if you did will it let you boot it, right? You can put in all the fancy checks like that you want. But then someone can just go into the exe, find those checks, and just get rid of them. And then start it up, and now there's no checks, so the game just runs without doing the check. Right? Like, it's always possible to just get rid of it. So de novo doesn't actually stop anyone from doing anything. It doesn't stop piracy. The only thing that it actually does is it slows it down, because de novo is purposely, intentionally designed to be a freaking nightmare. So when it's put into an exe, the poor version executable is corrupted, essentially, right? It is betrayed by this, you know, abused by this horrible, freaking, disgusting monstrosity. And anyway, you get an exe that's full of all of these, you know, all this awful blob of terrible code. And the point of it is basically to make it so that there's all of these, like, fake checks that are in there, and then there's, like, one real check. So basically, if you want to remove the real check. But in order to do that, you gotta get rid of the 50 billion fake ones and the other real ones that work in conjunction with the fake ones. And it's basically just like the ultimate obstacle course. It's like a freaking, you know, it's awful. Trying to disable de novo is a nightmare. So that does slow down the process, but someone always does it anyway. There's a correct version of Forces available, and there has been for like 2-3 years now. So it didn't stop it. People still pirate the game. It just slowed it down a little bit. That's all that Nova does. Beyond that, it also is a nightmare. It's terrible because it bloats your exe, makes the game super slow and giant when it doesn't need to be at all. And it makes modding more of a pain, which is bad because modding is harmless. We're not hurting anything, right? So it doesn't actually stop the bad thing, and it just makes it worse for all the good things. So it's kind of a travesty. I hate Denuvo. I wish it wouldn't be used ever in any game. But it is used in Forces, sadly. So because of that, so remember, Forces is built on Lost World. So if you look at the Lost World executable, it's only 12.6 megabytes. The Forces executable is 137 megabytes, and the only reason that it's that much bigger is because of Denuvo. Anyway, so if you run to Forces EXE through Ghidra and you try to analyze it, good freaking luck. Denuvo is specifically designed to be a convoluted nightmare and a mess. So its purpose, really, is to confuse reverse engineers and also anyone trying to, well, like, crackers and reverse engineers, right? People who are trying to crack the game. I should not have said, I shouldn't have called them that. I should have, that sounded bad. What? People who, pirates, we'll call them that, okay. And reverse engineers. It's supposed to slow those people down. It's not supposed to, that's all it's supposed to do, right? It's just supposed to slow them down and hopefully make them give up. But they never give up, so it just slows it down. Anyway, so if you try to analyze something in Ghidra, then good luck with that. It's gonna take you, literally, I ran this once through Ghidra. I ran Forces in Ghidra once for 9 days straight. Like, I left my PC on for 9 days, doing nothing 24/7 but decompiling, well, you know, analyzing Forces. And it was only about 60% done. And then Windows 10 decided to install an update, even though I told it not to do that. And I lost all of that 9 days of work that it did. Because you can't actually save while Ghidra is analyzing. You have to wait for it to finish before you're allowed to save. And you can't pause the analyzation either. You have to let it finish, which is a horrible design. I really think you should be able to save it, or it should just auto-save. But it doesn't do that. So anyway, so I gave up on that. So, but you can do it, but it's going to take you a freaking long time because Denuvo is there to purposely slow down Ghidra as much as it can. Like, Lost World only takes about an hour to analyze. This takes nine plus days. So that's Denuvo. That's all Denuvo that does that. That's the reason that it takes that long. Anyway, with that said, you can still look at Forces in Ghidra. You just can't, you're just good luck analyzing it. So because you can't analyze it and there's also no symbols, things are not named. So it's kind of a nightmare. So if you look at these functions here, everything's named fun and then like underscore and then like a really long, you know, well, long address or something, right? And if you actually look at the code here, like look at this. Some of it's kind of confusing looking. Actually, this is a really simple looking function compared to most of them. Yeah, some of them look like this. Oh, jeez. Yeah, can anyone here tell me what this function does? I'm joking, obviously, because no. This is, well, you know, actually, I think I know what this is. This is a constructor for something. But I don't know what it's a constructor for. It's, you could have to go through all this to figure out what it is, and it's all guesswork, really. What is this? It's just freaking, what is this? 10, 10, 10, like 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, what, this, but it's in hex, it's not binary, it's, what the frick is that? Okay. Oh, jeez. Anyway, so you can mod Forces still, obviously, but it's a lot more of a pain, because there's no symbols, and because the Denuvo, EXE is purposely infected with the Denuvo virus, which makes reverse engineering this a nightmare. You know, that function I just looked at with the 101010 stuff, that might have actually been like a Denuvo function. That might have actually been like a Denuvo fake out. Like one of the ones that was supposed to make you go like, guys, I found the check. There's a lot of them. Anyway, so, yeah, but you still can mod Forces, it's just more of a pain. So let me show you really fast. Oh, that's basically what I said before, yeah. If the EXE is on the computer you've already lost, This ad brought to you by Google Stadia. Yeah, seriously, that's one of the reasons I hate the idea of Google Stadia. Because it's gonna stop people like me. But anyway, so of course I'm gonna hate it. Why would I not hate something that hates me? It's mutual hatred. Okay, so this is a bad example right now because I changed something. I changed this library heavily recently. I didn't update my forces test to use the new stuff yet. I hate you, Rad. Do you hate me back? Your hatred fuels me. I don't hate anyone. Smiles and rainbows. I don't. You know, I don't know if that's true. I don't actually. Off the top of my head, I can't actually think of anyone that I hate. So no, Taz. The answer is nah. But you just okay. Did I say I hate? Did I say I hate someone? I said I hate DeNovo, but. A $40 game having all this fluff just to sell on pirates. Yeah, I know. It's awful. Do you hate the person that started with J? Actually, no. No, I don't even hate them. I just don't. I just think that they were quite mean to people and manipulative, and it wasn't good. If they could become a better person, right, and not do that to people, cool. I'd love to talk with them then. So, sorry, let me, so I used to have a different version of this, these macros, and then I decided to do it, a better way. So, sorry, let me fix this. To update it to use the better way that I came up with later. This is my update function. The comments are incorrect. I gotta fix that. So basically, because Forces has no symbols, you don't actually know what things are called or what they do. Like in Lost World. With Lost World, you can just scroll through what Idra gives you here and find stuff out based on its name, right? And it's really simple. With Forces, you don't know what it is. Like, look at this. Look at this nightmare. Say you want to find open general window, which is the function that opens up a general window, right? It does what it says. Which one is open general window? I don't fricking know, right? There's a billion functions everywhere, right? Look, there's so many functions. Like, you don't trust. There's way more than it looks like. Trust me. There's probably 200,000 plus functions in this exe. I'm not exaggerating at all. There's really a lot. So good luck finding it. So anyway, so what you want to do with Forces is you don't want to find it manually. Don't mind that. I'm following the law, I swear. I actually am. Do you love the person started with B? Do you mean Bryce Taz or Blue Core? There's several people who start with B. And the answer is yes, but not in the gay way. That's fine too. But in this instance, it's not that kind of, it's not that kind of love. Yeah, I know, Taz. I'm just saying, I don't know. I'm weird. Like, I don't really. It takes a lot for me to actually hate someone. Like, I guess I don't know. Maybe I guess you could say I'm naive. But I just generally don't. Like, okay, I can dislike someone, sure, but I don't think that's the same as hating them. You know what I mean? Hating someone is like basically wanting them dead. You know what I mean? And I don't think of anyone like that. At least if I do, I can't think of them off the top of my head. I don't have an antagonist like that. You know what I mean? I don't want Jamie. Whoops. J person. Screw me. Sorry. Oh, we've said their name before. Whoops. I don't want a person dead. Sorry, Tess. I've said their name before on stream, so I wasn't thinking about it. I'm sorry. Yeah. Top 10 stream slip-ups. Number 1. But no, but I don't want that. I don't want that individual dead. You know, obviously not. I want them to improve and to be a better person and all that, of course. But I don't hate them at all. Blech. Well, anyway, that's a slip. Yeah. Well, again, we've said their name on the stream before, so like, I was just thinking it's fine. Well, I wasn't thinking was the thing, but... Ugh. What a good night I'm having. Forces cost $5, Denova cost $35. I wouldn't even be surprised. Yeah, because they have to pay Denovo to use their code. Sorry, so what I was going to show you here was, so how do you find functions in Forces, then? If you want to hook a function in Forces, how do you find it? Because you don't have symbols, so you gotta find it in this mess. So here's what you do. You use Cheat Engine. So Cheat Engine lets you boot up a game. You didn't care if... Yeah, I figured, but I'm still embarrassed. I can't tell you how many times I've done that, man. Okay, right? Literally, like... That's one thing that I've always been awful with, like, not saying people's names on stream. I've done that so many times. I can't even... Like, I swear, holy frick. There's been so many times where someone's like, but don't say my name, or but don't say their name, and I'm like, I will try not to, but my mind is stupid, and that just comes out sometimes. I'm sorry. Thanks a lot, Bluecore. That's really nice. You too. This is a wholesome gamer moment. Considering if you should be answering this question, I mean, it's a good question, but... Wait, what? Oh, that question. Oh, 10 out of 10. Say my name, I'm fine with that. I was gonna say a random name out of the top of my head as a joke, but I couldn't think of anyone that would be funny. So, okay, you know, I don't actually know how to pronounce your name, I'm sorry. Is it Majid Zimzim or something like that? I'm sorry, I'm really bad at pronouncing names. I'm sure good at saying them, but I'm not good at pronouncing them. Anyway, sorry. Right. So here's back on topic. Here's how you. That sound sounded even funnier than I meant it to. Sorry. Here's how you use Cheat Engine. So the idea is, you basically want to find something in memory that you think that the function might use. So for example, open general window. Let's say we're trying to find that function. How would we find that? You actually have to really be strategic about this. It really is like a big guessing game. Okay, think of it like this, right? Imagine that you're trying to find a single object located in a specific position in the ocean. Like the Atlantic Ocean, right? You're trying to find a penny that someone dropped somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean, right? Whatever. How would you go about doing that? Maybe that's not a good metaphor, because when you hear that, what you immediately think is, oh, holy frick, well that's impossible, right? Good luck finding that. But here's the thing, it's not impossible, it is just very difficult. You can find it, and if you're clever about it, and you're smart, and you have some tools that could allow you to find it better, you might be able to find it. So one thing that would really help you is, okay, so first of all, pretend that someone dropped a penny somewhere there. Okay, if you could limit the region, if you could, like, okay, maybe you know it's it's near a certain beach that happens to whatever, right? Whatever, it's near an island or something, right? That happens to you know, whatever. Like maybe they dropped it on like not far away from the shore of that island. Okay, so now you've limited your scope. Is the point, right? This is a bad metaphor, sorry, but just hear me out on this. You've limited your scope. Now it's no longer the entire freaking Atlantic Ocean. It's only a section of it, right? It's still a big section, but it's way, way smaller than it was before, right? So that's one way that you could help a lot, if you could figure that part of it out. Another thing that could help you, for example, is maybe you have a tool, right? You would have a tool that you could use that could automate some of it for you. So maybe, for example, I don't know, whatever. If you have I don't know what the frick. Maybe if you have scuba diving equipment, I guess you could swim in the water and you could, you know, get up more. You know, you could see whatever the bottom of the water more easily. Maybe you could that would help. Maybe also you could have I don't know. You could have a metal detector that works underwater, whatever, right? that would help, right? Because then you could find it, whatever. My point is, it's kind of like that with reverse engineering. You want to limit your scope, right? And you want to use tools that automate stuff for you. Those you don't just want to try to find it by guessing randomly because that'll take forever. So you want to be strategic about it. So let's say, for example, let's say I'm playing Sonic Forces for some reason, and I've got this. I've noticed something, right? Whenever I hit start on the world map, this little message box pops up here. It says return to the title screen, yes or no. And I'm like, dang, that's a nice message box. I like that message box. I'd like to use that message box. I'd like to actually make some code that pops up my own message box like this. How would I do that, right? Well, to do that, I need to find the function that the game calls that makes this message box show up. Okay, so how am I going to find that? We've got a sea, the size of the Atlantic Ocean, right? Full of functions. Most of them are de novo crap. How are we going to find the real one that opens up the message box? So you got to be strategic about it. You got to think. How can we? So first off, we want to limit our scope. So we want to go, okay, we want to figure out the part of the code that's going to have the message box. How are we going to do that? So the way you would kind of do that in Cheat Engine is basically you need to just think about this logically for a bit. So what is the message box function going to take in as a parameter? What kind of data is it going to use, right? So notice how this says return to title screen? Where did it get that text from, right? It pulled that from somewhere in its memory. So where did it pull that from, right? So if we can find where it pulled it from, maybe we can connect the dots and like figure out, you know, what code is being run to do this, right? Because here's the thing, the code that runs this message box has to have access to that text somehow, right? It has to somehow be fed that text so that it can then display it on the screen, right? So there has to be some connection to it. So that's what we do. So first off, you want to find the text. So the text says return to the title screen. Okay, so we're going to go up here and say return to the title screen. And we're going to, whoops, I'm going to copy that. We're going to say value type, it's a string. And Sonic Forces actually uses UTF-16 for its text, so we're going to search for it in UTF-16. We're going to hit first scan. And Cheat Engine will allow you to search memory for a certain value. Okay, so I must have made it... Oh, it's uppercase. Sorry, my bad. You can also make it not case sensitive, but that makes the search take a little longer. Okay, yeah, so here's the thing with Cheat Engine, and with all programs pretty much, a lot of them make a bunch of copies of memory. And so when you might have noticed that there's a button for a first scan and also for a next scan. Why is that, right? Well, this is why. The first scan is usually going to find a bunch of results, especially if what you're searching for isn't a string and it's instead a number. If you're going to search for like the number 7 or whatever, the number, good luck finding the specific version of the number 7 in memory that you're looking for just by itself, right? Because when you search for that, you're going to get like a billion results for that, right? So the idea of the next scan thing is that you can limit your scope. So okay, so now we know that return to the title screen is, it's in memory. We found it a bunch of times at a bunch of different positions, but which one is the one that was passed to the function, right? So what we can do is we can move around a bit so that, you know, the memory state is now changed, right? So now the message box is actually gone. So any copy of the text that the message box itself would have owned is now going to be deleted, right? So now the only version of it that we have left in memory is going to be the one that's loaded up from the CNVAR's text file, right? And hey, look at that. There's still 2 for some reason, but there's only 2 left. The other 2 are not valid. So if we hit next scan, you can see it's now removed the others that were not valid, and we've limited to only the 2 that are valid now. And we can keep hitting next scan to reduce our scope later like that, but that's how you find something in Cheat Engine. So once you've found it, you can then do stuff with it. So here we go. So now we have some memory here. Okay, then after this is tails, continue, result, quit. Okay, this is all other text. This looks like the CNVAR's text. I'm gonna open up Hexed, and it's gonna take a while to load that actually, because it's slow for some dumb reason. But while it's doing that, let me look at the other one over here. Okay, so notice how this one says return to title screen, and then it just says Sega. There's, you know, that's all that's here. And the other one has other text that follows it. So this second one here is the CNVAR's text file that was loaded up. So let me, in case you don't know what I'm talking about when I say that, you're like, what is, stop saying that, what does CNVAR's text mean? Let me show you. In the CPK and Sonic Forces, there's a file under text. No, I'm sorry. It's in Wars Patch, text, text common, I think, and then there's one pack for each language, so EN is the English language, obviously. There's a file called text common at CNVAR's text, and if you open it up in Hexed, it looks like this, and you can find all this binary in here. And basically, it's like a. I showed it to you earlier. I have a program that I wrote that lets you edit these with a GUI. Well, again, okay, sorry, again, so G wrote the GUI. I wrote the loading and saving code. But anyway, well, if I open up this one, it's going to crash because I already have it open in Hexedit. So let me open it here, and then also open it back up here. Anyway, so you can view it all here properly, but let me show you. So the text again is return to the title screen. So we're going to search for that in our hex editor. Here it is. And if you see, you can see after that tails, continue, and all that. Okay, tails and continue, right? Remember that. Look at this memory. Return to the title screen, tails, continue. Hey, look! So what we found here, right, is the game at some point, right, loaded this entire file into some position in memory. And so what we've just found here is the memory position of that file. So this is the file right there. So now that we found the file, right, we've got something, because now, here's the thing. When we bring up that text box, the text box is going to pull this data from the file, right? So at some point, it's going to try to access that memory. So here's the cool part about Cheat Engine. Alright, look at this. You can go down to this spot in memory and go, okay, so I know that at some point, when that message box pops up, it's going to try to access this text right here that says return to the title screen, okay? So I want to figure out what's accessing that. So here's what you can do. You can actually right-click, and there's a thing that says data breakpoint, and you can hit break on access. So what that'll do is that set a breakpoint here. You can see it's marked in green, and you can find it in the breakpoint list. It's right here. And what it'll do is, whenever Sonic Forces tries to access this data right here, Cheat Engine's going to pause the game and show me what tried to access it. So when I bring up the dialog box here, you can see the game paused, and Cheat Engine is currently showing me, look, this function right here, this naughty little function, if you want to make it weird, I guess, tried to access this memory just now. You go, all right, so then this is very helpful to you. So now you have an idea of what might be going on. So notice, so here it says the address in memory of the function that's trying to, of the current position of the code that's running, that's trying to access that. So you can go over here, you can copy the address, and here's the cool part, right? You can then go to Ghidra, put the address in here, and actually, virtual memory is weird. Basically, you like have a base address that's this stupidly large number. That's like, it's like a fake number, right? And then it's added to the real number. It's kind of hard to explain, but anyway, for Forces and for pretty much every 64-bit Windows, you can see, to my understanding, it's actually hex 1400000000, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's a very large number, obviously. So, do I have Shuffle on, by the way? Because it seems like it's just playing Generation songs. Oh, I'm just playing my Gens playlist. Whoops, okay. Honestly, I don't mind, because Gens is great. But you know what? We can get some other songs going too. Sorry about that. This little function tried to access it. How dare? Oh, jeez. A magnet? Ride a magnet. Oh, I'm sorry. That would have been a much better example than a freaking... Yeah, whatever. Sorry, thank you. Yes, a magnet would have been much more helpful for finding a penny. Anyway, sorry. So, okay, 1, 2, 3... Okay, here we go. So then... So you just basically are adding the 14000 number to this. And here we go. So you can verify that it's the right position because it has the right data. So notice that it says move test jump equal. You can look at the bytes here. 4A 8B D9. Yeah, 4A 8B D9, and it's all going to be the same here because you're at the right position, right? Okay, cool. So now you can go to the decompilation and you can see in Ghidra, right, the function that tried to access that data. And from here, you can figure stuff out basically. So this is how you hunt down functions. So actually, this is not the function I expected to. Oh yes, it is. This one I think copies a string or something. Yeah, there's another one here that tries to access it. There's several that try to access this function. So anyway, the idea is basically once you have the once you find something that tried to access that memory, you can then basically follow the trail from there. So you can engage her, for example, you can actually right-click on a function and you can find all parts of the code that try to call that function. So then you can use that to back up and you can keep doing that, right? And you can find basically how the code got to that point. And you can figure out what calls what and what led up to that point, right? You can also do that in Cheat Engine. Cheat Engine has a stack trace. If you know how the stack works, you already know what this is. But the basic summary, the basic idea is whenever a function is called in computing, just in general, it's basically just jumping to another position in the code, right? But here's the thing. When it's done running that function, it needs to jump back to where it was, and then continue from there on out, right? How does it know how to do that? How does it know where to go back to, right? Well, the way it does is with the stack. So the idea is basically every time a function is called, the address of basically the current position, or where it's going to be once the function is done, right, gets added to the stack. And you can call as many functions as you want, and they'll just get added on top of each other. They'll be stacked up on top of each other, which is why it's called the stack. Because things are stacked, basically. Think of a stack of plates or something, right? It's literally like that. You're just adding a new plate on top of everything. Anyway, this is the stack. So it's kind of in reverse order. So basically, this is the first. Well, that's just null. I don't know why that's even there, but this is the first thing that I guess tried to call anything, and then this I guess called RTL user thread start, which called this, which called that, which called this, and it went all the way up to here. And basically, you can double click on these to see where the code is supposed to return when the function is done, right? Yeah, so you can click on these to like go backwards and do the same thing as what Ghidra lets you do, basically. So yeah, those are two ways you can do that. Anyway, using that information, you basically are just going to do a lot of guessing and searching. And similarly to my awful metaphor with the Atlantic Ocean and the penny, it is still a lot of guessing, it is still a lot of tedium, it's still a lot of searching through the vast ocean of functions and trying to figure out, well, you know, but as you can see, because you have good tools and you have, you've limited your scope of where you're searching, what you're searching for, and everything, right? It becomes a heck of a lot easier, and it becomes actually possible to do, and not something that's completely insane, right? So with that said, I've found the set text function in Forces for the dialog box, or at least I think I did. I'm actually questioning if I did or not now, but yeah, this appears to be it. So I've actually, so when you find something in Ghidra, you can right click on it and hit edit in function signature, and you can give it a name and everything. So you can see I've called this set text, and I've told it that it takes a char pointer, it's called cell name, and it's a this call, and I set that all up. So Ghidra has now, you know, now it knows that this function is called set text. And if you actually look at the symbol tree now and everything, and you go down here, you can see there's a class called UI_Window, and there's the set text function here. And I've set that up, I've categorized it as such. You can make your own classes and stuff and categorize them however you want. So from now on, if I find any code that calls this, I know that this is my set text function, and so it won't just have a crazy name. It used to be called, I guess, fun 145AC1DO, but now it's called set text, which is much more descriptive. So anyway, yeah, so now I can hook that in my code because I found it, right? and it's easy to do once you find it. The hard part is just finding it. So yeah, that's kind of a tutorial on how to use Cheat Engine, I guess. That's and how you do this sort of stuff in general. So once you've found it, you can do whatever you want. So let me take the setText function here. Oops, I'm sorry. So I'm gonna put a breakpoint there. So what that's gonna do is I'm gonna get rid of this breakpoint too. What that's gonna do is as soon as this code is called, it's gonna pause the program, right? So when I try to go back to the title screen, the program's paused because it called this function here and it hit the breakpoint, right? So at the very beginning of this function here, it's going to be taking in some parameters, which are passed into it, some arguments, right? So the first one is a constant char pointer. It's called the first one is a this pointer to the HUD general window, and the second one is a constant char pointer to the cell name. So the cell name in this case is you know, I forgot what it was. We can figure it out. So here, if you look at the assembly, you can see it's taking RBX and RSI. Those are two CPU registers. It's taking the values on those CPU registers, and it's going to copy them over to the stack. So if you go on the right here, this is the registers list, and you can actually see that. So it says here it's going to take something from RBX, the register called that, and it's going to put it onto the stack at position 8. So if we go to RBX, we can see what it's copying there. And if for some reason it's null. Okay. It's also taking RSI. You know, I think let me check something here real fast. I'm a little confused. Yeah, Ghidris' cell name is RDX. I don't know what it's doing with RBX and everything, but oh, that's just setting it up so that it can go. Sorry, that's just I'm being dumb. That's just so that the function remembers where it's going to go back to when it's done and everything. Anyway, sorry. RDX is our cell name parameter. So anyway, here's the value of RDX currently. So if we copy that, we can go over here. We can go to that address and we can see. So this function has been called with the cell name set to common to title. That's what it's set to. It's this right here. So if I actually go to Hedge CNVAR's editor and I search for that, or if I just try to scroll and find it, here it is, common to title. And you can see there it is, return to the title screen. So if we want to make it do something else, because right now we're in a paused, broken state, we can make it say something else right now. So we could go like, let's say, whatever, SBO. Okay, we want it to say SBO. Maybe a better example would be one like, I want one that's got a different name, got text here that's noticeably different from the name of the thing. Let's do, wait, what about Green Hill? That could be funny, right? Green Hill. Good meme. Okay, here we go. Green Hill. Sorry, I know the stage idea of Green Hill. I just couldn't think for a second. Anyway, common underscore W5A04 is the cell name that corresponds to Green Hill. Okay, so if we copy that, make it a Galatian red. No, Galatian. Oh well, I can do that, but for now I just wanted to show changing the argument, and then later I wanted to show the text. Yeah, I'll do that in a moment. So anyway, right now you can actually change the values of the CPU registers, which is incredibly powerful. You can just straight up be like, yeah, I want it to say that instead. No, actually, now that I come to think about it, I just realized I can't right now because okay, this pointer has basically been set to a copy of the text common to title, so I need to edit the copy, and I'm limited by the size of the copy of it right now. But it's kind of an awkward scenario I'm in. Sorry. This is a kind of dumb example, but let's do this anyway. Can we edit it as text? We should be able to. Well, we should be able to, but for some reason, looks like we can't. Anyway, let's change it manually, I guess. So common. Okay, wait. W is what the frick is W in it's hex? It's 77, and T is 74. Okay, so 119. I don't know why that didn't edit. Oh, none of it's editing right now. Oh, I guess it's like read only or something. Oh, well, okay, this is a bad example. But anyway, the point is you could change it right now, and then you could hit run, and it would actually change the dialogue that's going to pop up here. So let me do that through a DLL mod. Instead, let me fix my my awfulness first. Hang on. And you know what? I don't actually think this is HUD general window text or whatever. A lot of these comments and these names are wrong because I just had to guess what they were based on what I know from Lost World. I guessed wrong a lot of times. So sorry about that. I'll fix those. I'll get it to be good later. But what did I do wrong here? Oh, okay. This is a fun song, actually. I like it. Alright, yeah, I'm just calling it straight up. Okay, so... Sorry, I know I'm not explaining this right now. Let me just, write some code first here. I can make a macro to do that too, probably, but it's kind of a pain because you need to separate the type name from the variable name because you need to put just the variable name down here and just the whole thing up there, and it's not easy to do that with macros. It's not impossible, actually, I don't believe, but it's really a pain. Anyway, sorry, now that should actually compile again, so let's do that, shall we? Don't mind all this awful code here that I never finished. Let's grab all this. Again, I changed a lot about how my bindings worked when I worked on the Lost World version of this, and in so doing, I never did actually go back and update my forces testbed, so I need to update that in a few ways now, but I'm almost done. Okay, so install hooks, and then when I go to install the hooks, I'm just gonna say ah, geez, what's this? What's wrong with that? Inline specifier is allowed on function declarations only. Oh. That's a simple 17 feature. No. It's dumb that it took it till C++ 17 for that to be a thing, by the way. Sorry, everyone, hang on. You can tell that I really changed a lot and I need to, like, rethink what I'm doing. Okay, app HUD and then HUD general window. Okay, and then you get rid of that, and then... What's wrong with this now? Well, it shouldn't be incomplete. Oh. Okay. Alright, and, sorry, well, I'm almost done. I like when I just type for a long period of time and I don't explain what I'm doing. It's probably really boring to watch, I'm sorry. Okay. I made this code a lot cleaner, but I never did actually go back and fix my forces bindings. But anyway, that should be fixed now, finally. Okay, good. Anyway, let's do, this, and then, okay, what's wrong with that? It's undefined. Oh. Okay, that's what I meant to do, sorry. Okay, and then here we'll say I hooked ya, you freaking Muppet. Which is hilarious, because it has the word Muppet in it. And Muppet is a funny word. Alright, so then we'll put right here, before we actually call it, we're going to say cell name equals, and we're going to put our own cell name here. So, here we go. And lastly, I'm going to reinstall the mod loader because I actually uninstalled it for Cheat Engine. Because you can, of course, use Cheat Engine on Forces with the mod loader installed. In fact, it's easier to because de novo gets in the way less. Actually, I don't know why exactly, but when you try to attach Cheat Engine to Forces normally, it just never does attach. I think it's because of de novo, but it doesn't actually work. You have to start Forces up from Cheat Engine. Like, you have to start the exe through Cheat Engine, or else it doesn't work. And then when you do, it works beautifully, so I don't know why they even bothered with that check if they weren't going to disable it completely. But anyway, but when you start up Forces with Forces Code Loader enabled, for some reason Cheat Engine works perfectly, no matter how you do it, so I don't know why that is exactly. But anyway, but when you're trying to find function addresses, the addresses are going to be different because of the way that the code injection works. So I turned it off so that I could get the real addresses. Anyway, let me turn it back on now. So, okay, hopefully this will work. Alright, hi chat, I know you exist, let me read this. Make it say local glaceons looking to heck in your area. Alright. Sure, will do. Russian Glaceon puts a trader on a leash. Oh, that's... Someone's into that. If you found the address that stores the ring count, can you use the code to always make it 777? Yes. Yeah, you would be able to do that. You'd be able to make it whatever you want. You can make it 420 if you want. Okay, so provided that the hook is installed correctly and everything, I didn't look at the log if it is or not. It is, okay, good. So now when Forces tried to call the setText function, it instead called my hook of the setText function. And so it printed, I hooked ya, you fricking Muppet, to the console here, as I told it to do. And then it's going to take the cell name, which actually is null. That's not right. It was something is not right there. That's not supposed to be null. I don't know why. It's null. Let me figure that out. Oh, because of the dummy argument. Oh. Oh yeah. Because everything on 64-bit processors is a fast call, so it doesn't work like that. Well, anyway, this should still work when I call it, hopefully. I just need to clean that up later. So anyway, so we're gonna change the cell name from what it was, which was, it's stored in the dummy argument by accident, but, it was common to title, as you can see. And, we're gonna instead try to call it with common W5A04. So provided it works correctly. Yeah, Green Hill! There you go. So obviously when I broke it down like that, it looked like it was a really complicated thing, and it's like, oh man, it looked like it was almost like slow or whatever, but actually if you disable the breakpoints, you can see it's instant, right? You know, it's running my code immediately every time, right? So there you go. And just like with Lost World or whatever, you can change it in real time. So if you want to, you could be like, you know, I don't want it to print that right now. I want it to print out, what's a good one? Yes! Okay, I'm gonna make it print out yes. Alright, so you change it to that, and then you can hit continue, and it'll recompile the DLL and inject it back into Forces again in real time, which I just find so cool. and then you can just run it, and yes! That's wonderful. Anyway, so obviously if you want to make it, say, your own custom text, instead of text that's located within the scene.var's text file, you're gonna have to either edit the scene.var's text, or do some other fancy memory editing or something. I'm gonna have to look more into how this all works to do that. Excuse me, sorry, but yes, it should be, shouldn't be hard to do. Dummy argument, it sounds funny. Yeah, it's, I don't know entirely how to explain it. I'm doing kind of a hack. There's, it's like some stupid thing about calling conventions. I don't know how to entirely explain it, but basically this calls is what they're called. They're a nightmare. The way they work is a nightmare. You're not, Visual Studio doesn't allow you to, okay, so like, let me show you something really fast. When you make like a class, my class, right? And then you make a let's just say it has some parameters like this. And then you make a function like my function, right, whatever. And you do something and it's, let's say we add, right, there you go. So this is all valid C++, so you can compile that and everything. So how does this actually work, right? Well, here's the thing. So notice how in this function here I'm going to add whatever the coordinates of z is to a, right? So here's the thing. You can run this on different instances of a class. So in some other code somewhere else, you're going to like make an instance of it like my first class, whatever, right? And then you're going to call it, you're going to call my function, right? Wait, why is that not working? Oh. Sorry. You're gonna call your function on that class, right? On that instance. So if you make another class instance somewhere else, my other class, you can call on that too. Alright, so anyway, the point is, so this function's gonna add whatever you pass in here to A. So it's gonna add it to the A in this instance of your class. So how does it know which instance it's dealing with, right? When you call this on my first class, it's gonna add it to the A that's part of my first class. And when you call it on my other class, it's gonna add it to the A that's part of my other class. How does it know which one you're dealing with? Because from the perspective of this function here, how does it know that, right? There's no indication of it, right? Well, in C++ there's a variable called this that you're allowed to use here. And you've probably seen this in code before, actually, if you programmed. You can say this whatever, right? This A. Or you can just shorten it to say A. So here's the deal. When you just write A, it's actually automatically adding the this for you when you compile. This allows you to omit it for convenience, basically. But yeah, it's actually gonna basically be doing this. So this is a special argument that's passed to functions, which is a pointer to the current instance of the class. So when you call my function here on my first class, like so, like when you say my first class dot my function 7, this is going to be set to my first class. It's a pointer to my first class, and z is set to 7. So it's going to add 7 to the A present within the my first class instance, right? And then when you do it down here, it's going to be my other class. This is going to be set to that. So that's how that works. But the thing is, it's an invisible argument. It's not present in the list. Normally, like you would think it would be like this. You would have to type it out like that, right? But you don't. You don't have to type that. It just C++ will actually do that for you. It's going to add that for you. It's actually going to generate a function that looks like this, right? But yeah, it does that automatically for you, and so you don't see that going on behind the scenes. Anyway, so what I'm getting at with all this is, so basically C++ does some fancy crap. So when you write this, what you're actually going to get is you're going to get a function that looks like this. This is what's actually going to happen. So this code that I just wrote here is what the compiler is going to make when you write this. And here's the issue, right? So now let's say I want to hook that function. So pretend that we don't have the original code here. We're trying to hook it. So my function hook, right? And this is going to be my own hook of that function here. You might notice there's a few issues. First of all, you can't use the name this because C++ doesn't allow that, so you call it something else, okay, no big deal. But then second, look at this. Oh, whoops. Okay, sorry. Look at this. This call can only appear on non-static member function declarations. So what that means is you're only allowed to use this call on functions that are part of a class like this. That is really limiting because we're trying to hook it. We're purposely trying to make something that isn't part of the class, and Visual Studio will not allow us to do that. So there's literally no way around that. Visual Studio just will not let you do it. Even though there's no technical reason why you shouldn't be able to do this. This is totally valid, but it won't let you do it. Because you could, if you screw it up, you could do something wrong, and you're not really supposed to do this. So anyway, they have a... I've come up with a workaround to go around. Well, not come up with. It's a very common workaround, but it's kind of a dumb workaround. What it does is I'm in the wrong header. That was like Skype stuff. Don't mind all the commented out code. I'm gonna get rid of all that. That was failed attempts of this stuff before. So what I've done is so get this. So fast call, as it turns out, is actually pretty much almost identical to this call, except the second argument is done differently than every other argument in this call. That's the only difference. But get this, there's basically a trick you can do where if you say it's a fast call and then you make the second argument a dummy argument, like this, this will actually generate the exact same code as if you were to do this. I'm dead serious. You wouldn't think it would work, but it does. It generates the exact same binary. Well, I gotta fix that, but yeah. Well now, you frick. Okay. That will generate the exact same binary, this part down here, as this up here does. It's the same thing. This argument will just be ignored. It's a really weird trick that's hard to explain, but it's basically a hack. But yeah, anyway, that's what the dummy argument is. So that's why that was there. Anyway, sorry for that long-winded explanation. I just like explaining things. Anyway. Something like in the onFrame function, int ring address equals and some address got for engine, and then ring address. Yeah, that would work. Yeah, that should work. That should work perfectly, Bluecore, just like that. Sorry, I took 9 years to read that, but yeah, that should actually work just fine. Hey, Rad, Easter egg, call it egg jam perfection. Oh, the potential is limitless. That's actually amazing. I should do that. Frick, I forgot. Easter's coming soon. Dang. Well. Anyway, sorry, I need to update my hooks. What? Hey, Cynic. I think you've been here for a while, sir. I'm bad at reading the chat sometimes. Okay, so I'm gonna say, let's say x64 or win64. I'm trying to get one that's actually going to be defined on 64-bit compilations, but I don't know if there's actually going to be... Okay, AMD 64 apparently. Is that defined then? Yeah, it's defined. Okay. That feels bad for some reason, but okay. I don't know if... So, okay, so, alright, is the dummy argues anywhere else? That's only there. Hook up Unit 1 to the dummy system. Anyway, alright, let's try it. Brad, can you explain how hot Glaceon is, since you like explaining things? Oh, can you make it say the line, the funny Pokemon has... I will try to, yeah. See, making it say custom text is kind of a pain right now because I don't know the, I don't know exactly how that works. Like somewhere down here, it takes the cell name and then it gets the real text from that. But I don't know how it does... Oh boy. It calls this mess of a function and then this... takes the cell name and it does something with it. I think this is probably the one that gets the cell name, because it uses the cell name a whole bunch, doesn't it? Return param 1. Well, this might be the right one. And then maybe it sets it down here. I have to figure out how to do that, but if I can figure out how to do it, then I'll get it to say custom text, yeah. Anyway, sorry, so now that, so hopefully that should be fixed now. Let me see if it is. It is, yay, fixed, okay. But we're of course changing it to button guide yes again. Yes! Alright. So if we, try to make it instead say, so let's try to make it just custom text maybe. Sure, I will try. Okay, so let's, what's the best way to do this? I really do think it's getting it from this function. Let me see if I can... Let's see if that does anything for Deidre. Sadly, it seems like it did not. It might not even return anything. It's returning something. I don't know what param1 is. So let's just say it's a void. Okay, so cell name is, see, they called a function somewhere down here with cell name, I thought. No, this was the one. Sorry. I'm confused because I don't know where it's getting that from. See, Force, it's like a mess. It sounds like Cave Story, the Wreck-It Ralph one. Oh, yeah. It does. Wow, you're right about that. I didn't really realize that. I gotta listen to that more. Holy frick. Guys, Wreck-It Ralph ripped off Cave Story. Can you imagine if they did? It'd be funny. Well, I can make it say custom text, but I'm gonna try to just do some other random crap actually. So I actually want to mess with Lost World a little more. So I know this stream's probably really boring. Sorry. So what I want to do is I want to like use the symbols, right, to try to do some random crap. So in Lost World, it should be a lot easier because we have symbols. So I'm gonna try to do that on the stream, right? Forces I want to mess with more as well, but I'm probably gonna do that more off camera to be honest, because I think it's gonna be boring to watch. Is the thing. Because Force is just gonna be a whole lot of this. Right, it's gonna be a whole lot of like, oh boy, what is all this about? And like reading through this and trying to figure out what it all does, and then what's calling it and what it's being called by, and you know, and then once I find something, then I hook it, and then we get, oh, and then it's like after 3 hours or 4, who knows how long, right, of work, it's like good. Now it says Glacian. Isn't that funny? And then people will be like, yeah, that's great, rad, thanks. You know what I mean? It's like, whereas with Lost World, I should be able to make it say Glacian within like a few minutes. So let me do that, because that should be more interesting to watch. So somewhere here there's a, I swear I'm not insane, there's a variant of open general window somewhere that takes a WHRT pointer instead. Or maybe it was of appear, maybe it was appear, I guess. Let's see. No, it was set text. Sorry. It was set text. There's a variant of this. When Ghidra loads... Sorry, this song I felt the need to clap to the song. Clap on beat. Okay, yeah, there it is. Set text. Yay! There's a variant of set text that takes a WHRT pointer. And instead of pulling this from there and then whatever, it'll just straight up set it to this. Okay, so I can find that in the exe pretty easily, even though there's not symbols. Actually, it's weird. Okay, so the exe really, okay, so Sonic Lost World on the Wii U is a debug build, so it has symbols. So that's great. The PC version of Lost World is not a debug build, right? There are no symbols. However, first of all, because the Wii U version has symbols, we can already understand how things work very easily in a lot of cases, just by looking at how the Wii U version does it, and then applying that logic to the PC version. So for example, if we look at the symbols and we understand that there is a class called CHUD General Window, and it has a function called setText, which is called at some point by the game to set text onto the window, right? Then we know that, okay, well, you know, we know that there's a function like that, and we know exactly what we're looking for, right? And then all we need to figure out is, okay, so how do we find it in the exe? And we can go, well, let's see, set text, right? And we can find, oh, well, this one's actually not used, I guess. This one is. We can find all the times that the game tries to set text. And then we see, okay, it's in the appear function, and then we can find all the times the game calls that. Oops, I accidentally put that window off screen, and now I can't get it back. Okay, there we go. And then we can find, okay, we find it's using the open general window function. Okay, so we find references to that. And then finally we can find out, look at this. It's called by the game with a constant. 2 constants, in fact. It's basically called by the game with the group name set to world map and the cell name set to item discard. So if we find that text in the exe, we can then find what references that text, and then we can go back up in reverse. So then we can go, okay, so hey, we found something that references this that looks like open general window. So then we can go check it out, and we can find that function, and then we can go up from there, right? So that's what I've done. So I found open general window like that, and I've renamed it to that in the exe. And I've also found the appear function, and I've renamed it as well, and I've gone up, and you can see I've named a lot of them. But not all of them. These ones here, for example, are called funds or whatever, because I haven't changed their names yet, but I've renamed a bunch of them. So the other thing that's cool about Lost World on PC is they've disabled the symbols, but they forgot to disable another thing, real-time type info, or RTTI. I believe it's real-time type info. I don't remember. Anyway, it's a thing that's just enabled by the compilers by default, I guess. I don't really know why, but it's used sometimes by code that the compiler generates, so it sometimes needs it on for you to do certain fancy things, I guess. Anyway, it's left on in Lost World on the PC, and it's not quite symbols, but it's honestly actually pretty close. So there's no data left in the exe that says the names of the functions, what namespaces or classes they belong to, and what their parameters are. None of that is left over, sadly. But there is data in the exe that says what the class names are, and their virtual function tables. Which, if you know anything about C++, I don't know. If you don't know it, I don't know how to explain what it is. It's kind of complicated, but basically we can use it to find function addresses. It's kind of neat. So you can just scroll through here, and you can see all the class names are here, every single one, and it's the same as in Lost World on the Wii U, pretty much, right? So that's extremely helpful. But if you actually go into the classes, you'll see that there's no functions. There's just the real-time type, the RTTI data. That's all that's left over here, and the virtual function table, which is super helpful. But yeah, there's no functions. So I had to go in and like find the functions and then like drag them in for a bunch of these objects, and I haven't done that for everything yet. Obviously, only for a few of them. But anyway, so let's go find. Let's go see if the variant of this, which has the the variant of set text, is left over. By the way, hang on. There's something here that says HUD rad icon achieved, and I find that hilarious. I don't know what rad icon is, but it better be my head, or else like the old sprite art of my face, or I'm gonna be disappointed. You'd laugh? I would laugh too, to be honest. It'd be worth it, but I just don't want to bore people. That's what I'm worrying about doing. HLS cheese. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Cheese coats are good. Glaceon fan art is walking on 2 feet. I wonder why that is. Maybe Glaceon's actually a human. It's a conspiracy theory. Rad saved the little planet. I did by accident. Yes. How come this program has support for Wii U game files? Did he compile them? And is he looking for more on the Wii? Oh, that's a good question. Ghidra's designed not just for one architecture. It's designed for as many architectures as possible because they want to be able to reverse engineer basically anything. Out of the box, it supports x86 and x86-64, which is basically like Windows and Linux and Mac type of architecture, right? And I believe also ARM and ARM64. but I don't think it really supports much else. It's not much else that's fancy. However, they purposely designed Ghidra to be as extensible as possible. So you can go online and you can find all of these plugins for Ghidra that add support for other things. So yeah, there's a Wii U plugin for Ghidra somewhere. Here it is. Gecko Broadway Lang, and this is actually used in the GameCube, the Wii, and the Wii U. It's the same architecture for all three of those consoles. So yeah, if you just install this, it tells you how to do it in the README here. You just copy the files to the folder it tells you about, and then you can open up those files from. You can open up games from GameCube, Wii, and Wii U in Ghidra, and it just works. It's wonderful. Well, it actually isn't quite that simple because the exe, they're not exes, they're in like different formats. I believe GameCube and Wii both use .dol files, if I remember correctly, and the Wii U uses RPL, and Ghidra doesn't support those two formats. It does support ELF, however, which is quite similar to those formats, but it's not the same thing. So there's another tool called dol2elf or something like that. Let me find it, hang on. Here it is. Yeah, it's DOL number 2 elf. Sorry, and this is a C program that someone made that can convert a DOL file from a GameCube or Wii, GameCube or Wii game into a elf file, complete with the symbols and everything. So you can use this. There's a binary release of it somewhere, so you don't actually have to cop out yourself. There's a exe of it somewhere, but anyway, you can just run the DOL through this, and you get an elf, and then you can open up the elf in Ghidra, and then it'll. Combined with that other plugin, you get this. And it's beautiful, and it's super great. You can also open up other things in Ghidra because of that tool. I have, for example, actually I looked at Sonic Colors a little bit, and I was looking at how it did some things. There's no symbols for colors, sadly, but you can find your way around, and it's a lot easier than in Forces because you can still analyze the exe. The elf, and you don't have to deal with de novo, so it doesn't take 9 years. It takes a few hours. So, Green World. What? Sega Genesis plugin? Probably. 68 Motorola 68K. I guess so. Oh, apparently it ships with support for that. Sick. Okay. Yeah, so you can just open up 68K binaries in Ghidra, I guess. All right, cool. Yeah, so I guess if you want to open up Sonic 3, Knuckles, and Ghidra. Now remember, those games were not written in C++. They were written in assembly. So there wouldn't, and there's complete disassemblies of them out on the internet already, thanks to Sonic Retro. I think everyone here already knows this. I don't know why I'm showing you this, but just look this up. You'll find it. Well, these are, yeah, the GitHub one is the one you want to use. No, thanks. I thought that was gonna be a link. Here we go. It's Sonic Retro / whatever. They have a Sonic Knuckles disassembly, Sonic and Knuckles one. They have a Sonic 1, Sonic 2, and Sonic 3. And there's just straight up Git repositories that have all of the game disassembled, which is amazing to me. It took them a long time to do this. But anyway, yeah, so there wouldn't be much point in opening Ghidra because you could, you already have basically the text that Sonic Team had, right? Already. But I guess you could use it to convert to more easily port Sonic 3 Knuckles to C++. I guess. Wow. It's kind of whack. Cool. Yeah. Dang. Now I can make my own bootleg Genesis games. Yep. Sure can. We can do some code injection on 3 Knuckles. I'm kidding, but about to lose these. Oof. Lose my eyes? What? I'm sorry. I'm confused. Rad isn't very rad, is he? No, it was all a ruse. I'm sorry. You're rad. The rad icon is like, oh, it's me in real life. That's pretty sick. That is sick and wrong, Radfordhound. You should delete your channel. On it, dude. So somewhere there's a, here we go. But Genesis game sounds really interesting. Yeah, it would be. It's certainly something I'm interested in. It wouldn't be now. It would be a little. It'd be tricky because here's the thing. You know, consoles back in the day, and even now to an extent. But okay, like you didn't have C++ code and then you had like DirectX or OpenGL or something, and then you used that to draw. It didn't work like that, right? You had a chip that was very limited and designed to do a very specific set of instructions, and then you had developers who paid Sega money to get dev kits as well as manuals that explained how the chip worked and what all those instructions were, right? And those the chip could draw pixels from different palettes and stuff onto the screen, basically, right? If you fed it certain commands, essentially. But yeah, you were doing that manually. Like you would manually tell, you know, have assembly instructions go that would, you know, tell the basically GPU, I guess, to draw stuff on the screen, right? So my point is, obviously getting that to work on, like, for example, Windows or any other platform that isn't Genesis, you know, you would have to find all of those draw commands, essentially, and understand enough about the Genesis processor to understand what they were actually doing, right? Because they're not going to be like draw, they're going to be like, at address, you know, 15, add, you know, set, you know, bit number 2 to 1, and you're going to be like, what the frick? So, you know, you need to have like a guide on what the bits all do and all that. But anyway, yeah, provided you could convert those manually over to like DirectX draw functions that basically do the same thing, yeah, you could totally port over one of those games. It's kind of fun to think about it. Does Mania have symbols? I don't think it does. I haven't looked into it, to be honest. But there's a mod well, I don't know, maybe it does. There are mods, there are DLL mods for it. The most impressive one I've ever seen that I showed on stream before is on Original Space Shooter by Super Circus Team and frick, I keep forgetting the name of the other guy, LJ Star Zero. This is beautiful. Again, I've shown this before, but I don't want to rip off this person's video here, but I just wanted you to see footage of it. It transforms Mania into this. Like, that's Sonic Mania. It's not like he just did, you know, it's not like just a visual trick where it's like, oh, he changed some sprites and then it's like the tornado or something. No, it's just custom code. It's basically like a new game, but it's running on the Mania engine through code injection. It's freaking amazing. It's so well done. I can't believe, like, wow. It blows my mind, to be honest. I mean, I know it's a 2D game and it's simpler to mod than something like this, but holy frick. That's still really hard to figure that all out and to program all that, and my gosh. And also, it might look like it's just custom, like it's just like, oh, but this is just a custom engine at this point. They basically wrote their own game, which is still impressive, but it's like, they didn't build it on top of the Mania engine, right, at this, but no, they did. Like, this is calling the Retro Engine sprite drawing functions and input and everything. It's doing the same thing that Mania does. It's just with its own code. It's like, dude, that's freaking amazing. Anyway, sorry, my point is, it must either have symbols or just not be that complicated, I guess, because that's super impressive, right? But, like, let me just say this. If I were to try to do it with forces, I don't know, I don't think I could do that. I don't know where I'd even begin with something like that. I guess that's not a good example because that's just my skill level not being high enough, right? But what I'm saying is, I think Mania modding is probably a little bit simpler than, well, Mania code injection is probably a little simpler than Forces code injection, even if it doesn't have symbols, right? Because otherwise I can't imagine something like as complicated as that being done that quickly, right? But either way, I'm freaking impressed. It's amazing. Anyway, you want to text and stuff? Oh yeah, I already read that. Sorry. Me too, though. Yeah, I want to see how he did it. From what I heard, a lot of it actually is based on the Genesis games, which is cool. I guess it kind of is a port. Sorry, let me get back to what I was doing. So, here's set text. So, we have an appear function, and then we have a set, somewhere called set text. I guess this is the set text function? I forget. So it calls set text here, and that's right before, whoops, I'm in the wrong window. This is set text. Okay. Go find my function for me. Go find it, Ghidra. Thank you. Alright, this is part of C HUD. General window. I think. Yeah, and it's called set text, and so sometimes Ghidra, okay, so it has to, if it doesn't have symbols, like is the case here, and with forces obviously as well, it not only doesn't know the names, but it also doesn't know the parameters that functions take. It has to just guess that based on the assembly. So it looks at the assembly and it goes, well, what is the assembly using? Like what you know, values are being used here, and how are they being used? And based on that, it can kind of guess the parameters. And it does a very good job of guessing. It's actually pretty accurate a lot of the times, but well, let me rephrase that. It's very good at figuring out, okay, there's X amount of parameters, and each one is, you know, Y bytes in size, whatever, right? It does that very well, but it doesn't understand, obviously it can't figure out the context that well. So, as an example for this, say you have a function that accepts a function that accepts a pointer as one of its arguments, right? So Ghidra can see that it accepts a value which is 4 bytes in size, and it does something with it, and it can figure out that that's the second argument and it's 4 bytes long. It can't necessarily figure out that it's a pointer. It might think that it's just an int, because an int is also going to be the same size as a pointer on 32-bit executables anyway. They're both going to be 4 bytes. So as far as Ghidra is concerned, they're the same thing. So it can't tell them apart, and it'll just tell you it'll just guess that it's either an int, or in this case it says undefined 4, because it doesn't know what it is. It just knows it's 4 bytes. So anyway, it's very smart at guessing things, but it doesn't always get it right. Sometimes you want to correct it. So one other thing it tends to get wrong is, notice here it says use custom storage. We actually want to turn that off pretty much always, because custom storage usually isn't what we want to do here. We usually want to use the default storage for the calling convention. So that means in this case, there always has to be a this pointer, and after that we're just going to have a, oops. Let's see this definition again. C converse cell string param1. Okay, so I don't think C converse cell string 2 is actually defined here yet. I can define it, but I'm lazy, so I'm just gonna leave it as char for now. I'm gonna say text, basically, and I think. Oh no, that does get the data from the, okay. So, wrapped in black. Wrapped in black. Oh, so I misunderstood something about forces too. Okay, so that's definitely not syntax in forces. Okay. Anyway, so I can call this myself, I guess. Oh, that's freaking marvelous. Okay, wonderful. That's actually great. So, what's this? Go back. There we go. It sets, okay, so this is a static variable. Static means that there's only one version of it, so it's not being passed in by an argument or anything like that. There's just one copy of this inside the exe somewhere. And in this case, it happens, the compiler put it at position FEFE F8. It just, for some reason, it just decided to stuff it there. They're basically random, right? Okay, so we can rename this. We can say this is actually, first off, we could say this is a pointer. And beyond that, we can set the type and everything. So we can go in and say, here we go, retype global. This is actually a CHUD general window pointer. And its name is going to be, let's say, global dominant, no. I guess general window, right? Whatever, let's just call it that. So now throughout the code, whenever anything accesses that, it'll say global general window instead, and it's easier for me at least to read, because I can see what that is better. It's like, oh look, that's setting global general window to something. I guess this is a constructor for see a general window then. Yeah, it looks like it. Well, I should move that later, but I'm lazy, so I won't now. But anyway, yeah, okay, so text is gathered from this function, which, if you look at the Wii U, we can see that's get converse data. Alright, brilliant. So, right, so we can just call set text ourselves. Alright, so let's go do that. Wait, what? Do you ever place a bottle cap like right next to you, and then when you look for it, you don't see it until like 30 seconds later? I do a lot of things. Yes. I'm not a very, not a very smart human being when it comes to things like that. Sorry, this is CHUD general window set text. Okay, so alright, so there we go. So we're gonna make a hook for that function now that we found it. So HB ASLR. Gotta remember that it's hex. I mean, I have two of them there. Alright, and the function definition for it, it's returns void. Okay, it's called set text, and it takes one parameter, which is well, actually, according to the Wii U symbols, it's a seek inverse cell string too, but I think that's literally just a char pointer. But what is that categorized under? Wait, what does it say? App text? Okay, so there's a namespace here called text, I guess. And we're just gonna say using. Oh wait, no, not even that. Okay. We don't need to do that. We could have just passed in a jar, but it's fine. It's also constant, apparently. Okay. What can we do? You and I the same in the way that we have our own styles and we won't change. Yours is filled with evil, and mine is not. There's no way I can lose. Frick, dude. I will never let go. It's hecking good. Will I count on others? They can't get my order right. I said I wanted it medium rare, but they just gave it to me not cooked. They just gave me a steak. They said cook it yourself. I'm like, dude, that is not okay. And they're like, I don't freaking care. Do my taxes, they said. I'm like, I'm not doing your taxes. You cannot make me. But they didn't care about that. It's messed up. Alright, well anyway, I think that's static saying on global general window. So I think that's gonna be probably part of What's this part of again? It's app general window up here, so it's probably app general window and then something like let's say like inline static general window and then like general window instance. Oh, right. There will be no future for us. It's hearts died down by, but hey, gotta set it free. Heck, dude. Guess we can have forward declarations for stuff if we want. Ah, jeez. Can't hold on much longer. I guess that makes sense. I don't know. No, this is gonna be a pointer to. It's gonna be alright. Yeah. Open your heart. I didn't hear him the first time. Open your heart. Oh, now I heard him. Bow. Just cast it. Oh my gosh, this syntax is freaking worst. Okay, yeah, so there we go. So now we've got a pointer to that, I guess. Wait, no. Yeah, we need a pointer to a dang pointer. Okay. I guess we could just rename this to instance, actually. Because it's already part of the general window namespace, so I think it's probably okay. Alright, and once we have that, jeez. I forgot to make my little callback function. I don't have to do this, but I just kind of like making these because I think it makes them nicer. Okay. So anyway, we can just call set text on it now with our own text. So we can be like, yeah, let's set the text to Galatian. Alright, let's try that out. Do I have it activated right now? I do. Oh, it's Eternal Spectrum though. And quick boot. I don't know. I kind of have a feeling this is not gonna work, but we can try it. Open heart surgery. Yeah, yes. I do agree. It's the future. Everyone's gonna be doing it. Hopefully not. Aren't you okay, bro? No. Corbin got your sleep schedule messed up? I'm sorry. Let's see if it crashes. Sure did. Okay, access violation, reading location, no. Oh. Was this the thing that was null? What was null? The exception. Oh, the eyes are. That was like instant. Yeah, instant crash. It's like, let's see if it works, but. It's like, oh, I guess not. frick? Okay, well, so what I'm confused... Okay, so let's hook that instead. Just to see what happens. So, it was like, no. You don't deserve to work. It's like, geez, okay. Calm the heck down. You're not my dad. I was like, actually I am. Like, oh no. That was difficult. Okay, and then it should be. Oh. And then brilliant. We don't actually have to write anything to the console at all, I just wanted to. Alright, we're gonna install the hook as well. Oops, didn't capitalize it right. Okay. Also, I didn't mean to do that, but whatever. I just don't hit F1 because it'll crash the program. You had that as a B? What? Sorry. I'm confused. Let's go grab an item box and then release it. Let's see what happens. Okay, so text. Did it get rid of my dummy arg? It might have gotten rid of my dummy argument. Yeah, because this is not right. Oh no, the dummy arg's right there. Okay. I was the dummy arg. Dang it! Okay, well, where is it getting this from? Well, like, why is text, like, why is it the way it is? That's what I don't understand. Okay, when it well, this pointer should be. That was. Oh. I was gonna say, I was like, was that the whole song? Yeah, so this is at a different. Never mind. It's yeah. This pointer is correct. So what I'm confused about is why is this incorrect? Like, clearly that's not right. That's pointing to something. Who knows what that's even supposed to be? But like, well, if we run this, I think it's probably gonna crash. Why did it not crash? What? What? You were supposed to crash. You were the chosen one. Why would you not? What the frick? Okay, so hang on. So set text, when we get here, what? It's, param 1. It's actually set to R44, basically. Okay. So, register 4. Which I guess I just can't see the value of or something? Okay, good. I mean, I can, but like... I want to get something working. Let's see. I'm really baffled as to what... Oh. Oh. I'm being a goof, I think. I think I'm being a goof. Hang on. So, like, hear me out. Okay? Take, the text pointer and pretend that it's actually this. And then dereference that. There it is! I found it! Yay! Okay. So, so I guess it's a pointer to I guess a C converse cell string 2 is in fact not just an int. Who would have guessed? Okay, so sorry, not just a char pointer. I don't even know why I said int. Okay, so let's change that then. Oh, C is for class. Why did I not realize? Oh my gosh. Well, we know the first one is text. Okay. So here it is. For the time being, let's just make everything public, right? So that we can set it more easily. So then, we're gonna comment that out for now. Okay, here we go. So then, if we run this, we should now see results that actually make sense, maybe. Yeah, sorry, I just had to think for a moment. The only good Robin song besides Race Win. Yeah, there's a few good ones. This one's a good one. I like this one. I also really like the boss theme. The final the final one of them. I think it's just a normal boss theme. The one that has like the violin. It's like, you know, it goes like that for a bit. It goes, I don't know, it's cool. There are a few good ones. Most of them are like, you know, just like really loud, and you're like, ah. Okay, here we go. Text, and then it has, yeah, there. Yay! We have a proper view of the struct, and it's good. Okay, so then we could hook that and make it say whatever the heck we want right now, which is pretty sick, not gonna lie. But you know what else we can do? Set text, and we're gonna set our text to cell string. Glaceon. Alright. And let's also set the quick boot up so that we can, Sky's quick boot mod is actually one of the greatest mods I've ever used. It's because it speeds things up so much. Right? So instead of having to wait for that freaking, you know, the game to start up like that every time, you can just tell it, hey, go right to the title screen, please, so I can test it for you, and it goes, okay. You want to go to title screen? Here we are, baby. And then you get an exception. Just like that. Alright, well, I don't know why we got an exception, but the error wasn't from trying to read this, though. It was from trying to read something else. Okay, we'll figure it out. Hang on. Yeah, that is the this pointer. Okay. Is it because I hooked it? I don't know. The normal boss. Yeah, okay. Cool. That's what I thought it was. I don't even remember the final boss then. So this is a good song, but actually it's been looping a long time, so let me skip that. So through my advanced technical know-how, I can tell you what's going on here. Something is borked. So that's it's about the extent of my abilities. Let's see if we can oh. I think I just was dumb. Let me see. If I go to instance here and then I dereference that. Okay, let's say let's dereference it twice. I can't even read the memory. But I can read this. I want to no, I want to see the contents of that. Oh jeez, like hang on, like it's showing me this, but like no, you don't understand. Can you not do that? Must be pointer to complete object type. No, it doesn't have to be, you heck. Oh, I see why it's saying that, but dang it! I'm being stupid. Okay, there it is. So give me that. I wanted just the address, but okay. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is gonna hook set text, and then after we call the original function, I'm gonna have a breakpoint and we're gonna see what exactly it does, and then we're gonna compare that to what my function does. Yes, our text good. I agree. Alright, so okay, so here we go. So right now, this is the instance pointer, I guess. I can head there. You can see that this is the current text pointer, I guess. Alright, so I mean, okay, here's the thing. If you do follow that, so if you follow this along and then you go down there, I would think you would get the pointer to the text. Oh, well, not yet, because we haven't set it yet. Okay, but after you run this. So, okay, so it just changed some stuff, so let's go see what it changed exactly. Not much. Okay, something's wrong. We must be, the way I'm doing that pointer must be wrong. Let's see, it would have to be like, what if I just go there? That's not right, yeah. So what exists at position FE, FE, F8 is a pointer to see a general window. Oh, and also, wait, I'm being dumb again. That's not going to be set to the text. Rad, you drummy. Well, oops, okay. So I think it actually is operating correctly. Okay. I'm just being a moron again. Okay, so the only issue then is... Okay, this pointer here is 69BB090. So then when I run mine, it's also correct, yeah. And text is set to release warning, which I don't actually know why it's set to that. Because mine should be coming from... Oh, this first one is correct, yes. So that one should actually have worked, yeah, and then here we go. It's set to Glaceon. And that's not valid. It has a problem with Glaceon. That's why we must destroy it at all cost. You know, it would be quicker to use the new game delete prompt than this one. But okay. Oh, I think the issue is... Oh, duh, it's just that I'm not setting the other properties of this. Sorry. So, text, So the first 4 bytes are set to that, yes, but then the rest of it's set to other stuff. So what is it set to? Watch me blow the night away. Watch me save the day. Feel my storm, it's getting close. Sonic Heroes. B1, B244. Okay, it's just set to A. It's just A and then 0. Oh no, it's not. It's Unicode. Are you sure you want to discard this? Oh. I'm a dummy. I see how it works. It's too late. Okay. Alright, so, sorry, I'm being dumb. Okay, so there's another set text function somewhere that just lets you set Unicode for it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try this. Dab. Right? And then the text is gonna be Glaceon. Now there's probably other, properties of C, cell string, whatever, that I didn't set. So this is probably still gonna crash. But let's see if it works. Oh! Did it work? No, that's where it crashes. Okay, so run that again, and this time look at the other parameters. And together we'll stand strong no matter how. No one can bring us down. Hey. So, wait, maybe this? So I don't know how big these C cell converse strings or whatever they are. I don't know how big these are. And that kind of drastically alters the, like what happens here. Wait, image cat, wait a minute. Oh, it's, okay, here we go. Oh, you know what, edit it down here. So I can get a list of type names. That's what I wanted. Okay. Ba 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 da ba bow. Ba ba bow. So param 2 is the one we care about here. We're just following this down to see what it does with param 2. Here we go, init, and then it's gonna get the text from param2. Okay, what else does it do with it though? Because I saw it used up here somewhere as well. So what I'm confused about then is it seems to only use param2. At least it seems to only use that text from param2 here, like the Unicode text. So why the frick is it crashing then? Like this should be valid. Okay, so I'm gonna try something really crazy just to see if I'm right about this or not. It might not be big enough. Actually, that might be the issue. Let me see. Sorry about this if this is boring to watch. Edit data type. It's from app text. Okay, so eventually I'll find it. Okay, there's like no functions associated with it, I guess. So I just wanted to know how big it was. How big is the struct, right? But I don't have any way of knowing, looks like. I can just, I mean, I can guess. What's, oh, the cell string is, oh, it's a lot bigger than I thought it was. Okay, EO, that's, oh, it's a big boy. Okay. So let's actually add, let's add 216 bytes of filler. And then, it's probably bigger than this, but let's just see what we can do here. Whoops. Okay, so, some of these are set to other things other than just to frick. What's this? Is this text? Okay, we might need to figure out what all this is to get the text to work. Hope not, but there's another overload of this somewhere too I could maybe find. And then H is set to this. Okay, so now so firstly, right, let's do this. See if that makes it at least not crash. It probably will still crash, but let's just see. Hey, it didn't crash. Hey! Alright. Sick. So now we can make it say whatever the frick we want. Yo, alright, This is the fanciest restaurant in all of Pokemon High School City. School City. Alright. Gotta know. Oh! Oh. Alright, so one of those parameters is like the line count or something? So it won't align properly unless you set that correctly. Oh. And also the game dies if it tries to play the cutscene while it's showing the dialogue. Alright. A man has fallen. Good enough? Yeah, it's... Exactly, it's perfect. You know, I do want to try to see if I can fix that real fast, though, because, I have an idea how I could fix that. So, hang on. When I go to run this... This one has multiple lines. It has like 3 or 4 lines. Let me see if there's any numbers that are not set to that. Yeah, this is set to C1. C1. Okay, is that like the length of the text or something? How many characters would that be? 193. Whoa, what the frick is this? What the frick is this? I don't even know how I opened that. Okay, sorry. Okay, let's, I want to open up the XTB, please. There you go. When you wisp. You know, that feeling when you wisp. Okay, when you wisp away an item via Miiverse, your Mii nickname and message will also be sent to other players. Whisked away items may come back changed into a better item. Would you like to proceed? Alright, so that whole thing is like... let's copy that text. Okay, it's basically the character count. I don't know why there's an additional... I think it's the last character index. Okay, so that's what that is. So that's, I think I'm being stupid. I think I already documented this somewhere. Hang on. Because I remember reverse engineering this and figuring that out. Yeah, and then the value right, so it's a short. That's what I found out. Okay, so let's what offset was that at again? It was at 22. So it was 34 bytes in from there. So okay, let's see. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Screw it. Okay, wait, what? Hang on. That is a little bit higher than I expected it to be. So maybe this is wrong. Frick, what was that before? I forgot. I'll run it again. Oh, whoops, I forgot. This guy's mod did that. Remember, it's a short, and this would be the... That would be the first part. Okay, so hex 22 is what it was at. It needs to be at hex 30, I guess? That's weird, but okay, anyway, I mean, what? Screw it. Let's copy all this over there because it seems to be the same other than that, pretty much. So these are the remappings. Alright, and this is a long, my best friend. I think it's actually that. I don't know. Unsigned short. Okay. Notice the pattern here, by the way. This is weird. Okay, so provided that compiles. We'll see what happens. I just want to look at what this is. Okay, so here we go. So that's the text. Yeah, okay, it's somehow correct. I don't know how it's doing the oh wait, no, it's not. Yes, it is. I don't whatever. Okay. This is 2. That's -1. Okay, so again, the text looks like this. So there's 6 lines. So I'm looking to see if there's a number 6 somewhere. That doesn't seem to be. What's fascinating is notice how it keeps saying like the last character index over and over again, and then it has like a few bytes after it each time. So it's like last character index and then number, and then it just repeats that over and over again. Actually, I guess it's 0. Okay, maybe it's first character index, last character index, and then 2 numbers. I don't know what they are. 2 numbers, first character, last character, 2 numbers. I think these are like maybe these almost look like they're remappings of some sort. Anyway, I guess maybe with this information, it can figure out how to align everything. So actually, we can also edit this right now. So we could, right now, we could change this. So we could be like, no, we're gonna say screw that, and this is actually gonna be 1. Okay. And then when we get here, we can comment this out. And then recompile and continue from there. Well, that's gonna crash it. Okay, let's restart it then. Oops. All right. So up here, yeah, we'll change it there. I like that it's like scratch me, yee. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna screenshot this. Hit no, and I'm gonna learn about what the different text things do. So here's 1. So here this time I'm just gonna... Oh, it's still 1. I guess I edited the actual memory from the file. I actually shouldn't have kept quick boot on because it's also mapping F1 to something. That's gonna be a bit confusing. Yeah, apart from the background being different, the text itself looks the same. So I don't know if that actually makes a difference or not. Let's see if it does. Oh, I guess I broke the game. Oops. Well, yeah, let me run that again, and, let me set the text length to something like 0. I think the text length is what it uses to align? Maybe not. So let's set it to 0 like I was doing before. And then run it. Weird. So why did that text align? I'm really confused about that, actually. Why the frick did that work? But this text doesn't. Oh, it had line breaks in it. Duh. Oh, I'm dumb. It doesn't auto-align at all. Okay, there is no such thing as auto-alignment for this. Okay. So, how many characters do you think it can... It's like 40 characters before you have to do a line break. Alright, let's get it proper. Alright, everyone. It's the grand occasion. Wait, just kidding, because I'm stupid and I forgot to... No, it's... Alright, it'll hopefully work. I haven't set that 1 to -1, but hopefully it'll still work without crashing. Let's see. If not, I know how to fix it. Beautiful. It's my magnum opus. Yes. Yes, indeed. That's wonderful. Alright. So yeah, so let me do something other than text, because I need to before I end this stream, because come on, man. You're continuing to sprites for Crew 5, and you forgot how much you hate working with advanced sprites. That makes sense, yeah. They look really cool, but I imagine they're a pain to mess with because they're so... Yes, oh my gosh, thank you. You're welcome. It's a supreme blessing. Screenshot that and put it on Twitter, please. Alright. That following the previous one, people are gonna be like, what? It'll be worth it, though. I don't think I've explained that. So, if anyone's still watching, who's not Taz, because Taz already knows, there's these, Mudkip games. Goes to Walmart, then dies. There's these people who exist on this planet who are wonderful and have made these Mudkip visual novels, which are actually so good. Their bio says, I make very bad visual novels, escape while you still can, but they're lying. They're actually amazing visual novels. The first one they ever made was called Mudkip's Dating Simulator 1+2 Game of the Millennium Edition. So you know it's good. And as you can see, oh, they misspell it in here. I didn't get it right. Whoops. Well, anyway, it's oh, say a man has fallen in a river in Lego City. Oh, that would be great too. I gotta do that. I don't know how to explain it other than that this is a very, very good game. And then they made a sequel called Mudkip Goes to Walmart, Then Dies. And now they're making a new one called Mudkip and Co. Save the Entire Universe. Which is... I love it. It's just like Evangelion, except it's not Evangelion. at all, but it's really good. No, delete the game. But yeah, it's actually it's shocking. This one's shockingly well made. Like the quality of this one's actually pretty. Like you can't tell from the images, but it's actually well done. Like they programmed a freaking I guess Earthbound or Deltarune style the combat system into Ren'Py, the visual novel engine. I'm dead serious, and they made it actually work very well. Like it's perfectly programmed. And they use it to allow you to fight things like bicycles. It's very good. Anyway, Mudkip Monday is when we got in the group chat and we played that together. I'm gonna look at ASMR a little later. I was looking at symbols in Lost World to try to figure out how it does some things. But yeah, for ASM I have figured out the groups and the I got some of the layout down. I need to figure out what it does, right? But I have like the structure of it. So it should be enough to read and write it pretty much. It's just what does the data do, right? It's the hard part. I refuse to provide context to anything from now on. No. I refuse to provide context. It's just that. Perfect. Alright. Oh, it was Earthbound, right. These games are genuinely... Yeah, they're wonderful. I love it. Here, I'll just make it say this real fast. No, whoops, go back. A man has fallen in a river in Lego City. Alright, so what I want to do really is, more than just have it pop up text though. But, yeah, let me do it real fast though. Let me actually set it to like, I don't know, if... VK... M maybe? I want to zoom in a key other than F1 because that way I don't have to disable quick boot. This quick boot is nice. I mean, okay, numpad 7. Sure. Is that working? There it is. A man has fallen in a river in Lego City. It's beautiful. Alright, so I want to find, somewhere I want to find, so I want to do something with like the player movement or something like that, right? I think that'd be fun. So let me try to get the player Sonic, like the function that makes Sonic run around and do stuff, right? So what would be a good example? Wait, set editor. Or did they leave that in? They probably freaking did. I wouldn't even be surprised if they did. So somewhere over here there's going to be like a what is it called? It's like player movement or something. I found it earlier today, but I can't find it out for the life of me. If I just search for player, we're gonna get like 900 million results. I'm not even looking in the Wii U build. Whoops, but I should have still been able to find it though, because it's just a class name that I'm looking for here. But why are they all called rush bosses? I find that odd. Oh wait, player. I just scrolled by it. Okay. Player, and then is there like an update function? Ooh, that's a lot of stuff related to the... State water run? What? Oh, well I don't know if they use that. Water dead. Wall run dead. Sonic base. Special jump. Sorry, I like that they actually do have walk and run states and everything. Yeah, state run. Okay. Step. Remember how I said that the Lost World enforcers have walk and run states? Well, that was a guess. I'm glad to see it was 100% accurate, and they even call it state. Do they have a state walk somewhere? You did not know about the water? It's on the cutting room floor? I didn't know that. Really? Oh, I knew... Wait, you can use the spin out shoreline surface of the water without falling in. It is possible Windy Ho 2 in the puddle in the start. What the frick? What? I never noticed that. Oh, blue cube and pink spikes as an unused snake transformation. How does the cutting room floor always know more than anyone else? Wow. All right, I gotta try that sometime. I believe it, but that's kind of amazing. Yeah. Wait. How? Yeah. I'm very surprised. So I guess that's actually functional in the game. Who knew? Oh, here we go. Phantom spin. Is that rocket? Wait, what are the wisp? Because that's obviously that's asteroid, it's bomb, that's eagle, it's hover, laser, quake. Oh yeah, that's in multiplayer. Rhythm and rocket, but spin. Oh, drill. It's drill. Yeah, sorry. Thanks. I'm being dumb. Yeah, okay, alright. So there is nothing left over from Spike or Cube in the code, I guess. Okay. Get bubble. So there are... So is that like underwater bubbles then? To restore your you know, how much you can breathe? Because if so, they didn't use that. Flip avoid damage. Oh, okay. Fascinating. Okay. So, let me try to find... let's just have some fun here. So... sorry, stand, walk is somewhere, I swear, I don't know where it is, but there's a walk state as well. This is the run state. So I guess step would be the one I want to edit, and this is of course going to be a giant function. So, get horizontal velocity. Okay, so we can mess with stuff like that. But before we do, let's, we gotta find the function first. So let me see what we can do here. Is there anything here that would be easy to search for? There's no strings, it looks like. There is. Oh, thank you, Sonic Team, for adding the freaking move underwater. Isn't that only used? Because like you drill with you can use drill underwater in 3D. But do they use this if you just run underwater too? I guess they don't. Huh. Alright, so we're gonna search for that in the EXE. Alright, cool, I found it, and then we're gonna this should be the function. That was freaking easy. I'm really shocked how easy it was to find that. I thought that was gonna be a nightmare. Okay, cool. So we found the function, so now we're gonna move it. It's player C state run step. Okay, so oh, there's already a symbol for... Right, of course there is. I forgot it has the type data intact, but not the... Oh, I could have found it like that too, actually. That would have made it easy too. Okay, cool. But it's not. It's Sea State Run. Which I find it really odd that they have a custom class for every state. Like, that's just weird, man, but okay. Oops, no, undo that. Ah, frick. I'm gonna have to scroll back down there again. Alright, I don't know what the frick's going on. My throat's actually hurting a bit, so I'm able to keep streaming for a little bit tonight, but it's like it's like burning. Like, it's not just like a little sore. It feels like it's like it's really weird, man. It feels like it's going like, you know, like something's almost. It's weird, man. I don't know how to explain it. So I don't know if us. I don't know how I'll feel tomorrow. I'm gonna hope that I'm gonna wake up and feel fine, and we'll do Center for episode 2. But it might not happen. I might feel bad, so heads up. I'm okay enough to keep going tonight, but I might feel awful when I wake up in the morning. Hopefully it's not COVID-19. I mean, I shouldn't joke about that, because it could actually be, I guess, but like, dude, I didn't like freaking go hardly anywhere, so like I think my odds of getting it are a lot lower. But what, I don't know, who knows. Brad has Corona, run. Hope not. Oh, spin, screw, and draw, and turn names for drill. Astro is for astronaut, it's hover. Puzzle is cube. Rodeo is frenzy, spike, rocket, laser. Spin, screw is drill. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I knew the colors code names. I remembered screw and rodeo, puzzle, and astro. I didn't know they called it spin in Lost World. Isn't it actually referred to as spin in? No, I don't. No, I think I'm wrong. There's some wisp that in Japanese, like in the final game, not just in the codename. Like the announcer says, like spin or something like that. I don't think. I think for Joey it just says drill, but I don't remember. There's one of them that he calls by a different name. Yeah, thanks, Tez. I'm doing okay enough right now to do something stupid with Sonic Lost World, but we'll see what happens. You know, it might just be a cold or something. I mean, I don't want to jump to the conclusion that it's, you know, because everyone's going to think, oh my gosh, it's COVID-19, but it's like, where would I have gotten that? Like, I don't know of any recent outbreaks around our area to begin with. So I just magically acquired it, right? That would be... Colors also has spin. Oh, I thought it was called Screw in Colors. Huh. Maybe they refer to it as both. Sorry, I'm losing my place. It's player, but... Okay, and then... Sea State Run. And don't lose your place this time, dude. Come on. I like Sea State Grind and Grind Jump. So I'm right about that. Oh my gosh. I knew that was a thing, but that's upsetting that that's a state. When you hit the jump button when on a grind rail, the game transitions Sonic into a different set of code. Why does it need different code for when you're jumping on a grind rail versus when you're just grinding normally? Well, I mean, okay, because you're not locked into the rail in the same way, but like, it has a different entire player state for that? It should just be like a variable. That's weird. And also, more importantly, why in the name of heck... That's not the name I want to use. That's not good, man. Why in the name of Takashi Iizuka, whatever, is there a class name called Sea State Nut Chimney? What's the flying nut chimney? You can't make that up if you try. I guess it's the enemy that shoots the bullets at you or something. I don't know. Nut chimney. I'm not okay with that. Okay, it's gonna tell me that that doesn't exist. Yeah, okay. I guess Gawk is like global something. Okay, anyway. There's the run state step function, so if we scroll down... Okay, so before it ends, there's a function it calls called get horizontal velocity. I think it's that one. And then after that it has like a ring collision size by speed? Does it mean... Really? The game does that? Whoa! That's really smart. I think it... Holy frick. Okay. So it looks like what it does is it, this should just be a uint, I guess, a float. But of course you won't let me see the contents of it because, okay. So, if the speed is below a certain value, I guess, then it'll actually make the collision size smaller, I think. And when you go faster, it makes the rings collision a little bit larger. And the intent of doing that, I guess, is because when you're going slower, you have more control over Sonic, and so you can hit the rings more precisely. But when you're going fast, you probably don't have as much control over Sonic. And you want grabbing rings to be like an effortless thing. You want it to be like, woohoo, I'm grabbing rings! Not like, get the ring, you know, to quote, I guess to kind of quote the JonTron video, Bubsy 3D. So, they say, screw it. Just make the rings collider a little bigger, and then it'll be easier for you to grab the rings. That's really clever, actually. I never noticed the game did that. What the frick? Can you do this with gens and colors? Look at the yes, but they don't have symbols. So you can't see the names of stuff in those games. So like here you can see this is get horizontal velocity, this is called update ring collision size by speed, all that. In those games it would just be called something like fun 02A19548 or whatever, and you'd have no idea what this function did, right? So figuring out what it did is possible, but it's, you know, it's would you guess that there's a function in the game that updates the ring collision size based on the current player speed, right? You know, like, for example, right? Like, I wouldn't, right? So for me anyway, it would take me like a while to like figure out what some of this stuff does, right? But yeah, but you can do it. It's just that everything looks like more like this, like forces, right? And you just kind of have to look at functions and go. Let me look at a smaller one. You have to look at stuff and try to figure out what the frick it does, purely based on code and context and such. It's easier usually to figure stuff out by using cheat engine and like figuring out what stuff from there. But yeah, you can do it though. Colors would be easier than forces in a few ways because you can. The game's smaller, doesn't have de novo. You can analyze it. There's a lot of things you can do that make it a little bit easier. But it's also harder because you can't just cheat engine it. You can use Dolphin, which has a good debugger, so... Well, a decent one. Cheat engine's amazing. And I guess you can cheat engine Dolphin, too. Anyway. What about console version? That's a good question. I don't think it has symbols either, sadly. It might... But if it does, no one's noticed that yet. I have gens on my 360. I don't have it on the PS3. But I could like look at it and I could rip it and check it out, but it's kind of a pain if I'm being honest. Yeah, I'll look at it sometime though to see if it has symbols. What I'm really interested in actually is, you know, the beta build of Sonic Unleashed? I wonder if that has symbols. Because it's a beta, right? You would think it would. Maybe not. Maybe they were smart enough to not include them in the beta. Because they did give the beta out to testers, which is how we eventually got a copy of it, because a tester would... They signed a contract that says that they won't release it for X amount of time, and then after that time is up, they can legally release it, I guess. Which, I don't honestly know why it says you can release it after that time, because you would think the company would just never want you to release it, but... Not complaining, it's freaking awesome that someone was able to do that legally. But anyway. You have it in PS3, it has debugging, so probably? Oh, you mean the beta build. Yeah, sorry. I got confused for a second. Yeah. I would think it would, and if it does, that could be cool because that could help us figure stuff out in other games. Oh, also Jen's, let me close the Forces project for a second. Also Jen's, did I analyze it? I thought I did, but then it didn't save it or something stupid like that. No, I did again. Okay, good. Jen's also has RTTI, which is real-time type reflection, type information. Sorry, runtime type information or whatever the I don't know. It's something like that. So it doesn't have symbols. It doesn't have the function names, but it does have class names. So you can scroll through the classes, and you can see what they're called. So you can see like, you can probably find the player class. Play voice, player control. Okay. Oh wait, what's this? So, Death Egg player control. Okay. They usually name things like C whatever. So C is short for class. They also have a namespace called Chow, which I don't understand why it's called Chow, but they use Chow. They use this Chow namespace in a lot of the Team A games. Sonic and Sonic Team. Yeah, you can tell that they based some Lost World stuff off of this, I guess, but it's a different engine, right? A lot of stuff is named similarly, but it's all organized differently, and it's a different engine. Like if I was looking for the if I'm looking for the player class here, it's not called player and then you have a bunch of states. Instead it looks like it's called like what is it called? What was that? Spark effect? Sonic main display. Oh, this is the HUD. There are like vtable things, which is cool because you can use that a lot of times to find the functions actually, which is neat. Oh, and there is a HUD namespace. Oh, I didn't expect that actually. Yeah, so it's definitely very possible to code inject gens as well. In fact, gens I think is actually looks like it would actually be pretty easy to make code injection mods for. I see why Skype and Z were able to do stuff so quickly now. It's still very, very impressive what they did. I'm not downplaying it by any means, but I was wondering how they did it like that because without symbols like this stuff is freaking painful. Also, wow, I guess they did have the state system in Gens to a degree as well, but it wasn't as much. Holy frick. Anyway, well, okay, so they don't have the function names, and they also don't know what functions correspond to what classes and where they're supposed to be, but it is smart enough to figure out the virtual function table for each class. And that information is super helpful because you can go in here and you can go, well, let's see, there's 3 functions that are part of this class apparently. So this one, here's the first one, message change damage stat. I don't know what this is, right? But you can go in and you can find all of the functions from here, basically. That looks like a destructor to me. Okay, so that's a destructor, so I can like grab that, right? And provide a gauger will work. There you go. I can cut that, go back to where I was. Come on. Oh, hey, what's how you doing? Oh, cool. Well, if you're, you know, if it's a good idea to sleep, you know, should probably sleep, but you can do whatever. I'm not gonna stop you, right? Right. Anyway, so this is this pointer, and this is that parameter that is always added for some reason. But yeah, okay. Oh, right, So, yeah, so, like, see, so you can, like, add the information, and so now I know that this is the destructor, and, it's part of Seasonic State Walk, and it takes these arguments, and, yeah. And this is, I'm positive this is correct. Well, this is a Boolean, it's not just a byte, but... I don't know why the Microsoft compilers always add a Boolean to the destructors like this. I don't know what it's about. Oh, maybe it is just I don't know, whatever. But yeah, you can go into the function table and you can figure out what stuff is like that. And you know, this looks like the step function, actually. So, awesome. Okay, so yeah, so you can totally make stuff for gens. Because of the type data. So that's left over, and that's fantastic. Honestly, I don't know why no one's tried to do stuff for gens until now. Sorry, my voice is dying. Like, it should even be possible to, like, add Wisp and stuff to this. Oh, look, walking. Is that an animation that it plays? Well, I have no idea what this function is, but I'm assuming that's what this is. Freaking cool, alright. And if you could find, if there's symbols in the Unleashed beta, gens is basically just, they took Unleashed and they built a new game on it, right? So I would imagine the symbols would be very similar to the gens stuff, so I would imagine you'd be able to, like, find, for example, the, what was this called again? You could find Seasonic State Walk in Unleashed as well. I would imagine it would have pretty much the same functions in it, right? So you'd probably be able to figure out what the names of this stuff are and what they do from Unleashed, right? So, yeah, gens is very moddable. Holy frick. Hey, you're back from Twitch. Nice. Oh, you're not sleepy. You're sleepy at 1 p.m. then 1 a.m. That makes sense, actually. I do that too. My sleep schedule's whack. It's probably not healthy, but... sorry, so this is the function that gets the horizontal velocity, I think? Yeah. I guess. You know, I'm not sure. What's this? It does seem a little different than the, than that one. This is mostly the same, though. Maybe it, like, inlined one of them? What about dot products? Is that, like, a built-in instruction or something? Oh, there's no... Okay. There's no symbol that corresponds to that within the elf. Okay, here we go. This is, the velocity, and then this is the dot product thing, and then this is the multiply operator, I guess, and then this is one of these is subtract. I guess this is maybe. Is this intact? It is, but the scale one is not. Okay, cool. So I guess that is correct. It's weird that they have, like, it's like another function inside of it. Oh, Geyser isn't showing me the whole picture. Okay, that makes more sense. So I think it probably is you know, I can go back. It probably is this. But anyway. So that's what gets the horizontal velocity in the end. And I mean, it looks like it returns a float, because just come on. Oh wait, or maybe... Maybe a double, actually. Kinda looks like it's a double. Hmm. Well, maybe it's double. We'll see. Well, it's like not storing it anywhere. So I don't know what it's doing with that. But anyway, oh, wait. There's like a. That's weird that it thinks that it's. Maybe the calling convention is wrong or something. Anyway, sorry. So this is the same version as, okay, and it is actually a float. Okay, so screw that. Why does it think it's passing it into that? I'm very confused as to why it thinks that, but anyway. Maybe it is, but like that's weird. Okay, so anyway, we could change that to make it return something else instead, I guess, which could be kind of fun. I don't know what we would do. So I guess the easy thing to do would be, we can implement our own player state, right? Well, that wouldn't be easy. Sorry, let me please retract that statement. That would not be easy at all. That'd be quite difficult. But we could screw with this. So let's just play with it, see what we can do. So we're gonna have a namespace called player and a class called zStateRun. Now obviously I don't actually know the size of this class or anything like that. It's at least hex 50 bytes in size, which is that's kind of big. That's 80 bytes in total. And I don't know. Oh, look at all that multiplication they're doing. I don't know what the types of any of that is, so I'm gonna be lazy and data. We're gonna say like something like this. Very slow chat. Yeah, it's right. Disable it before every adverb or adjective. Solved it. Nice. It's fixed. My issue is fixed. So what if instead of calling the run one, we called something else? Ooh, that could be fun. Okay, so let me see what we can do with that. What is get blackboard, by the way? What the heck is that? And get collision? Get attack status. Fascinating. Delete parkour effects. Wait, check change to grind? Wow, look at this. Change to 2D mode and change. Oh boy. Oh boy. Change animation. Oh boy. What calls this? No, no, you're gonna tell me the name of that. Change my way. Let me make it a string. Hey. Oh, you know what? It's not a string by default. It's like a pointer to a string, maybe? I don't think so. It looks like, Oh, so this is a this pointer thing. Isn't it? like clear tides, bright skies. Okay. Go back. The frick is... what is this? Get visual gawk. I don't know what a gawk is, but okay. So then that returns that, and then this calls that on see visual gawk, which then changes the animation. Okay, so... okay, cool. I don't know what the float is about either, but it says there's a float in the comment up there, which was derived from the symbols, so it must be correct because it was pulled from the symbols. So here's the float that it's passing to it. Oh wait, what was that? Because I saw some text that said like fault or something, but that was something else. Okay, so let's see other requests to run that function. Large fall. Why does it have slashes at the beginning? That's weird. Oh, +2. Wait, so it gets the address to this string and then it goes like that? It should be +3, right? That doesn't... what the frick? Why does it do that? Why does it not just store it? Okay, well there's a lot of these. Damage fall. Let's see if I can find one that's like... sorry, slide hip. Yeah, I like Sonic music as well. Bob, wait. You're just going through Twitter right now? That's a lie. Bob the Flicky sent someone to Heck in a roleplay. He owns Heck now. Check the wiki. He owns Heck? Bob the Flicky is the owner. Like, how much did that cost? Oh my goodness. Must have been a little expensive. Ooh, this could be kind of fun. See result win. Okay, hang on. What's this? It's set to 0. Okay, so I think it's gonna be like... that's a float. And then this is a string that's result win. Okay, so let's go look at the exe for strings like that. Okay, we found one. Alright, so here we go. Here's that function. Proc message, that's a long name. Okay, hang on. App players state result battle. Jeez. So this is from the multiplayer stuff, which by the way is left over in the PC version and still works. You can play multiplayer on the PC build, as Skype discovered. I'm shocked that it doesn't crash. There's like a million different reasons why it should crash, yet it doesn't. So a while ago, anyway, they were trying to make a mod that lets it so you can play it online with a friend. But they never did finish that. That'll be on now. Well, I figured, but I don't know if there's anyone new watching who doesn't know yet. All three of us. Oh, jeez. Everyone's going to bed. They got the coronavirus. Kidding, of course. Hope not. Battle something. Okay. This was part of... yeah, this is a disc call. Oh, that's why it loops so long. I like that song, but it's been playing a lot. Okay, so, anyway. So then this is the change animation function. It's part of app player. So in here somewhere. It's up here, I guess. Okay, C state Gawk. And it's works like this. Alright, nice. So then these are sub functions from that, but I don't really care. Okay, so did YouTube Mobile have a glitch on the homepage? I don't know. Check out the wiki Tez just sent me. Bob the Flicky. I read this part at the top here. Let's see. I'm just trying to make sure I don't miss anything. Bob the Flicky hates children. As stated at 6:33 p.m. EST, March 17, 2020, the devil from the world popular game Cuphead informs Bob that he is now the owner of Heck, and then they have an image. Oh. Don't have consent to do so. What the heck did you mean consent? I'm literally hecking. You gotta censor every word, right? Or else Susan will be mad. Bob, you own Heck now. What? It's Heroes Goodbye. Oh. Bob was involuntarily forced into it. He would never do it on purpose. Bob would never. I'm crying and shaking. It's perfect. Alright, well, you've been Twitch for about 10 minutes? Cool. Well, actually, I gotta stop streaming soon because like my voice is starting to hurt more. But yeah, let me do something really fun real fast because I think this is gonna be worth it. This will be a good grand finale to this mess. Okay, so the idea here is we want to find what calls these things. And then, well, I guess we could just call, yeah, we can call change animation ourselves, but we need to call it on the G-state Gawk parameter. So we need to find a case where the game actually, like, where does that get called, where does any of this get called from, right? There's gonna be a lot of instances of this. So we're gonna give that a second. It's got to bake in the oven. Take one up. Take ring. Oh. Send to player. What the frick? Player debug command? Send to player. You send an int to the player? What? Set disable time. Okay, this is all cool, but I want to find. Okay, yeah, let's stop right here. What's this? How is this address not referenced by anything? You can't be serious. No, it's referenced by something. Look, I'll show you. It can't find virtual function tables because it's stupid or something, but they exist. Okay, so let's let me tell it. Here's one. You just have to kind of guess the size until you get it right. It's a big one. Jeez. How is it not? Oh, stop it. How are there this many? Okay, that's the end, I think, right there. Well, maybe not. That looks like the end of it. Yeah, that's the end of it. That's when another. Yeah, this is when another one comes into play, I guess. Okay, so. Hold up. No, keep going. No, not that high. Oh, jeez. I guess, what was it, like 38 or something? Ah, hi. Bob didn't choose Heck. Heck chose Bob. I see. That makes more sense. Here, I'm not saying for long, way back for. Oh, hey. Yes, I said it's almost over, meaning there's almost 4 hours left. No, well, I did say it's almost over, but that means it for real because my voice hurts. Like my throat's hurt, it's killing me. But let me just. I just want to do one more thing to get into grand finale, so that's what I'm working on right now. So this is check Phantom Start. We got Spring Impulse. Okay, all that good stuff. So what I wanted to find was if there were any references to Step, which I know there will be one now. There it is. I told you. So here's the reference to Step. So that's 23 functions into this. Jeez. Okay, so what's an easy way we can find this? I mean, there's not really an easy way, to be honest. Oh, well, wait, yes, there is. What references the constructor? Time for the big finale. Heck yeah, dude. Okay. I really hope this works and it doesn't just like crash the game, because that would be nice. Oh jeez, what the heck is this? This is a very big table of something. It's not that big though. Holy frick. It's all the different like player types. Like all the different like objects too. What the what? What is this? Is this like a constructor list or something? Okay, what I'm looking for is just I need to get a pointer to the player object. So maybe like let's actually see if there's one called get player. Maybe you can like ask it like, hi, I'd like you know, I'd like player number 1, please. And it'll go, sure, here you go. You're gonna pay with credit or debit. And then you don't pay because you're Sonic the Hedgehog. Finale is what always confuses a 5-year-old? I can see why. Remember you beating them when you were 6 or 7? Oh, jeez. You got some talent. It's taking its sweet time to search for this. Oh my gosh. So what I want to do is I just want to find. I need to have a function that'll give me the address of the player object, and then give me a pointer to the player. Hi neighbors. And then once I have a pointer that points to the player object, I'll be able to dereference it, right? And call change animation on it. And that's where the fun begins. So then I'm gonna just basically make Sonic have a different animation. I can either do that or I can do something else stupid. I don't know. I just want something stupid to happen for this. You want to pay with cash through Radfordhound? That's the best version of me. While this is searching, goodness gracious, it's taking so long. Let me see if I can find anything in Sky Server about this, because they've... Oh, so Jeet has a function called get players. Good. Is that from Lost World? Yeah, it looks like it's for Lost World. Excellent. Okay, thanks, Sajid. Let's see, how does this work? He gets the game document object, and then he grabs the... what the frick even is this? I don't know if he wants me to share this, but, I think it'll be fine, but don't want to take any chances. Okay, so he's just doing it kind of a hacky way, but okay. he's searching all of the objects, virtual function tables, until he finds one that has the address that he wants, I guess. And then when he finds that, he takes the pointer to the object that has that virtual, you know, that address, and then he adds that to the list of players, and now he has an array full of all of the players currently in the game, so he can get player 1, player 2, and etc. if the game supported more than that, which it might actually. I don't know. Like that, which is cool. Okay, oh boy, here we go. Get player direction ID. Player ID, what the frick? Actor ID, attack speed. Ooh, that could be fun to mess with too. Get player no, like number. Okay, it's just like a function, I guess. Or like, sorry, a member. Player path, is that the current spline that the player's on? Get player position, oh ho ho. Is there a set player position? Cause that'll be fun. Wait, this is a develop? This is a debug menu thing. Oh. Okay. Sure. Get player speed. The final boss has a function that gets the player speed for some reason. Set target player. Get target player no. Get player no. Hang on, here we go. This might be good. No, it's not. Oh wait. Yeah. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to get a player. I want to get a pointer to a player from an index. What this function does is the opposite. Essentially, you give it a player, and then it uses that player pointer to give you the which index you're dealing with, which is great and all, but I want the opposite of that. I'm kind of surprised that there's not a function for that, if I'm being honest. Hey, Blob, how you doing? Yeah, it's still live for now. Ba-ba. Get player root distance? Okay, This is all cool, but that's not what I'm looking for. Dang it. I might just borrow Sajid's way of doing it. You know, I think I'm gonna copy that for now. Hope he doesn't mind. Just cause like I could screw around and try to find a proper way of doing it, but like I just want to get some. My voice is hurting, so I just want to get something cool on screen and then do a break and stop. So let's just get the first player ID. So when we reach this. We'll put a breakpoint there in case that happens. Okay, so that's his way of doing that. So alright, that's plagiarizing. I'm telling the teacher, I'm telling the principal. Well, I know you're joking, but yeah, I don't think he would mind. If I did, I wouldn't use it, but well, because Skyth asked, hey, how did you do the player thing again? And then he's like, here. Skyth is like, thanks. So, considering the context, I figure it means, and the fact that he posted it in a public server, I think it means, well, it's not public, but it's not just them, it's, you know what I mean? There's, actually, oh, there's like close to 40 people in it, so, yeah, it's not exactly private, you know, I think it's gonna be fine, but yeah, anyway, so that's how he gets the pointer to the player object, so, what he's basically doing is he found the static, he found the global, the one that I pointed out earlier. The general window dock. Global general window, that one. So, I called it general window dock, but yeah, I guess it's just the global general window. Okay, cool. So anyway, he grabs the pointer to that, and then he gets the 40th int from there, which apparently happens to be the count of objects. So then he gets the 39th int, which happens to be the pointer to the array of objects. And then he goes through the array using the count that he got earlier, and he just checks the first value of each object in the array of each object one after another. And if the virtual function table's address happens to be this one, which just so happens to be the address of the player, yes, see Sonic's virtual function table. So he's checking to see if this object has Sonic's virtual function table, and if it does, he assumes it's a player, because why else would it have Sonic's function table? So he returns it. Well, he adds it to the list. So I'm just going to return when I find the first one, because there's only going to be one in my case. So we're gonna get the player, and then once we have the player object, we're going to have some fun. When you hit VK numpad 2, because why not? We're gonna get the player, and then once we have the player, we're gonna call that function we found on him. So wait a second, so here's change animation. So we're gonna look for references to that again. There's a whole bunch of them. Is this one of the player ones? Fall, okay, so... Oh, goodness. C state gawk. Okay, so now let's collapse all this because this is gonna drive me nuts. Okay. I find it so hard to navigate this dang tree view, if I'm being honest. I know you can search, but searching actually takes longer than navigating the tree view. So it's really annoying. Because it's so slow to search, right? So one of these somewhere should say fall. Here's large fall. Why don't I just find fall? Guys, Rad just hit. I hit? Oh no. Well, I just want a standard fall. There's not just alt fall all caps, because apparently there is on the PC version of Lost World. Well, that's weird. No, let me change that. Yes, I know what my photo settings are, but I want to change it. There's no way to... That's freaking annoying. Okay, there's probably some way to do it, but man, that's annoying. And I think this is the right one. Wait, why is there all these fall? Damage fall. Okay, damage. Can we find that one? So they can... Okay, you can't change it like that. Oh, the button worked this time. I don't know why. Okay. Oh, but changing the case sensitivity means it has to restart the dang search. Alright. Raj, you want to know what drives me nuts? And I did it with 4 commas, so I'm concerned. was 3 commas, I would have been fine with it, but it's 4, so that means trouble. But sure, what drives you nuts, Taz? Oh, jeez. There we go, that's what I wanted. Thanks. Okay. Well, there sure are a lot of damage strings that don't really get referenced by much, which is kind of annoying. Grab or hold, okay. I'm getting anxious. Well, okay, is it like calling them out of order or something? Because that doesn't even really look right. What the frick? Well, that could be right, I guess. How did I even verify this was right the first time? That's wholesome, Taz. You wanna know what drives me too nuts? That drives me nut? 4 commas again. Oh boy. Good. It begins with a G, I think. I might be wrong. Tomb Raider is still 100% of on Steam. Oh, 100% off? Oh, it's free? Holy frick. That's cool. I should play it. Why are there so many copies of the same freaking string? Oh, well, because it's a debug build, but that doesn't freaking excuse this. It does, I'm just kidding. Okay, well, here we go. Change animation to jump ball. Great, so this is state homing attack on enter. That makes sense. I don't know if this is or not. Jump ball glide. Yeah, it doesn't look like it is. Glide would be somewhere else. So, okay, let's, I kind of hate that there's that many different references to different jump ball strings. Like, that's hecking annoying. Anyway, sorry, what am I even doing? What am I looking for again? I'm looking for the... I was just looking for how it got the, G-state gawk, basically, out of that. So, let's grab a function here, whatever. Let's find, I don't know why I thought I should do that by looking at strings, but whatever. It probably made sense. Just can't think right now. Okay, well, get visual gawk is probably what I want to call it. No, just get... Huh. Input gawk? No, it would be called just get state gawk, right? Get states. Oh no, this is part of that. So it wouldn't be called that, no. C Sonic. C State. Well, okay, somewhere one of these, right, is called from a player function. So okay, here's C state fall, whatever. Okay, so C state fall. Param1 is the guy. Oh yeah, they always pass in the gawk into these on enter functions, don't they? this step. All of them have this, apparently. Ah, dang it. Oh, diving route. Sorry, I thought it said driving. I was like, Sonic drives? He's like, frick, I didn't know Sonic had his license. Update animation is apparently a function as well that they call. Okay. Hey. That's pretty good. Okay, hang on. Walk slime. Walk mud. Ice dash panel. Okay. Yep. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Rad, you madman. Oh, the humanity. How could it come to this? Why is it not finding the thing string? Go to walk slime, we'll try that out. Please find my string. Oh, it's looking for it now. It just wasn't looking until today. Okay. Oh, but it still didn't find it. Okay, good. Okay. Love you too, Ghidra. Well, it should be called, like... whatever, walk mud. Look for that one. There's walk fast. Doesn't really make sense that they don't have references to any of these, but okay. Is this function just not here? Oh my gosh, that's a lot of... whew. That's a lot of functions. Okay, well, I just want to find the ones, so okay, let's look for, dang it, why the heck is there no, like, why is the walk slime, why can't I find it? That should be in the EXE somewhere. Okay, well, let's see if we can search for it and find it, like, traditional way. Find bytes. No, you know, wait, find... search memory for a string. It's gonna be walk mud. Search all. Okay, good, it found it. Okay. Thank you, Ghidra-chan. Yes. Can you not do that? Okay, now you can. Alright, whatever. Show me references to that. Oh my goodness. Okay, change animation. Okay, this might be the right one. It just is highly optimized to the point where it's just a travesty to read. Like, oh my goodness. Okay, well good. Walk mud. Alright, so it should... so then this one should be... yeah. Ice dash panel. Okay, so walk mud, ice dash panel. Good, we found the function. Okay, so this is the player state run update animation function. Okay, so sorry, so the fun's about to begin. I know I'm taking forever to get to this. It is, in fact, the grand finale. See state run. Okay, we're gonna copy paste this. Okay, and cool. Here's where the real fun begins, gamers. Let's go. Under the player one, player class. Yeah, see state run. There's a function. called sorry, here we go. Update animation, and it's C state run. Just this pointer, so we don't need to include that. C state. Do you see? I don't know what that is even. Is it present in the? Yeah, apparently it's a reference. Okay. And also a float. So that's that's that. Okay, and we can give it a comment, but I'll do that later. Here we go. Okay, so now here's the fun part. We're actually not going to do this. Instead, or even use the getPlayer function. Instead, we're going to grab that update animation function. We're going to hook it. So we're going to grab this right here, and we're going to put under app a namespace called player. We're going to say HB hook member. And then down here, we're going to say wait, click team is free. It is? What? That's awesome. Holy frick, I didn't know that. Time to make a Cafe Sonic the Nickasee game. Heck yeah, dude. Oh, this song's great. I love it. Sorry. Actually, screw that. We're not going to do that. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to call change animation. And C state gawk or whatever. Now where is it? Oh, I'm being dumb. G comes before S. Wait, Sonic Classic? I'm looking at gens. Oh my gosh, I lost my mind. I was like, what? Nut chimney. I was so freaking confused. I was like, did they mean because he has like the spinny feet? Oh, anyway. Oh. Stuck inside. Oliver's are stuck inside and Click Team recognizes that kind of stinks. So to help out, we have decided to offer a Click Team Fusion for anyone who wants to create. Download such a version and get it. It expires on June 1st. Maybe we can create some cool games for each other. We can make the isolation a little more tolerable. Hey, this is a cool campaign. That's awesome that they're doing that. Like, holy frick. They're seriously giving away... they're seriously giving this away for free? Oh my goodness. It probably expires after the... Oh, yeah. Well, obviously it expires, but... I mean, you probably don't get to keep it forever, right? Like, I think what they're saying is on June 1st, it's going to disable itself. But, hey, we should do a game jam with that. That'd be freaking awesome. I'd love to do that, actually. Let me see, change animation. I wonder if it's constant or not. It is, okay. Let's just say enemy name, and then, what's wrong with that? Oh, I did the same thing again. Boy. You can see how this, like, Lost World, even though it wasn't the greatest game, you know, it had a really good API. Like, you can see, I can see why they based Forces on this, actually, even though it didn't really make sense. From a programming perspective, it actually kind of did, because it was just so clean. They spent, you can tell they spent a ton of time on making this, like, super clean. Okay, so I think that's what we want to do here. Let's go back and make sure. No. Okay. dvar 8 is set to this. And that's 0. I don't know why. It seems like it's always set to 0, so I'm just gonna set it to 0 as well. And the name is something like S2. Yeah, okay, so like something like this. So like walk slime. So let's set the name to something funny, as they say in the business. So we're gonna get oh geez, Windows, stop it, Windows. Okay. Had a bruh moment, but we're okay now. Ever just bruh? What would be a good animation for us to use? Anyone have any suggestions? Just any animation from Lost World. We got crawl, damage electric, damage fall, damage magma. Walk slime is one of them. Dead classic for some reason. Dive idle. Maybe, you know, let me just make him grind in the air. I think that'd be funny. I'll try other suggestions too. If this works. Because I know I just asked you and then I was like, what? Hey, let's try this. So I'm gonna try yours too. Let me just try this real fast. Okay, so will this work? Probably not. Almost certainly not. But let's try it. Oh, it was some. Okay. Time to die. This is gonna crash the game. Like I have no confidence that this is actually going to work. But it sure would be humorous if it did. Dead classic is when you get crushed. Crushed into the. Oh yeah, that would make sense actually. Yeah, that would make sense, Taz. Okay, let's try it out here. We'll see what happens. Oh my gosh, it worked! On the first freaking try. Wow. I'm shocked. See, look at how clean their API is. I mean, like, I was able to figure out something complicated like that with relative ease. Oh my goodness. He's just skating around! Well, I should change the spin dash state to this, because that would be funnier, but, is the Mach speed, a different state? I think it is. This is so good. Alright, I think the Mach speed, state is a different... Oh, yes! Sorry. I think when I hit the cannon, it's gonna be the Mach speed animation. No, it's not! Oh, it's the run state. Dude. Dude, you could just put a board on him and it looks like he's, and you suddenly have, like, a skateboard in Lost World. You can have skateboarding sections, dude. Holy frick. Like, this is really powerful stuff. Wow, alright, I wanted this to be funny, and I do think it's kind of funny, but it's actually, I think this is more intriguing than humorous. Holy frick. Ozzy's release this looks fun on its own. Yeah, it actually it's kind of fun. I mean, I don't know if I want to do like a big, hey everyone, the download link's here, because then usually that implies that it's like a finished thing that you're proud of and is of quality, and this is not exactly of quality, right? But I'd be happy to give just give a link to anyone who wants in the stream. Because holy frick, this is kind of fun. Oh, wow. Alright, so yeah, so because, so what were the others? Did anyone else have any suggestions? This is high quality. Oh, thank you. I'm shocked that that worked. Like, first freaking try. I mean, it took me a long time to get it, to find it, but dude, that was not hard to do at all. Sonic Team made a really nice, like, code base for this game. Holy frick. Okay, so let's try to find other animations just to see, just for fun, right? Because obviously they're gonna work. Stomping End. I guess that's the bounce bracelet, but it's weird that they call it stomping. Snowball, that will crash. I would think, maybe not. What would be funny? Oh, I'm sorry, Blob, I'm blind. These are just the dabbing animation when you charge up the run on the ice. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't know what that would be called. Skate. Okay, skate, charge, dash, maybe? That might be what it's called. So again, VS is cool. You can actually have it pause here and then tell it to recompile in real time. It's not always able to do it, but most of the time it is. Yeah, there we go. Cool, so let's try it out. Oh, get rid of the breakpoint now. That's... Oh, whoa, cool. It even changed the walk animation for some reason. What the frick? I'm actually not clear on why it did that, but hey, that's cool looking. What the frick? Why does it like it doesn't look as dumb as I imagined? I mean, it does look dumb, but oh, this music fits perfectly for this. I don't know why he gets stuck when I go running. Weird. But that's not the one you were talking about, is it? It's that's just his normal skating animation. You were talking about let's see, skate. It's gotta be skate something. Skate charge? Charge start? Okay, it might be charge start. Or it could be just charge normally. I think this is the one you're referring to. Maybe I'm wrong. He looks like he's about to dab. No, yeah, no, this is when he's like charging up a dab. This isn't what you meant. Oh wait, maybe, kind of. I don't remember there being a dab. I believe you. I don't remember I don't know what it would be called, right? Because I don't remember when it happens. I know it's like something when you're on ice. But ooh, this is. He does look almost like he's dabbing. This is the one pretty much. Okay. Cool. I mean, I can keep looking for it if you want. It's when you stay idle and then you press runs so it charges peel out, but he dabs on ice instead. Okay, wait. You stay idle and then you press run so he charges. Okay. Okay. So it's kind of, it looks kind of like this. It might be, let me see if I can find it still. It might also be skate charge, because there was this one called that, I think. Yeah, there was. I think this is it. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, it's basically a dab. Nice. Pro charge without a start as looping one? Yeah. That seems to be it. Okay, cool. So let me restart this level. Wait, what's one with like a long auto run section? I guess Sky Road has one, but I don't really like that one. let's just, screw it. Let's just, Windy Hill 3. Let's go. Yes. Wow. I like that. I like that. I was like, man, I wonder how I can change his animation, and it's a function called change animation. It's like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Wow, nice. To be honest, it's like none of this is as humorous as I was imagining it would be, right? But I'm actually just more impressed that it's working. Like, I thought I'd be like, this is funny, you know, with my impeccable sense of humor. But actually, I'm just kind of like, wow, dude, it works. Holy frick. But wow, yeah, it's this is beautiful. You have so much power with this, young lad, Radfordhound. Use it wisely, knave. Thank you. Oh, I've done something good. Wait, do I have that on still? Yeah, I still have that on. Alright, so that's the stream in one image for you, I guess. But it's not very good because you can't really see the tab that well. But you could if I went into, hang on. Yeah, spinach animation isn't changed because it's a different state. But I could change it if I wanted to, just by finding it the same way I did the other one. So wow, dude. Oh wait, yeah, you still do this during the slime, okay. Oh, right, because I overrode the update animation function, so every time that the game is trying to change Sonic's animation to something else, it's instead, my hook is saying, nah, dude, change it to this. So that's why it's doing that. But yeah, you could totally, I mean, oh my gosh, you could like freaking implement your own, basically, player state stuff with this. I mean, because think about it, right? Like, you can tell the game to play any animation you want on Sonic at any time. So you could like, could you like write a custom object? I mean, you can, obviously. Everything's possible with this. But like, how hard would it be to like write a custom object, right? And then once you have the custom object, like, program in custom code for what happens when Sonic touches the object, right? You could add like ramps to Lost World. You could add Wisp. You know, so you could port over like color stages more accurately. You could add freaking, I mean, you could give Sonic a boost to make this a boost game if you wanted. Make it a better boost game than Forces. I mean, frick. Oh, here we go. This is what I wanted. I just wanted like a close-up of him so that I can be like, yeah. So you can get a screenshot from that if you so desire. Anyway, whew. Wow. Like, dude, I want to just mod the heck out of this. I want to see how far I can go with this, because, like, this is a joke, but I wonder how far you could do something serious. I see why Skyth and Sajid are so, have been working so hard on reverse engineering this and gens and all that now, because, dude, you could do anything with this. Made sense to me. You. Is your hook drunk? It sounds drunk. Try to give the dive animation? Oh, that'd be good. Yeah, let me do that. Just the loop one. I could also do the idle loop. That'd be funny actually. Let me do that. I think everyone knows this, but in Lost World, when if you in a skydiving section and you wait and you don't press anything for a while, he turns around in the air and stares at the player like, what the frick, man? You know, like speed up, and he looks bored. So that would be pretty funny to see that animation as he's, oh yes, oh yeah, that's this is more like what I was picturing. Oh, nice. Well, he's not supposed to be in the ground, but that's perfect. I love it. Oof. That also in Forces. Oh yeah, it's also in Forces. I like that they kept that, I'll be honest. It's just like I remembered Sonic. I like that you can tell that it is that animation, but his head's just in the... I can do anything, chaos, chaos. Oh, how many times have I said this so far? I don't know, but I'm right there with you. Like, that's how I feel about this. Oh, whoops. Oh, jeez. Flawless. It's perfect. Oh my goodness. I like that it even has, like, it even does the interpolation for you automatically. So, like, you tell it to the animation, it even, like, bends Sonic to fit the like, it transitions correctly. Why is it so, like... Imagine how easy the job is for the programmers, like, adding new content to this game, right? Or making a new game out of this. Like, they can just take this and go, oh, okay, new game. You know what I mean? Because, like, because remember, I did this by, you know, popping up the EXE and searching through it in Ghidra and understanding what each function was, and then building hooks, and then using detours to rewrap the hooks, and then having a DLL that's loaded by Lost Code Loader, and then that runs all the code that does the detours, and then, you know, all this complicated crap. From their perspective, right, they just have a function called change animation. And they just call it. So if they want to make Sonic do a thing, they're just like, oh, not that. They're just like, whatever, run. And they're like, yeah, it's done. Game's done. So you know what I think this is? I think that second parameter is the ease time. It's how long it's gonna take before the new animation takes effect. So if we set it to like something big, set it to like 50, right? I don't know if that's, I don't know what unit of measurement this is in, but let's set it to that. And see if it like takes him a while to transition into that animation. Oh no, I'm wrong about that. That's not what that is. I wonder what that is then. Huh. Because I don't know what that would be. It doesn't seem to have changed anything. Someone's gonna join right now and be like, what the frick? Board dive might look better during the double jump. Yeah, I thought about that. It'd be fun to, well, I can try to find the C state jump one as well. Oh, you know what? It should be easy actually, because hang on. So I have the virtual function tables, right? What the frick is nut chimney? What is nut chimney? Why is it called that? So this is not like an object in the game. This is a player state. Like, Sonic goes into his jump state, his run state, his parkour states, and his nut chimney state. What is nut chimney? Okay, drill, okay. Offset? Oh, it could be an offset maybe? I didn't see any difference though, so I'm kind of confused. Frames? Yeah, it could be several things. I don't know what it is. I have to look into that more. If I can find an instance in the game where they set it to something other than 0, that might help me understand what it does better. Okay, so let me real fast. So, state run is somewhere around here. Here it is. Yeah. So virtual function table. So when I go to the function table, I should be able to find the parameter that the one that points to update animation. Well, in theory, I should be able to do that. What is this called from? Oh, from the step. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Wow, that's clean. I like that. Okay. So step is 10. Okay, it's at index 10. So state, oh, test move? They have a movement test state? Oh, I wonder if I could boot into that. That'd be fun. They also apparently have, there's some code left over that seems to imply that the debug menu is still in the game. So I wonder what we could do with that. Also, water breath air. So there's totally underwater sections with bubbles and stuff in this game. Because we saw the bubble thing earlier, now we saw this. I wonder if it still works. If you enable it. Okay, so, sorry, so see state, what's see visual human? Maybe you could see, it lets you, maybe it would render Sonic's armature? I don't know. Okay, so C state, oh, sleep, I guess it's the idle when you wait too long and he falls asleep. C state plugin, what the frick? Pre-dash? Oh, that's when you're charging up the, you know. I can't, whatever, it's run, I can't remember the name, it's the super peel out, that's it, sorry. C-state jump, okay, so let's find this. Okay, so this function right here should be the step function then. Yeah, it is. Dude, it's so clean. This is actually, like, super well done, like, this code. I'm so impressed. It's weird because it's like Sonic Team actually has devs that are, like, really competent. Like, they know what they're doing. But the thing is, they're, like, logical devs. Right? They're developers who really know how to make, like, a clean code base and, like, code that makes sense. But they don't know how physics work. And game design. They don't get that. So they have these, like, really good programmers, but then they make these games that feel like they're incompetently programmed because of the physics. You know, they don't know how to make that feel correct, right? So that's why Forces is the way it is. It's just really, it's a shame, because it's like, dude, this code is really clean. Alright, so let's jump in here. I'm also gonna make this like hex 50. I don't think that's right, but I'm gonna set it to that for now. Anyway. And it should be the same, there should also probably be an update animation function for, well, I don't know if there is actually, let me see. Let me go to the, here we go, hang on. I still can't believe they do this. That's crazy to me. That's really clever. So I mentioned this a lot earlier, but I don't know if anyone, I don't know if people knew what I meant. So there's a function in the game, right, that they call in the player updates stuff. And what it does is it checks how fast Sonic is going. And if he's going at a certain speed, like if he's running at a decent enough speed, it'll actually find all of the ring hitboxes, and it'll make them bigger. And that sounds really weird, right? It's like, what the frick? Why does the game do that? But it makes sense when you think about it. It's like, oh, it's because you want grabbing the rings to be easy, and it's kind of hard to be accurate with your movement when you're going fast sometimes. So they just make it a little easier to grab the rings. And apparently it worked perfectly, because I never even noticed that the game did that when I played it. Right? So it didn't break my illusion that I was grabbing the rings. I felt like I was still grabbing them. Right? But it just made it easier. It's like, that's smart. That's cool, actually. Yeah, I know, right? Like, I never... Also, my gosh, I'm so glad we have symbols, because can you freaking imagine, without having symbols, how hard this would have been? Can you imagine, like, imagine if you found this function and you didn't have symbols. You're like, what function is that? And you just have to guess, right? I'm sure it'd be like, oh, yeah, I know, of course, it's update ring collision size by speed, obviously. That's what this function is. Like, no, I would never have guessed that in a million years. So that's really fascinating to me. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, they don't have a update animation function for the jump state, because they don't need one. They only ever have one animation. So I'm just going to add a override for the step function, and I'm just going to override the whole thing. So C-state jump is the pointer that it takes. Okay, and then C-state gawk again, and then float again. Okay, cool. So apparently it's like that for C-state run 2, I guess, which is cool, but I'm not gonna hook that right now. So I'm gonna hook, I'm gonna do something really stupid that I just kind of, personally, I want to see. I just want to see him in the grind state all the time. I know that sounds dumb, but I want to see it in the air too, because I think that might make it a little funnier. I'm sorry, that's dumb. People are gonna be like, Rad. I could try something else after this too if you want, but I'm gonna stop streaming soon. I swear. I actually will. Okay, and okay, so the step hook is gonna have to be a little more complicated because we still have to call the original one somewhere. So I'm gonna call it after I run the original function. Oh, sorry, before I run the original function. Because it doesn't look like it changes the animation, so it should be fine. Okay. And step doesn't return anything, does it? Oh, I guess it does. What? Why does it return something weird? It's probably like a bool or something. But okay, let's for the time being, let's just pretend it's a pointer or something like that. Let's say unsigned int, actually, because I don't know. I have no clue what it would be returning. I wouldn't expect it to return anything, but okay, I guess that should be it. It feels like I'm missing something. I probably am. Oh, jeez. Seems like cut content. Yeah, that honestly makes sense. The song's to do it Tetris theme? Oh, it does. You got some purpose in 2 Codes Before Lost World? Me too. Wait, be careful, Red. Oh, why? Sorry, I'm out of it right now. And yeah, time does fly. It's mad. Why did? Oh, my hook function crashed. Like actually hooking it is what made it crash. That's quite odd. Did I get the address right? I think I might have accidentally copied the address from from the Wii U version. Oopsie. Yeah, I meant to copy this one. Anyway. Oh, you're gonna has this joke. Oh, that looks like a homing shot. Be careful. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even see that Tez had said that. Oh, I was right there. I can't be so sure, but I think it looks like a homing shot. I love it. That's great. Okay, so now Sonic's grinding, and is he in the air? No, he doesn't. Is the jump one even being... Whoa. Was that... That's a reflection. That looks weird. I never noticed that before. Okay, does it hook my step function at all? I think it does. But let's find out. I'm freaking lost because the window is so small here. I can only put registers up in with memory because I don't need to read it all the time. Wait, what? It's up here, right? Yeah, here's my hook. So when I jump, it should break. Oh, it did. Okay. So it is trying to change the animation to grind L. That's neat. What is this param to, by the way? Oh, look at this. It's something other than 0. Weird. Well, it is trying to do that, but then... Oh, I think the issue is that, I know what the issue is. The game's programmed to set his model to use the jump ball instead when he's in this state. And obviously the jump ball can't display grind L as an animation. It doesn't have that. I'm surprised the game didn't crash, but I guess maybe they have a check in place to see if the animation exists, and if it doesn't, they just don't switch to it. They just drop the call. So let me go see if there's a set model function or something like that. Check change hang action. I guess it's for when you grab onto things. Is now on side spin dash ground. Check request spin dash. Change state. Oh, this changes back to the run state, I guess. Okay. Change state to spin dash. Alright, so when you first enter this jump state, it's gonna change his model, is that right? Set draw jump ball to true, yes. Okay. Alright, cool. So when you leave, it's just gonna disable that, right? Yeah, and then what about, it also disables your homing attack, and it disables whether you're jumping, sets off attack, it changes your collision, alright. And it sets whether you're dashing or not to something, that's odd. So, dude, this game is actually, like, why does the code look so clean? I don't get it. I know we have symbols and all, but like, holy frick, I wonder how Jen's looked. Knave. I am a knave. Finally, somebody noticed. Okay, so this might be hard to find because there's no string or anything attached to this one, but I have a way I think I can find it pretty fast. Let's give it a go, shall we? Oh wait, I don't know, actually. Wait, change visual? Oh, look at that. Dude, sick. Frick. Well, okay. I have a crazy theory that might work. How many references are there to this? There's quite a few. What about is visual spinball? Where's that even from? Ah, boy. I want one that's not part of state util, because state util is gonna, it doesn't have like this calls. I want one with a virtual function table. So what about wait, set jump mode? Ah. Okay, how many references are there to this one? Only one. Perfect. Okay, see visual spin. Go. Virtual function table. Okay. So we're gonna look through the virtual functions in this table. There should be more than that. That's the destructor, I think. That's also the destructor. What? So why are there? There's two virtual function tables, and both of them seem to be. Oh no, here's the right one. I don't know why it didn't work the first time I double clicked it. Okay. So set jump mode. Okay, what else? There's a lot of functions here. Frick. Okay. So the one I'm looking for just takes one parameter. It's nothing fancy, and it does a little more than that. Okay, this one. Plus 78. Wait, plus 70 plus 8. Okay. Here's something plus 78. Set animation, set UV speed default. Is set animation gonna be... That's a different set animation function. Okay, so here's a function. And I don't know if this is it or not. This might be it, but I think this looks more complicated than the one that I'm looking for. I might have just inlined a bunch of stuff, but I don't know. Oh, spin dash charge, that's a string. Let's see. Individual to supersonic. That's cool. Get mode? Where's the one that, Oh, this might be it. Or something? I don't know. One of them has a string that's the same as supersonic. It could be this one too. Oh, update. It's probably update. Update looks like the big one I was looking at earlier. Anyway, the one I'm looking for is set jump mode. Oh, boy, okay. We'll find it, hang on. So that's... Oh, that's it, I think. I don't know if that's it. Yeah, I don't know what this would be. Wait, remember you said you tried to get the rest of the stuff from last week, not trying to hurry up, but oh no, that's a good point, yeah. Oof. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get to that in a bit. Okay, let me do this grand finale thing and then I'll look at the memes. So I'm a bit confused because none of them really totally seem to be... This might be it. I mean, it does kind of look like it to me, but... I don't know. It kind of doesn't feel right. I think I already looked at that one. Yeah, this is on the Spinach Charge in its name. Which is a bit whack. And also, wait, where is it getting this from even? Okay, well maybe this was a bad idea. So I'm not trying to find this function, I'm just trying to use it to find another function. I'm trying to find set draw jump ball. So let me see if I can find another one here that uses that maybe. Change visual. Okay, there's a lot of references to this. I assume there's a lot of references to this too. Yeah, more even, I think. Dang it. Okay, well you know what, let's just kind of guess here. And just take this one, because this might be it, I don't know. And let's find references to it, and oh, there's only that? Oh dude, that's a shame. Okay. Frick. Well, dang it. I don't know how to find this function quickly. I can find it, but it's kinda... I want to find it quick so I can end this right. But yeah, it's referenced by a lot of things actually, apparently. On enter is the function I'm... Well, no, I'm specifically looking for set draw jump ball because I want to call this and set it to false. I mean, I can just like break when I jump, I guess, but it seems kind of like a bad way of doing it, doesn't it? I guess I could also hook on enter. I can find on enter somehow, right? And then from there I can... Wait, what is this though? State jump going target? The frick is that? Here's grind jump. Gotta be careful not to confuse it with that. State homing kick. What's special jump, by the way? What the frick is that? Might be bouncing or something? I don't know. Okay, it's C state jump, and I'm looking for on enter here. And okay, so let me find it. I think I have an idea how I can do it. Okay, that's not it. That's a nightmare. I don't know what that is. That's also a nightmare. That's not it. That's like a get function that like gets something. As the name would imply. The one I'm looking for has a lot of function calls. There's like none in this one. And there's a few here, but I don't think that's it. Oh, it also has 2 parameters. 2 parameters, a bunch of function calls. S and spin. Was that referenced anywhere? Play voice. Play sound effects. Here's where it uses the second parameter. I don't see that anywhere. I'm actually confused. Where does this even come from? There's gonna be a billion references to it, isn't there? I don't think I have been in the Moon Lord, actually. I'd like to sometime. Oh, well, here's where it references it. Okay, great. Oh, that confirms it then. We found the function. Okay, good. So, okay, beautiful. I found the function I was looking for. So, this is... Cut it, please. All right, thank you. So we're almost done now. That's the hard part. The easy part's coming up now. And then I'll take a break and stop after this. C state jump is here. That's a float too, isn't it? It's usually a float. I mean, not always. It's apparently an int. Okay. Because the comment says it's an int, so I guess it's an int. Alright, cool. So one of these functions is what I'm looking for, so... Sorry, it was called, set draw jump ball. There it is. So there's, I guess 3 or 4 function calls before this, depending on whether to optimize that one out or not. Here's wait sync all. Wait, why is that here? Oh. Well, maybe it's not the right function, but I sure thought it was. Is this referenced by anything else? Yeah, it's gonna be referenced by something else, isn't it? No, it's both. So far it's both by on enter. Nothing references that, I guess. What about the first one? Wasn't the first one referenced by the same function? The same place? Yeah, it was right before play sound effect. In here. I'm confused because, like, isn't that basically the same thing? Oh, this is state spin attack. Oh, I might have found that one. Frick. No, I didn't. That's dumb, because this is... I found this from the virtual function table. So I don't even know why I thought that, sorry. Yeah, this is the one I'm looking for. It just is weird. Okay, so, So I'm looking for this function in particular. Ah, jeez. SN jump. Why? What is this? Oh, wait a minute. Why is there a file binder? I just don't get it. What's that for? What's on leave do again? Well, I mean, we should maybe look for on leave. Oh, is this the on enter one? Yes. So on leave you would assume would be the one right after, but maybe not. Yeah, it totally is. That's 100% it. Okay. There's no freaking doubt in my mind that that is the right... That's that function, okay. So, from this, we should be able to get... the one that we need. It should be the second function, this one. That looks right. Yes, that's right. Wonderful. Okay, so this is player state util set draw jump ball. Is state util even part of this anymore? State... Doesn't look like it. Okay, so... It's not technically a namespace, but I usually just use that for the structs because if I see class, I just automatically think, oh, it's a class, you know? And it's not a class, it's a struct, so I want to have some icon that differentiates it. Not that it matters. Really, it doesn't freaking matter. But a lot of what I do doesn't. That sounded really depressing. I didn't mean it like that. It's probably a C decoration call? We don't know. Okay, so I found it. So, it's app, player, and then state util. So, I mean, I guess that could be a class or something, but they usually prefix it with I think it actually is a namespace because they usually prefix it with C if it's a class, right? Okay, so let's get this right and then go to bed. Raju heck. I'm joking, I'm dead. Well, I'm not joking, but what I meant to say was I'm not totally serious about just going to bed. I'm going to do a break first. Yeah, it is a reference as indicated by the comment above there, other generated from the symbols, and has jump ball, we'll just call it that. Cool, and then we'll... Oh, we don't need that for this. It's not a member function, so there's not really no point for that. Okay, there was something else I was gonna do and I forgot what it was. Another wasn't. Oh yeah, I was just gonna move this down. Okay. Cool, so, all we need to do then is... what did this return? I said it wasn't unsending because I don't actually know what it is. So we're gonna call that, and then once we've gotten the return value, we're gonna change the init. We're going to, actually, we're gonna say no jump ball for you. Enter the animation. Okay, and then that should hopefully work. Let's go. Must return a value. Oh, whoopsie. Do. Alright, here we go. I could have it boot just right into a stage. But, eh. Oh, it worked, yeah. I'm shocked how easy some of this stuff is, man. Like, this stuff should not be this easy. So he still kind of does the bend thing, which is weird. I think it's, well, you can see that he's in the jump ball for 1 second before he comes out of it, so that's why he does the bend thing, I guess, because he's transitioning from the jump animation. And the reason he's doing that still is because I'm not hooking on enter. I'm just hooking the step. So when he first enters the jump balls, the jump state, he is transitioning to his jump ball animation. But then in the update function later on, he's transitioning out of it because I'm forcing him out of it again. So I'm basically forcing Sonic out of his jump ball state after he's already in it. So that's why it looks kind of awkward like that. But if I were to hook the on enter function, it would look perfect. But yeah, he's got the groove. Imagine if he just had a board underneath him, right? It'd be Sonic Riders, dude. I'm joking, but. Frick, nice. Bad jump ball is gone. It sure is. Well, mostly. He still kind of goes into it when he goes to double jump and stuff too. But again, if I hooked the on enter function, I think that would go away. That's cool. So so I can maybe make so what was I gonna do? Before I stopped, I was gonna make it the dive animation or something like that. That's easy to do. I just wanted to remember what I was doing. So let's do that real fast. It was dive something. Dive idle loop. That's it. Let's go. Yes. Alright, so when you jump, he goes into that. It looks just as good as I was hoping it would. Why is this... This is so fun. Like, dude, I could do this for freaking days. I mean, I'm gonna sleep, don't worry, but I'll do a break and all. But man, dude, frick, I want to stream this again. Because like I did spend a lot of the stream before I got into the experimenting stuff like this, just working with the, you know, the text boxes, which work. Wait, oh, I just accidentally switched over to the Wii U gamepad screens, which by the way were fun. You know, that was fun to do, but I wish I would have spent more time messing with Sonic like this, because this is a lot more fun, dude. Holy frick! So I want to do this with forces too, right? I want to see how, if you can make forces actually control decently. That would be nice. And yeah, instead of switching back into jump ball in some states, because like the homing state, for example, is still set up to switch to the jump ball. That makes sense. Dude, you could even add other characters and crap with this. I mean, you could have like Tails and Knuckles. Oh frick, dude, I want to do that. That wouldn't even be hard, right? Because you could just like basically, well, who am I kidding? It would be hard. But like, you could just basically have like a Boolean, right? Well, not a Boolean, but you know what I mean, like an enum, and just be like, you know, character type. And if it's set to you know, Tails or Knuckles, you would hook all of the different functions. So like on, you know, the init function, for example, and the on enter and the animation function, all that stuff, right? And you would just make it so like, if it's set to Tails or whatever, you know, you use Tails model instead, right? If it's set to Knuckles, you use Knuckles model instead, right? And so on. And so the only really difficult part, I guess, would be, well, for one thing, you would want to implement like some sort of an option in the game to where you could pick which character you can play as, I would think. I guess you just put it in an INI file and then have the DLL read the INI, kind of like what the Quick Boot mod does. But then you wouldn't be able to change your character mid-game. You'd have to restart the game every time to change the character, right? You know, but I think it'd be really cool if there'd be like a menu where you could, in the game, where you could pick your character, right? But I don't know. That would be hard. That'd be really hard to get that to work, I would think. If we can get more Swift stuff figured out, I guess it might be easier. But yeah, sorry. The other thing would be abilities. I want to have it so you can like fly and glide and stuff, right? I don't even think flying and gliding would be hard to set up, because you just basically say if you're holding A, disable, you know, gravity for a certain amount of time, basically, right? Yeah. And for Knuckles, you would slow it down for a certain amount of time, essentially, right? Climbing would be hard, I would think, but no, you could just make it like the parkour, but with different animations and stuff. I don't know, it feels like you could really turn this game into something kind of neat, actually. Like, dude, can you imagine if you just gave Lost World like proper physics? I mean, that's all this game needs, really. Proper physics and good level design. I think it'd be pretty good, actually. So I really want to play with this more, man. I want to like make stuff with this, because there's a lot of potential here, and that's really fun to play with. So yeah, for flying, you can make it so Tails could double jump more than once. Add a timer until you can't do that anymore. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. So you can keep the double jump around, kind of. And then Knuckles, maybe you wouldn't even have to make Knuckles jump lower, like in Sonic 3 Knuckles. Instead, just make it so he can't double jump, right? Instead, he glides. I don't know. You could do a lot with it. I'd have to play around to get it right, but like the hard part obviously would be, you know, programming it all. But I mean, it's not like unachievable to do, man. Like, this isn't like, that was way easier than I thought it was gonna be. Like, I thought like getting a custom animation to show up based on a certain state that the player was currently in, I'm like, that's freaking hard. I mean, I'm like, how am I gonna do that? Even with the symbols and everything, right? I'm gonna have to like find By the way, the song sounds like Studiopolis Act 2 a little bit to me at the beginning. Anyway, sorry. I thought that was gonna be freaking impossible, but no, it wasn't at all. So I wonder how much we could do with this. Anyway, so yeah, I'm going to do a break now, and then I'm gonna stop for tonight. But that was really fun. I hope you enjoyed watching that as well. I know it was really long, and there were technical difficulties and stuff. Sorry about that. That said, let's go do a break. Why is there no video? Okay. Oh, strange. But anyway, so we're obviously not gonna get to everything tonight because there's a lot of stuff. But I'm gonna try to catch up a little bit. So let's go do that. If there's any ones you want me to see in particular tonight, let me know, and I'll try to see it if I see your message. This is from, let's see, what was the last one oh, what the frick? Oh yeah, Taz posted a complete list of the songs that he used in the Gen's music mod, and I didn't show it last time. I'm sorry, frick. But thank you for showing that. If you want me to show it on screen, I can. I have to screenshot it several times, but it's in serious breaks, and it's good that it's really good that you listed all that. Holy frick, you got every song name there. It's awesome. There's also oh, what have I missed here? Crosses with Sonic Games Win. Voice cloning. Okay, what is this? It says speaking in the voice of Obama. It's voice cloning. So the idea is this is a demo of some sort of technology that's supposed to basically allow you to sound like another person.
Hey guys, here's a short demo of our voice.
Sounds just like Obama.
Technology.
I'm sorry.
We'll be converting my voice to the voice of Barack Obama.
It already sounds just like it, dude.
What we've said consistently is that there has to be a political settlement to bring about genuine peace in the region.
Oh, thanks, Taz. I'll try.
The system captures the idiosyncrasies of how I say something each time I say it. I can say the same thing many times.
Wow, that's pretty
the
good.
Same thing many times. The same thing many times. And each time the recording will be correspondingly different.
Wow.
This
Holy
makes
frick.
voice conversion suitable for applications where the result should have the personality and range of emotion of a real person.
That's... Yo... Is that really that advanced? Yeah, they have a website for it. Dude, okay, wait, I'm gonna check. I imagine you have to pay for this technology or whatever, right? Yeah, they have proprietary deep learning, which they use to produce this. Okay, and they say they're hiring and they have applications and such. They don't actually have like a place you can test it out with anything yet, right? So take it for what you will. I do think it's legit. I mean, there's not. I guess you could argue if it's legit or not, because there's not necessarily. You could say that that's not real proof. Like they just edited the video or whatever, right? I mean, but they do have like actual LinkedIn pages. It looks like for every one of their employees and such. So that would be kind of elaborate to go to the effort of faking all of these people and their LinkedIns and all that, right? Just to, you know. So anyway, I do think it's legit. The technology that they come up with. I want to hear more demos of it. I mean, I'd really like to try it out for myself. I'm curious, but that's cool. Holy frick, can you imagine the memes? Can you imagine the memes? Maybe if it's used for blackmail? Yeah, that would... Oh boy. That's going to be disastrous, because you know it's going to happen someday. I mean, come on. I'm shocked that Inspect Element isn't used more for blackmail, to be honest, because, like, I know you hear that and you go, oh, but you would know it's Inspect Element, but no, you probably wouldn't. If someone spent time to edit the message to the point where it actually sounds like something that person could believably say, and they make sure there's no, you know, typos or anything, or if there are, then it's, like, fits in the personality of the person. Like, they frequently make those kind of typos or whatever, right? It would be freaking believable, and there wouldn't be any way to really prove otherwise if they did it right. Like they could say, like, you know, they posted this to Twitter and then deleted it, and they have a screenshot of it or whatever, right? And you couldn't necessarily prove that it would be wrong, because it's like, maybe they did that. If you go to their Twitter now, it's not there, but that's because they deleted it supposedly, right? Whatever. So I'm honestly surprised that there's not more inspect elements that are like trying to freaking blackmail someone. But I'm glad that that's the case. Actually, now that I think about it, though, I guess if there were a lot of inspect elements that blackmail people and they did it successfully, you wouldn't know, would you? If it was totally successful, then people would just believe it, and you wouldn't know. So I guess maybe there are a lot, and we just don't know. Anyway, oof. Let's see what else we got here. One more thing for serious breaks, then I'm gonna look at the memes. This is from CG. That part sounds like this one. So, Purple Chaos looks good. Yo, he does. Holy frick. What sexuality are you if you're attracted to giant gender neutral water monsters? I'm joking, of course, but I just find it to be an interesting psychological question. Is there a term for that yet? And if so, what is it? If not, we should make one. What should we call it? Chaos. Chaos is power. Go with that. Alright, so I decided to look at the videos, so we're gonna do that. And then the new stuff I'll try to look at tomorrow. And I know I'm not gonna get to all of it because it's freaking impossible. Wait, are you... I seriously... There were seriously this many memes? Oh my goodness. I mean, I remember there being a lot of memes, but holy frick. Okay, did I look at this one yet? Ooh. Yeah, we're not even... we might get to half of them. There's really a lot of memes. Okay, there's no new stuff. Oh, there isn't? Okay, well then it's possible to get to it all then, I guess. But dang. Turn the music down. Oh, music's loud? Oh. I'm so sorry. Thanks, everyone. I've turned it down for future reference. Sorry about that. I'm so sorry. I keep making that mistake. I apologize. I need to get better at that. Here we go. Infinite speech.
I'm happy with my super stylized and loose art style.
Nice.
It is my life, after all.
Number 7, that's
and
amazing.
I'm fine with how it is, and I can shape it any way I want to. Nothing and nobody will try to impact me no matter what. I'd rather improve on my own terms.
Oh dang.
Besides,
I love hearing this opinion because I can't get over it. I'm sorry.
Is, well, lower. My sister told me that my art is perfectly fine.
Oh,
and
yes.
That people who want to be negative about it should go somewhere else.
Oh.
My life, my decisions. I am a man.
This is...
It's time I finally stand
beautiful.
up for myself. I'm tired of having to be so submissive all the time.
Oh.
But I need to sleep. I'll try to type a very strongly worded speech tomorrow. And I will make it extremely fancy. And now, it's time
thanks,
to find
Taz, by the
my
way.
true self.
Appreciate it.
I will make my departure from this place. I'm sick and tired of being
Dude, the infinite voice is not bad at all. Like,
this is what negativity does to someone.
Oh my
How would
goodness.
you like it if I was saying these things to you?
I think this is a copy pasta, but I'm not in on the... It sounds like one to me anyway. I don't know if it is or not, but that's good. That's super dank. Thank you for sharing that. Did I? Yeah, probably mute the music. Okay, we'll do. At least I will try to. Twitter, like, loves to unmute it once you've purposely muted it. Connor from Detroit Become Human. Sora from Gamer. Oh my gosh. They've nailed the personality. Like, holy frick. Wow. Alright, that's, Behind the Galaxy, I think? It's hard to read that. Yeah, Behind the Galaxy. That's... wow. That's impressive that you can actually convey who a character is with a walk. Dang, the Sora one was impressive. Wait, it's Robo Wait, what Robo Will Rant? Why do I keep saying Want? What the frick? Okay, thank you. For saying that. Here we go. This is from Esper Party. Oh, I think I showed this one before. Yeah, I showed this one last time. I remember showing this one before, but this is just very...
Oh my god, help me. Help. Oh god. What are they doing? Help. Oh my god.
That's so good. Holy frick. Let's see, we got, oh, there's a sequel. Oh gosh, it gets worse. That's so amazing. Wait, so wait, that's not like a Snapchat filter or anything yet. Yeah, it's because that. Wait, how are they doing that? Oh, it is a Snapchat filter. Oh my gosh, it actually is. You can make custom Snapchat filter? Okay, I'm stupid. I didn't freaking know that. Oh, okay. Well, cool. I've never used Snapchat. I'm sorry. I'm a boomer. Absolute boomer. Wow, alright. Freaking cool. Let's see. Did I show this one yet? I don't know. It's a video, so probably not. Let's go check it out.
To get a Twitter to keep in.
I seem to remember this, but I don't know if I did show it or not.
Sonic keeps telling me to get a Twitter to keep in touch with my friends. If
I
I
love
wanted
this.
to get in touch with my friend, I'd
Oh.
get a Ouija board.
Yeah, I saw, that's good. Sorry if I'm not reacting enough, it's just because my throat hurts. I'm trying to kind of keep it, you know, because I would like to stream tomorrow if I can, so I'm trying to kind of keep it from getting worse, right? But yeah, that's hilarious. I think Taz showed me screenshots of both of those frames, and this actually is voice acted, so that's amazing. Robo did commission art for $15 and people were upset over the quality of his art, and then Robo Will said what Infinite said. Oh, Robo Will said that. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. It really sounded like a copy pasta, didn't it? Holy frick. Alright. Well, that was a long rant about that, but alright. No judging, it's cool. Is this music copyrighted? I don't. It's a circus music, so I don't think it is, but we'll see. Oh, it's just that. It's that music. Oh, I got it. Why the frick? I don't. I don't get the meme, but that's. I like that they were in jail. I'm sorry. I know what meme it's supposed to be. But I'm just saying I don't get the original meme. I don't get the joke behind it. I guess it's just that it's random, right? But yeah, I like that they decided to do it with Delter, and then they're freaking in jail, and Devil's like dancing around. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, this is a moment from Joel's Sonic Forces stream. I don't know if I watched this far into it actually. I watched most of it. I was gonna come back to it later. I stopped at one point because it was getting late. Let me see. I never did come back, but
I cannot hear you.
yes.
Of course. It's complete. The resistance will be erased.
Nice. I don't know what part you wanted me to see out of this. I think it might have been that. But that's beautiful. Thank you for showing that. Was Kai Pested probably rants? Oh, yeah, honestly, I think you're right. There's really a ton of them. Okay, that's a quote retweet. I saw that one before. These are more videos. Okay, so these are from Taz. Please handle these to determination with care, alright? I haven't told Asgore yet because I want to surprise him with it. In the center of his garden, there's something special. It appeared just before the queen left. I wonder what happens when something without a soul gains the will to live. Is that too loud? I don't know. Entry number 18. I think it's a little loud. It's gone. The vessel is gone. Uh-oh. Oh. Aight. Yo, what the frick?
Turn myself into a pickle.
No, no. Oh, why did I not get what that was until the last? Oh man. I'm like upset that I'm laughing at that, but oh wow, alright. That was really good. Oh my gosh. That was wow. I somehow didn't expect that. Holy frick, thank you for sharing that. This is from the Lion Pie. I should have been saying their children this whole time. I'm sorry. Sometimes I do. I keep forgetting. Episode 1 of the Sonic Shadow Silver Show is going to be focusing on introducing how the main Hedgehog group plays off of each other. Oh boy, it's a sitcom, guys.
Just think about it. I know that's really
Oh.
hard to do for you guys, but listen. Shadow, do you have a job? Oh, I have a job. Oh, you like what's going on? Do you have a job? Yeah.
I already love it.
Going to school and learning about our world. Okay, just think about it. I know that's really
That's it's looping, sorry. That's oh man, I would actually watch a YouTube series or even a real TV show that was like this even, like frick. Just well, it'd be better I think if it had actual voice acting, because the Bonzi voice is funny and all, but after a while I think it would get a little bit like, okay, it's the same voice, you know. Imagine if you had actual like actors who sound okay, you know the fandub actors from Snapcube who are freaking amazing. Like holy frick, they are so dang good. I can't get over how amazing they are at what they do, like, and how good a lot of their improvisation skills are. But yeah, imagine if they made a series like that where it was just like, do you remember the years ago? This is a throwback on YouTube, right? The old Ask the Sonic Heroes series. I don't even know what channel did that. I'm sorry. But it was those were all over YouTube. Those would be like recommended to you all the time. At least they were for me. And that was when I was a small child, so I wasn't really on YouTube much. So I didn't really watch too many of them, but I saw them recommended all the time. And later I watched some of them, and I was like, you know, it seems like something I might have enjoyed at that age. But anyway, imagine that, right? Kind of, it would be like that, I guess, except funnier, you know, which would be cool. Anyway, sorry. So you said skip over these, okay, and then I think I showed it last time anyway. It's a Sylvagana rip of You Can Do Anything from Sonic CD. Oh yes. I hope it's not going to be picked up. I mean, it might be, but it seems like it might be edited enough where we're oh, Corey's in the house. Holy frick. You've heard this before, shut up, it's the Super 5 inch show. I know I have, but like it's so good, man. Like, I haven't heard it in a long time, and I forgot that, like, that's what that was from. It's freaking good. Oh my gosh. This is from Tazwell. This is actually really good, you say? Alright. Oh, I think wait, whoa, that actually sounded like him. Hang on.
Beat your goddamn ass, you son of a bitch! You piece of shit!
Oh my gosh.
You fucking goddamn motherfucker! Listen, fuckhead! You have fucking crossed the line! Get that through your goddamn fucking head!
I mean, it actually
Stop
is
your mouth,
pretty
Stop pushing
accurate.
Your shit. You got that? You goddamn son of a bitch! Listen, you son.
Oh my gosh. Why are they? This was from @DriftandMiss. Wow, they're really good at the Ryan voice. And then Shadow responds to the shocking outburst of anger.
It's kind of a bit too much.
From that one little snippet I just heard, that I know I'm gonna love it.
It's kind of what the F? It's kind of a bit too much, don't you think? Wait. You're telling me to calm down. You. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. Oh, you don't see a problem with that.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Like, seriously, Sonic.
I love content like this within the Sonic fan community. I don't know why, right? But just like voice acting stuff when it's like well done like this, I freaking love it. So again, that was Drift and Miss. That's a dang good tweet. And then they have another one.
Come on over here. Come on. No, you flipped me off, coward. You're not an intellectual. You're a fake and a fraud. Come on over here.
Oh, and then he's chasing after. Oh my gosh. For some reason, I have this endless amount of amusement from videos of, you know, voice actors who actually sound very similar to the original characters, like, just going off. I don't know. It's quite good. I mean, mature. Alright, I showed that all. Crab Factory, mute the music. It's Lord of the Rings music. Thank you, Taz. I will. Oh, the tweet's been deleted apparently. Oh, rip. Okay. Maybe because it had Lord of the Rings music. Oh, it's still going on? They came back. What? I didn't freaking know that. Are you pretty sure it's actually becoming a series? It's remake available to. Oh, dang. Okay. Dang. Sorry, I'm just now reading your tweets. It says, sorry, your old messages. You said, ask the Sonic Heroes. Oh, you can still watch on Discord? Oh, what? Oh, weird. Well, I might be able to too, but I can't mute it if I watch. Well, maybe I can. I don't know. I think the mute button doesn't show up until a second or two of it already playing if you do it like that. So I guess I could still do it, but I have to like mute in OBS first. I've already scrolled down a long way because there's a lot of freaking pictures. Which is good actually because it means that we've already shown all of these. I think I showed this one last time. Yeah, I knew it would unmute it as soon as I hit play. It always does that. I hate it. Yes. No. No, come back. It's most stuff. You can't do that. It's not okay. That's not. You are not a train. Oh. That's a whole new level of YouTube. Like what? Like, that actually required freaking. Was that Gmod or SFM or Robot? They had to put that into. Oh my gosh. That's so good. Oh, and I showed the Sonic one. That's beautiful. I showed the Mario Kart Wii one. And the 06 one. Okay, so I think I'm mostly caught up at this point. I'm pretty sure I showed the... Wait, I don't remember this. I showed the Sonic 4 one. I don't know if I showed these MIDI ones. Okay. Frick. I don't remember which the last one was that I showed. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find which one it is, because there's a lot of memes that look like the next one. I don't want to skip any. This might be it, but there might be music in this. Okay. Let's show this one. It's called Trains. Oh, is it like a game or something? Sorry, I'm dumb. I don't know what anything is. Oh no, he's fallen into the river in Lego City. Get him out. Oh. Oh. Nice.
Collection from Lego City.
I freaking love it. Sorry, that was for Claire176. It's the Lego City Serbia edition. That's so good. And I don't remember showing. This is an image, but I don't remember showing this. So I think this might be where I left off. You're dang right. We should just Shrek, obviously. Who would not want to watch the real Shrek? But I feel like I don't know. I don't know if they show these or not. My friend and I are messing with video software, and you made this. All right, so number 7. No, it's one of these. Sorry. Oh, have you ever seen one of these mobile ads, but unironically? I have seen a lot of them. That's such a good meme. Sonic Generations, download the free iOS and Android, and they uppercase iOS as well, just to really tick me off. Number 7, that's really good. Oh my gosh, good job with that. That's a spicy meme. You nailed the style of that. Holy freak. This is from Taz. I don't remember if I showed this or not. Because here's the thing, right? Okay, so it says you scrolled down to a health pack, you continue scrolling for full HP. That's funny. So I don't remember showing that one before. I kind of remember seeing it, but I don't remember showing it. But then this one from Egg, it's from Static Manic. I remember showing this one. So that's weird. I don't know why. So I think these are new ones. This is a video from Static Manic. Well, it's from at Nothing But Lag. It's nothing without the G. I'll show you their handle in a second. My trip to Sonic the Hedgehog at the place. Oh, this is really good. I see. Dad. Oh, get it? It's funny because bad movie. Snacks. This is so good. The man, what did he do? What effect did he apply to Jim Carley? It's over. I like it. Thank you, Sonic. What? Okay, thankfully that blew up because that deserved to blow up. What did he do? Oh, he's the editor. He's the main editor for Super Mega. Oh, no freaking wonder. Okay, yeah, Super Mega is like one of their best aspects is how beautiful their editing is, especially in their like real life videos. It gets me every time. It's always so creative and so well done and just funny and like subtle ways that they can mess with like the picture and everything that just makes it good. It's like what the frick. Anyway, it's Justin at Nothing But Lag. I'm sorry that in the screenshot that I got of that I was accidentally hovering over the Justin, so it has an underline. It's driving me nuts, but I'm too lazy at the same time to get another screenshot. Anyway, do you want to watch the Riders fandom? Said, yeah, that'd be fun. I'm probably gonna forget I said that, but I'd like to see it. Mule told me that you wanted to watch it sometime, so I didn't watch it because I hadn't yet, and I wanted to make sure that we could watch it together. So yeah, that'd be great. I actually hadn't watched the 06 one. I know I should have watched the 06 one. I don't know why I didn't, but yesterday I watched the 06 one finally, and I knew a lot of the jokes from the 06 one, haha, one and all that, but I hadn't seen it myself yet. I just heard them from other people and put two and two together, and why the frick did I not watch it? Like, what was I doing? It was so good. It was so good. Like, it's one of the highest. That and the SN2 ones are literally, I think, two of the highest quality videos I've ever seen on this freaking site. They're just so they're like over an hour long. They're I think it's the 06 one's almost 2 hours long, and it doesn't feel like it at all. It feels more like 30 minutes because it's just it's so entertaining throughout the whole thing, and it's so like well edited and everything. And they do covers of His World and of Dreams of My Destiny, the Elise theme, and the covers actually sound good. Even though they have like different lyrics and it's supposed to be kind of corny, they still sound musically like pretty good, and you're like, what the frick? It's just so much effort was put into all of it. It's ridiculous. Anyway, I'm sorry, Da Young. Yeah. Sorry, they made it. Sorry, it wasn't My Destiny. It was Da Young. I don't know why I was thinking. I thought that they took My Destiny and they sung the lyrics of Da Young to it, but maybe I'm mistaken. I don't remember. Anyway, sorry. Oof. You haven't, dude. I was gonna say, yeah. I see why, because like, why did I not watch that earlier? I don't know. I kept thinking like, oh, I'll watch it later. Yeah. I don't know why I did. Frick. It was wonderful. Anyway, yeah, I can't wait to watch the Riders one. I'm actually really hyped for it because Snapcube is so freaking good. Anyway, how do I play SA2? This is from Sonic. The keyboard. It actually took me a second. I was like, what is that? What am I looking at? It's a keyboard. Nice. So, I actually don't know what the last meme I should show is because I want to save some for tomorrow, and there still are a bunch left, but not that many. And I don't know if there's going to be more tomorrow or not. So I think I'm just going to show the remaining videos, and then I'm going to show the rest tomorrow. There'll probably be new videos and stuff by then too. So, okay. It's from Plush. No, Tom, no. Greetings to everyone watching our Animal Crossing new... Tom! I was about to turn up the audio and I'm glad I didn't. He's freaking dead. People in their replies are all like, I jumped, I had headphones on. Yeah, I would have too. Well, I did a little bit because I had them on, but I didn't have the audio turned up all the way. Holy frick. He's dead. Well, that's unfortunate. Don't worry. Tom will be fine. It was just an illusion caused by the Phantom Ruby. Wait, that happens? I haven't seen anything about the new Animal Crossing yet. I mean, I knew it. I know it came out, but that's all I know. I don't even know if people liked it or not. I guess it hasn't really been enough time to really, totally determine that yet, but I'm sure people loved it, right? Because it's Animal Crossing. Oh, nice. Oh, I showed this last time. Yeah, that's the 60 FPS. That's sorry, the 4 times object speed thing in gens. Oh, you forgot the video exists. Oh, gotcha. Nice. And I definitely showed this one from Sanic as well. So I think I just showed the newest memes and I skipped the rest and I said I'd show the videos later. Okay. So this is one other video that I said I would show later, I think. Okay. Oh boy. Oh. Oh. It's hearts tied down by... Oh. That's ultimate level. That's one of the better graphics I've seen in my life. Also, that was Blender. What the frick? I totally thought it was Max for a bit, just like with heavily modified. I don't know why. It just didn't look like Blender at all. I didn't even consider that being Blender because it just didn't even look even remotely like it. Holy frick! You can theme the heck out of Blender. Wow, that's cool. Like wow. I'm sorry. Anyway, frick. That's a really good meme. Dang. Thank you, number 7, for sending it. That was from @RecoMan12. Otherwise known as the Buppa Boy himself, apparently. That's good. Alright, so, I think I actually showed all these images last time. Because I recognize most of them, so I think I'm actually fully caught up. If I did skip anything, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Let me know, and I'll try to see it tomorrow. With that said, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you did enjoy this. I'm going to stop for tonight, and I'm going to come back tomorrow with Sonic 4 Episode 2, if I'm not sick. I know it sounds weird to say that, because it's like, you're fine now, Rad. You think you're going to be sick by tomorrow? But, like, again, my throat's hurting. It really is. I'm hiding it decently, I think, but trust me, holy frick. It really hurts. So yeah, I'm sometimes this just happens because it's like cold outside, or I have allergies to something or whatever, and sometimes like I go to bed with my throat hurting a little bit, just kind of out of nowhere, and then I wake up the next day and I'm fine. That happens to me a lot. So it's probably I'm allergic to something, I don't know what it is yet, right? Whatever. I might wake up and be fine. I might also wake up and feel freaking awful, and in that case I won't stream. So anyway, if I'm well, right, I'll stream Sonic Episode 2, and then I'll become not well for playing that game. It's not that bad. It's okay. It's a lot better than Episode 1 at least. Otherwise, just gonna do it next Saturday, I guess. But anyway, with that said, thank you all for watching this. Hope you did enjoy it, and yeah, let's play it again so you can get tails streaming. Yeah, I don't. I might take turns with you and with Taz, and there was someone else who asked me if I could play with them too. Because I don't want to. The thing is, there's an achievement that you have to play. Yeah, the one you're talking about. You have to play as Tails 50 times. Goodness, that's a lot of times. So I could split it up like if I just do it 2-way, it's 25. Playthroughs of different stages per person, so that's still plenty. I think by 25 you're already you're done with the game at that point. You want to move on. by 50, you're gonna freaking hate yourself. So I think it actually makes more sense to do that and just be like, okay, we're gonna play it X amount of times with this person, X amount of that, and so on and so forth. My mom said it's my turn to play. Yeah. I could see. Oh, wow, we could actually have someone say that if we do it like that. Well, if you're okay, yeah, if you're all okay with that, I think that'd be good to do it like that. But yeah, that game actually, I'm shocked. There's not a lot of. I looked at all the achievements and stuff, and there's really not anything that's like that hard to get. I feel like saying that's gonna jinx it, and that's something I missed, right? But I looked carefully at them, and I was like, the Tails one's the only one that looks hard to me, and that's not really hard. It's just gonna take some time, right? You just have to play a bunch of levels, so it's like, okay, it doesn't seem that bad. Time for 10-hour stream, probably. I don't know. There's some good zones you can definitely play. There's 25 stages. Stop talking now. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'll stop. I'll stop it. I'll stop. It's okay. I'll stop. Holy frick! Stop yelling at me. I didn't mean it. Wait. There's some good zones you can have to play this 20. Oh, okay. Cool. Fair enough. But yeah. Do we have to play through 25 stages to get the achievement, or do we just have to start up the stage and then leave and come back or something, right? Because I know that would not be very fun, but I'm just curious, right? Because having to beat 50 levels, I mean, maybe that's not as much as it sounds like, but in my head that's a lot, isn't it? Because there's 3 per zone, right? So like, that's every level in the game, that's like 3 or 4 playthroughs of the game, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it? Like, that's a lot of time just for that one achievement, isn't it? So I really hope it just means probably through 25. You doubt they overlooked that exploit? Oh, you mean it would count as 2 playthroughs every time you play it once? Sorry, I'm just not I'm not clear if that's what you meant or not. Like, playing it as Tails once would count as 2 because there's 2 players or something? I don't know. Because that would then make it 25 instead of 50. But yeah, I think when it says play as Tails 50 times, I think that means start a stage with Tails in it 50 times, and that's what I think. I'm not sure. You mean you doubt starting it counts as playing a stage? Oh, okay, gotcha. And also, I just realized I'm being stupid. You don't have to play through the whole game, Rad, you dummy. Just play through one level that's short over and over again, right? So play through, like, one of the first levels really fast. Because then you can get to the point where you can speedrun it, and you can get through the level, like, 2 minutes max each time. And, like, what's wrong with my brain? Of course. Why did I not think of that? Anyway, so that's fine. We'll be able to do that in the stream. Anyway, let me shut up. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. If I'm not in so much pain that I can't stream tomorrow, then I'll stream and we'll do episode 2. Otherwise, I'll see you next week. Great. But either way, yeah. Hope you all are well. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you do well. Don't get COVID-19. Stay safe and enjoy not having to go to school for a bit, I guess, because that's actually kind of cool, right? I mean, it's lame in some ways, but it's cool in other ways, right? Anyway, life is whack. We could switch characters each act for the first playthrough. Would you rather be Tails for the whole thing? Well, I don't really have much of a preference, to be honest. It's just that the achievement says play as Tails 50 times, so I assume that means that I have to be playing as Tails, right? So I'd rather just do it as Tails, yeah, at that point, because I think that would be because that would make the achievement faster. But I could switch to Sonic a few times, like for a couple of stages if you want, because I know you probably want to play as Sonic. I didn't really consider that. Sorry. Oh wait. So you probably want to play as Tails. I'm dumb. Sorry. You know what I meant to say. Anyway, for real. Thank you for watching. Good night. Funny ending to the stream here. I Oh no. I don't know how to end streams. Oh no.